So with the 101-109 victory last night over the Los Angeles Clippers, the Phoenix Suns have clinched their first playoff berth since 2010. Fun fact I want to mention on the NBA website, Devin Booker was in middle school and DeAndre Ayton was 11 years old last time the Phoenix Suns made the playoffs. I just want that to sink in for a second. Anyway, so there you go. They have finally clinched a playoff spot for the first time in 11 years. They were wearing these jerseys back then. That was back when I was a fan of the team, alright? And even though I haven't got a chance to watch them very much or cover them at all on the channel, because this is such a big moment for them, I want to at least make a little video just to get everyone that's maybe not too familiar with the Suns a little bit caught up in what's going on throughout the season. So right now, they are currently second in the Western Conference, and if you look at the stats, they're also second overall in the league with their record, so they're doing really well this year. I'm going to go ahead and say a side note, I did not think the Chris Paul trade was going to work out, alright? I just did not think it was going to be the right fit. I was completely wrong. This is why I leave the basketball talk to my brother-in-law, who said this was going to fix everything, and it fixed everything. So their record is 44-18, so they would face whoever ends up winning in the play-in tournament to get 7th overall, a 7th seed. So that's pretty good, I guess, that you're number 2 overall, and in theory, your first-round opponent would actually have you being, you know, the easy victor, I suppose, as opposed to being the complete underdog, and you're probably going to get swept. So not only do they make the playoffs, they've been dominant this season, and now they're going to have the upper hand and home court advantage, so that's actually really good for them. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the top 3 point producers on the team. I just want to do that real quick. DeAndre Ayton, 62 games played, 14.8 points per game, 3.4 offensive rebounds, 7.3 defensive rebounds, and 10.7 rebounds total, and like 1.5 assists per game. But right there, DeAndre Ayton is the only Sun so far to have a double-double. I never thought that pick was going to be bad. I just figured that he needed to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more mature and whatnot, and he would figure it out. He seems to be figuring it out just fine. Mikal Bridges, 62 games played, 13.1 points per game, 52% field goal percentage. I just thought that was interesting. I wanted to throw it out there. Rebounds, 4.4, 2.2 assists. I actually didn't think much of Mikal, but the fact that he's actually turned into a pretty consistent player. He's playing well. I gotta admit, it was one more time where someone that doesn't know too much about basketball was wrong or didn't really know that much about basketball. I know, surprise, surprise. Chris Paul, 61 games played, so he's only missed 1 so far. 16.2 points per game, 49% field goal percentage, 4.2 defensive rebounds per game, so he's mostly getting the defensive rebounds, 4.6 overall, and 8.7 assists per game. The dude's almost averaging a double-double, and Arizona. Phoenix definitely needed a full-time point guard. Ricky Rubio solved a lot of problems last year. The only problem is that the starting 5 was almost never together, and there was a lot of injuries. When you look at Chris Paul, I assumed he was going to get injured too. He's only missed 1 game so far, so nothing but respect there. And then, of course, Devin Booker, 58 games played, a team-leading 25.5 points per game, 48% field goal percentage, 4.2 rebounds, 4.4 assists. Devin Booker is someone that I've misjudged. I will fully admit, I considered him more like one of those good players that plays on a terrible team so everyone thinks he's elite. I've officially been convinced, especially with the shot heard around the bubble that I got to cover throughout the last playoffs, that he's elite. He actually is an elite talent. You paired him with Chris Paul and you got the real good results. And then just to show a couple more players, you had Cameron Johnson, 9.8 points a game, 43% field goal percentage, 3 rebounds and an assist, and Jay Crowder, 55 games and 9 points, 40% field goal percentage, 4.8 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. So you have even some decent depth on the bench with a lot of players getting between 9 and 7 points per game. Cameron Payne, just wanted to throw that one out there. So I know it isn't exactly too informative on my part, but I just wanted to give a small look into the Phoenix Suns this year because it's been ridiculously special. This is a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 11 years. This is a team that's only had, I think, 1 or 2 winning seasons since missing the playoffs. They had that amazing, 40-plus win season that they still missed out in the playoffs back in 2013 or 2014. So they were close once or twice, but they had to blow it up again because of the drama with Bledsoe and Dragic and that whole 3-point guard system and Isaiah Thomas. It really sucked that they ended up having to blow that up because they had a good system. I just don't understand how you messed it up that bad. But anyway, all that's in the past. All that is behind the Suns. If anything, I will say it right now, if they're ever going to win an NBA championship, considering how dominant they've been this year, this is the year to do it, because I think it's a player option for Chris Paul next year. I have no idea if they're going to convince him to want to stay. I understand there's a lot of success right now, but there's also all those rumors that he want to play with LeBron and all that, and a lot of the times, are you going to stick with a team that had a very good season with you, or are you going to go with the best player currently playing right now? I know it's a pretty easy decision for most players, but I don't want to get too negative there. I just want to propose that because it is a realistic possibility. But anyway, after 11 years, the Phoenix Suns are finally back in the playoffs. Nothing but respect for them, nothing but respect for what they managed to build, and their new big three of Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and DeAndre Ayton. Go Suns, and I hope you guys make it to the NBA championship, because seriously, y'all deserve it, and this town could use some wins. You know, I might just be a filthy casual Suns fan, but you know what? On the way back home from Tempe today, getting to see this energy on Suns Twitter, all the clips I got to watch, thank you Glendale Cardinals, by the way, the energy in the building, I just had to, when I got home, turn on the game and watch the Phoenix Suns at home against the LA Lakers and absolutely stomp them, seriously. This was a lot of, fun to listen to see on Twitter, and to watch for the second half, because as a Phoenix Suns fan, at least casually, I was much more into them around the Steve Nash era when my grandmother was watching a lot of basketball, so that's why I actually got into it in the first place. But as someone who lives in Arizona sports fan, hates the Dodgers, hates the Lakers, hates the LA Kings, you have no idea how satisfying it is to see LeBron James, for the second time in the series, walk to the locker room with his head down and the Phoenix Suns victorious on home court. I have a couple of notes I want to go ahead and get right into, so it's going to be a brief report. However, I just want to have a little bit of fun with the Suns fans, because seriously, y'all were amazing tonight. Alright, so at halftime, Booker was the leading scorer, 22 points, and LeBron James was held to about 7 points on 3 for 10 shooting from the field. Right there, showing the defense was playing well. There were plenty of plays where LeBron James was going towards the net, and he just flops down to the ground expecting a foul, nothing being called. For once watching LeBron James, at least in the playoffs, I've watched him plenty of times over the last handful of years, but for once he wasn't getting those calls. The Suns defense was playing very well overall, a lot of really good leadership, a lot of really good stand-up play, and taking advantage of good offensive opportunities, at least again, what I was seeing every clip I can get my hands on of the first half, and then watching the second half. The Suns were already up by 30 points. As long as they just played to the same pace as the Lakers, they were going to win the game, but at the same time, defense still was playing well, the offense was playing well. But anyway, limiting LeBron James, obviously one of the best players in the league right now, and Booker absolutely going ham. But then we have a 6:47 of the third. I was watching the game, sitting down watching it, not just listening to it, trying to get things set up. I was sitting down watching, and about a minute and a half later, this happened, 6:47 of the third, Chris Paul gets injured. He does make both of his free throws. It was 78-45 Suns whenever he got injured, but he does make the 2 free throws, 80-45. Leaves the game, does not come back, and then after the third quarter, it was 92-63 Suns. Once again, it was borderline not a game anymore. Once LeBron James left the game, that's another note I want to bring up in a second. He actually ended up leaving the game early. Not due to an injury or anything, just because, he got embarrassed. But anyway, Chris Paul actually pulled Cameron Payne aside and was kind of hyping him up, talking to him, and honestly, I like that aspect of his leadership. Once again, I fully admit, I did not think adding Chris Paul was going to do much. I thought he was overrated and all that, but you know what? I'm proven wrong, and I'm completely 110% okay with that. Like I said on Twitter, I'll say it right now, if the Suns go into LA on Thursday and they win in LA and win the series, I will go out, because I get paid on Friday, I will go out and buy a Chris Paul jersey. Those Valley jerseys look fantastic. I will go ahead and do that. I know last year I did the whole the Suns go 8-0, I would buy an Ayton and Booker jersey, sitting right over there, by the way, but I guess I'm going to be dumb and go for it again. Anyway, with 5:40 remaining in the fourth quarter, that's when LeBron James takes his little walk of shame. Once again, as a Suns fan, as someone who absolutely hates the Lakers, you absolutely love to see it. And then the Phoenix Suns held LA. Oh, this is a really good stat I wanted to mention. I had to at least have a few notes throughout the game, because obviously I watched a lot of garbage time. They held them to 34% from the field. All right, that's abysmally low when you really think about it. So once again, I want to point out how well the Suns played defensively throughout. And then of course offensively, the final score, 150 115-85, a 30-point victory for the Phoenix Suns. I love saying that. It's fun. It's fun talking about a winning team. All right, it is fun getting to talk about a winning team. So let's go ahead and break it down by quarter. So the Phoenix Suns actually outscored the LA Lakers 34-26 in the first, and then 32-10 in the second. There was one point I actually saw the little stat line on Twitter. It was a 16-1 run at one point, being outscored. Seriously, the Suns came to they came to play, and they came and they showed up and they played very well. Second half, it was actually 27-26 Lakers in the third, and 23-22 Phoenix in the fourth. For that final of 115-85. And at that point, you didn't need to outscore them that much. You just needed to keep pace with them, and you were going to maintain that 30-point lead. Devin Booker was the leading scorer, 30.7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 56% from the field, with Cameron Payne off of the bench coming in second, 16 points, 4 rebounds, and assists, and 63% from the field. Mikal Bridges, 13 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 50% from the field. Johnson, 11 points, 3 rebounds, 50% from the field. And then Chris Paul, I was actually a little bit taken aback by how low his shooting percentage was from the field here, but 9 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 33%, and DeAndre Ayton, 8.7 rebounds, 2 assists, 66%. Not entirely sure where DeAndre was in the first half. He obviously wasn't playing very much in the second half. He was playing a little bit in the third quarter. Not saying that I think he played terrible. I literally didn't get to see any big DeAndre highlights. Like, I think one dunk in the first quarter, and obviously 7 rebounds is nothing to really scoff at, but obviously I was expecting a little bit more, just as someone who is a casual basketball fan. But anyway, I also at least wanted to highlight this. The leading scorer for the LA Kings, LeBron James, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 47% from the field. Kuzma, 15 points, a rebound. And then Horton Tucker, 11 points, 11 rebounds. Double-double. I think it's the only double-double of the game. I believe he came off the bench because his name was much lower in the stats. And honestly, I just wanted to talk about it for a minute. All right, I don't have anything to add. All I have to say is you have no idea, as someone who does not like the Los Angeles Lakers, doesn't like LA, how fun it was to see the Suns win and absolutely dominate them. Got to see people on Twitter talking about how they paid $200. That's a struggle. That's a struggle, paying $200 to come to Phoenix and watch your team lose. So anyway, I wanted to have a little bit of fun with y'all. I know a lot of y'all like me talking about the Phoenix Suns, showing them some love. So Phoenix Suns win by a final score of 115-85, absolutely spanking around the LA Lakers. Game 6 will take place on Thursday, so we got a couple of days to wait. It'll be June 3rd, and hopefully they can close it out there. And like I said, if they do, I'll buy that Valley jersey. I'll buy a CP3 jersey, because seriously, he's played well. But at the same time, obviously did not return to this game. Smart decision. You want to see if you can get him rested up as much as possible. It will be interesting to see if he plays on Thursday. I would assume so. And on top of that, AD did not play today, so I'm going to assume he's also going to play on Thursday. So it can be a completely different game. The Suns, I absolutely love the energy. I love the hype. I love all the just positivity I was seeing on Suns Twitter. There is still plenty of basketball to be played. They need to go out there, take it seriously, and close the series out, because that is one of the more difficult things for teams to do. And you're also still taking on the defending champions. Whether LeBron's not playing as well as he did in the previous seasons or not, you still got to take it seriously. But anyway, beat LA. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and with this win tonight, the Phoenix Suns become the first of the 4 major Arizona sports teams to win a 7-game playoff series since the Phoenix Coyotes defeated the Nashville Predators in the second round of the 2012 NHL playoffs. So, yeah, it's been quite a while since an Arizona sports team has been a winner, and the Suns were victorious tonight. Honestly, kind of wish my grandma would have got to see this one. Do keep in mind that because I was out at dinner tonight, I did not get to watch the first quarter. I was a few minutes late to the second quarter coming back, and I missed a couple of minutes at the start of the third quarter. So with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So Anthony Davis did end up playing, though after about 5 minutes, he did re-aggravate an injury, and while he was on the sideline, he would not be available for the rest of the game, and Chris Paul did play. One statistic that really shot out to me, I saw this one on Twitter as I was getting ready to come back home. Devin Booker had 22 points by himself in the first quarter, and I had a little note here. At 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers had 22 points, meaning Devin Booker not only outscored the entirety of the Lakers team for an entire quarter, it also bled in for about 4 or so minutes into the next quarter. I had to throw that one out there because that's a nice, funny statistic. And then we get to the end of the first half, it was a 62-41 lead for the Phoenix Suns, leading by 21 at the half. There was one point where the Suns were up by about 30 points, and you look at the points per per quarter, the Phoenix Suns had an absolutely dominant first quarter, outscoring LA 36-14, and then it does kind of cool off a little bit in the second. LA does outscore them 27-26. Third quarter, 35-27. That's when LA really had a lot of momentum. I wanted to actually put that there because in the third quarter, LA really started to look like they were going to come back into this game, and I'm thinking in the back of my head, do not do this. I was basically just shouting at the TV, slow the game down. There was one play in particular where Schroeder was playing really aggressive defense on Booker, and Booker, you can tell he's rushing the play, he's running down the court, he tries to force the ball across the court, throws it out of bounds, really bad turnover. It was a handful of times throughout primarily the third quarter, a little bit in the fourth quarter, especially when they had that big push for the LA Lakers, is the fact that, the Suns were really starting to struggle. The Lakers applied a lot of pressure, and it was looking like it was going to be a very close game, and on top of that, a lot of the fouls that were not getting called in that first half, they were getting called in the second half. So with all that out of the way, just kind of keeping that in the back of your mind, the third quarter, like I said, was pretty much all Lakers, 35-27 outscored. And then a couple of the notes I had here, 89-76 Phoenix after 3, so at least they held on to the lead. And then approximately 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, Phoenix had a small run with LeBron off the court. He actually went out to get a couple of minutes of a break, and that was a really pivotal moment for me because, like I said, they had a lot of momentum on the Lakers side. It was looking like they were going to end up coming back into this game. That little run right there was enough because I'm sitting there yelling at the TV. Obviously, they can't hear me. Slow the game down. You do not need to outscore the Lakers anymore. You just need to keep pace with them. Frustrate them. Take your entire shot clock. Go get a bucket. Get a couple of points. Get back on defense. Eat up as much time as possible. And especially as the fourth quarter went along, is exactly what the Suns were doing. So it's obvious the coach actually knows what they're doing here. So you know what? I have full faith in Monty Williams. And then at approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the fourth, LeBron broke. All right, this was a pivotal moment right here because it was still relatively close-ish. I mean, obviously with that small run, it was 101-86 when that small run ended, but then LeBron James comes back into the game. But at 2:40, he goes up, he actually misses the basket. I think it got blocked. He might have just missed the basket. And he's complaining at the ref for a missed call that didn't exist, and he's just slowly walking back down the court, not getting back on defense. I think Crowder got a 3 on that rush down there, but the fact that he was just walking, he was not in the game anymore, he was not engaged, he had been broken. The Suns had broken LeBron James, he was done, he gave up on his team, and that was a pivotal moment right there. And then with 35 seconds remaining, Booker had a message dunk. It's the only way I can really label it, is just, it was a big dunk, and they ended up, LeBron ended up leaving the game after that. It's kind of just a pout on the sideline. But just the fact that Devin Booker did not need a dunk there, but it was a message saying, no, we won this series definitively. And then 5 seconds later, Crowder ends up getting kicked out of the game. I think he got a technical foul there. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the Phoenix Suns won. 113-100, a 13-point victory. Yes, the Lakers had a couple of moments, especially throughout the third quarter and parts of the fourth quarter, earlier on in the fourth quarter, looking like they were going to come back. But the Suns, they went in there, they got the job done, good coaching, good leadership. I think Chris Paul played well for everything it's worth, even though you're not going to see him very much in the score sheet. Obviously, leadership is something that's a little bit more, you're going to see it on the court, not on the score sheet. But Devin Booker, this was Devin Booker's game. 47 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 68% from the field. Crowder, 18 points, 8 rebounds, 66% from the field. Bridges, 10 points, 6 rebounds, and assists. Johnson, 10 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. DeAndre Ayton and Chris Paul each had 8 points. Paul did have 12 assists, though. Like I said, he had a pretty good game, all things considered, and DeAndre Ayton had 3 rebounds and an assist at 75% from the field, so he was shooting pretty well. LeBron, 29 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists. Schroeder, 20 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. I find that one funny because Schroeder could not score to save his life in the last game, and I was kind of making the joke, Kenny, you were making it as well. Maybe he realized no one's going to want to give him good money in free agency if you don't make a statement, so that's a pretty good statement for him. And then Caldwell Pope, 19 points, 3 rebounds. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day because just like I mentioned a couple minutes ago, 24 all in the fourth quarter. Did not need to outscore him. He just needed to keep pace and frustrate him. And the Suns win. They got the job done. Their next matchup is going to be against Denver. And a couple of years ago, and I was trying to get back into Phoenix Suns basketball, primarily because, I wanted to get back into it a little bit nostalgic. I was covering Arizona sports. Need to show the Suns some love, but they still sucked. It was really, really hard to watch. Let's be honest here. But I was trying to get into it. I was watching a game against Denver, and Denver's big, and they play very well defensively. So my only thing is that that's the only team in the West that really scares me right now. I know the Suns can beat Utah, they can beat the other teams, and that's the only team that I'm really looking at like this is going to be a tough series. I would predict the Suns in 7, but it could go either way. But anyway, that's getting ahead of myself. I should have an entire video on the series in the next couple of days. Give me some time. I gotta figure out how I want the direction of that video to go. But at the end of the day, the Suns won. They went out there, they got the job done, and LeBron James, for his entire record, his entire career, at the end of it, his only first-round loss so far is against the Phoenix Suns. So, you know what? The Phoenix Suns are always going to be trolling LeBron now, and as someone who hates the LA Lakers, that's a pretty good feeling. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and with the Phoenix Suns and Denver Nuggets getting ready to start their series tonight, I wanted to go ahead and take a few minutes to look over the round 1 matchup against the Los Angeles Lakers, which, fun fact, was the first 7-game playoff series win by an Arizona sports franchise since 2012, where the Phoenix Coyotes defeated the Nashville Predators in the second round of the 2012 Stanley Cup playoffs. I actually remember a small but vocal number of Suns fans while the 7 and 8 seeds were being finalized that did not want the Suns to play the LA Lakers going into the first round. However, from my perspective, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. So honestly, facing off against the Lakers in the first round was going to be a good test for the Phoenix Suns' overall quality and whether or not they're going to be a legitimate championship contender this year. Just one quick note before heading into this: while I was trying to follow as much of every single game as I possibly could, I only got to sit down and watch games 5 and 6. With that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started with game 1 on May 23rd, 2021 in Phoenix. The Phoenix Suns would take control of the game relatively early, outscoring the LA Lakers 32-25 in the first, 21-20 in the second, 28-23 in the third, with LA only outscoring Phoenix 22-18 in the fourth quarter, totaling a 99-90 win for the Phoenix Suns. As a Suns fan, I think the most satisfying part of the entire victory of Game 1 was not only the fact they actually started off the series with a win, but the fact that LeBron James actually walked off the court a few minutes early. But honestly, when you're talking about Game 1 between the Lakers and Suns, you need to talk about Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton. Devin Booker went off for 34 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists while shooting 50% from the field, and DeAndre Ayton a massive 21 points and 16 rebounds with a double-double in his first career playoff game while shooting a ridiculous 90% from the field, with Bridges and Johnson each recording 10 points, Crowder 8 points, Chris Paul 7 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, with Payne and Saric rounding out the scoring with 5 and 4 points. Meanwhile, the leading scorer for the Lakers was LeBron James with 18 points, 7 rebounds, 10 assists, and shooting 46% from the field, with Davis getting 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. I can tell you right now, the vibe in Phoenix was absolutely ridiculous. The fact that not only has it been 11 years since Phoenix made the playoffs, but they won their first playoff game in 11 years, and it was against the defending champion Lakers, who are a huge rival with the Suns. So seriously, what a way to start the playoffs for the Phoenix Suns. Then we head into Game 2 on May 25th, where the Lakers took control of the game early, outscoring Phoenix 30-24 in the first quarter, and while the rest of the game was very close, both teams scored 23 in the second, LA outscored Phoenix 26-25 in the third, and both teams scored 30 points in the fourth. Phoenix just couldn't erase that slim 6-point lead in the first quarter, and the Lakers win by a final score of 109-102. Obviously, Phoenix wasn't going to sweep the Lakers, but the fact that Phoenix ended up winning the first game and they kept the second game to within 7 points, it was just showing that Phoenix could compete with the defending champions. Booker had another really good game with 31 points, a rebound, and 3 assists, though his field goal percentage was a little bit down at 41%. DeAndre Ayton had another 20-point affair with 22 points, 10 rebounds, and an assist on 84% shooting, so that's back-to-back double-doubles for DeAndre. Payne with a solid 19 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists off 40% shooting. Crowder with 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists on 25% shooting. And Bridges, Paul, and Johnson each with 6 points. From the Lakers' perspective, Game 2 is definitely the unibrow show, with Anthony Davis having 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. Schroeder with 24 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. And LeBron James, 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists, and 2 steals. Not a whole lot to say besides the fact that it was a good game. Phoenix kept it close, but LA was just the better team in Game 2. Game 3 in LA on May 27th was actually when the Lakers took a lot of momentum and were looking like they were going to gentlemen sweep the Suns for a little bit there. So the first quarter was actually close, with Phoenix outscoring LA 28-27. Unfortunately, that would be the only quarter in which the Phoenix Suns would outscore the Lakers, because the Lakers would outscore them 16-12 in the second, 33-23 in the third, and 33-32 in the fourth, for a final of 109-95. There isn't a whole lot to add except for the fact that the Lakers were just the better team in Game 3. DeAndre Ayton had 22 points, 11 rebounds, 2 blocks, and shot 73% from the field, so that's 3 consecutive double-doubles for DeAndre, as well as 3 consecutive games in the playoffs with 20 or more points. Booker, 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists off an inefficient 31% from the field. Payne, 15 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 steals. Craig, 11 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. Crowder, 9 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. Paul, 7 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and a steal. And finally, Bridges and Johnson each with 6 points. As for the Lakers, Anthony Davis once again with another phenomenal game, 34 points, 11 rebounds. James, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists. And Schroeder, 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Unfortunately for the Lakers, and more specifically Anthony Davis, AD suffered a knee injury during the second half of Game 3 and would miss both Games 4 and 5. That injury to AD can easily be seen as the turning point in this series. 3 days later, on May 30th, 2021, Game 4 in LA would take place, with LA outscoring Phoenix 24-23 in the first, but Phoenix outscoring LA 31-26 in the second and 27-15 in the third, with LA making a push in the fourth quarter, outscoring Phoenix 27-19. Though it would not end up being enough, the Phoenix Suns would walk away with a 100-92 victory and tie the series going back to Phoenix, giving Phoenix home court advantage in the series again. For the Phoenix Suns, this wasn't a game that one player specifically ran away with. It was actually just a huge team effort. Chris Paul leading the scoring with 18 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, and 3 steals. Booker, 17 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and a steal. Crowder, 17 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals. DeAndre Ayton, 14 points, 17 rebounds, 2 steals on a block. Once again, another double-double for him. Cam Payne, 13 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. Mikal Bridges, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal, with Johnson and Craig each having 5 points. LeBron led the Lakers at 25 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, and a steal off 47% from the field, but essentially LeBron James by himself was not enough to get the Lakers a victory in Game 4. Then we go to Game 5 on June 1st in Phoenix with the series tied 2-2. While I did miss the first half, I did at least get to sit down and watch the second half of that game, but going into halftime, Devin Booker had 22 points and LeBron James only had 7 off 3 for 10 shooting. Unfortunately for Suns fans, with 6 minutes and 47 seconds remaining in the third, Chris Paul would suffer an injury and the score was 78-45 at that point. He would go 2 for 2 in the free throws in that play, so then the score was 80-45 and Chris Paul was actually pulled from the game and would not play for the rest of the night. Despite that, the Phoenix Suns absolutely ran away with Game 5. With 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the fourth, LeBron James left to go to the locker room, and overall throughout the game, Phoenix held LA to just 34% from the field. Looking at it quarter by quarter, the Phoenix Suns outscored LA 34-26 in the first, 32-10 in the second. LA outscored Phoenix 27-26 in the third, but Phoenix would outscore LA 23-22 in the fourth. When you hit the second half, Phoenix didn't need to outscore LA anymore. They just had to keep pace with them, and the final score was 115-85, with the Suns blowing out the Lakers by 30 points to take the series lead for the second time. Booker went off for another 30 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists off 56% shooting. Payne, 16 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. Bridges, 13 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Johnson, 11 points and 3 rebounds, and Paul and Ayton with 9 and 8 points. LeBron James, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists on 47% shooting. The closest to him on his team had 15 points, and that was Kyle Kuzma. That 30-point win in Game 5 by the Phoenix Suns was a statement, and essentially at that point, everyone knew Phoenix was not going to lose the series. However, people like me were cautious because there was still plenty of basketball to be played, and Anthony Davis would likely come back in Game 6. But since I've learned nothing from the jersey bet last year in the bubble, I decided to say that if the Phoenix Suns ended up beating the Lakers in LA during Game 6, I would buy a Chris Paul Valley jersey, and it turns out there's not a single extra large Chris Paul Valley jersey in this entire greater Phoenix area, so I had to go on eBay and buy the most official looking thing. Please be real. That's a spoiler, by the way. Game 6 in LA on June 3rd, the series was 3-2 in the favor of the Suns, and both AD and Chris Paul would play, though unfortunately for the Lakers, Anthony Davis would leave the game with an injury after 5 minutes because he did re-aggravate that injury. To go off of my personal notes from Game 6, Devin Booker had 22 points in the first. At the 7-minute and 22nd mark of the second, the LA Lakers as a team had scored 22 points, so Booker was outscoring the entirety of the Lakers for the majority of the first half. 62-41 at the end of the first half in favor of the Suns. The third quarter, though, was all Lakers. They made a really big push. It was 89-76 Phoenix after the third, so the Lakers were starting to creep back up in. Roughly at the 7-minute mark of the fourth, Phoenix actually did go on a small run with LeBron out on the bench, and it would be 101-86 at that point, and then with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the fourth, LeBron LeBron would officially just break. He was crying about a foul, wouldn't get back on the play, and the Phoenix Suns ended up going back down the other side and getting some baskets, and with roughly 35 seconds remaining in the fourth, Booker would send a message with a massive dunk to essentially ice the game for the Suns, and then 5 seconds later, Crowder got kicked out of the game because there was a little bit of a scruff going on there. Scoring by quarter, the Phoenix Suns would outscore the Lakers 36-14 in the first. Lakers outscore Phoenix 27-26 in the second. Lakers outscore Phoenix 35-27 in the third, and 24 all in the fourth, but it just wasn't enough for the Lakers to kind of close that gap. Like I said, the third quarter was all Lakers. They were making a big push, but the Phoenix Suns successfully started to slow the game down, get a couple of baskets, make some defensive stops, and that was all they needed to do for a 113-100 victory to end the series in 6 games, with the Suns winning 4-2. Devin Booker once again going off like the near MVP candidate he is turning into. 47 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists on 68% shooting. Crowder 18 points and 8 rebounds. Bridges and Johnson each with 10 points, and Ayton and Paul rounding out the scoring with 8 points each. LeBron James did try to carry the team. He had 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists, with Schroeder pitching in 20 points and Caldwell Pope pitching in 19, but like I said, it just wasn't enough for the Lakers. And with that, the Phoenix Suns win their first playoff series in well over a decade, and it's against the defending champion Lakers and LeBron James. Fun fact for LeBron James, this is actually the first time he's ever been eliminated in the first round, and also the first time he's ever lost back-to-back games in the first round. Both of those are going to go to the Phoenix Suns. At least they're putting their name in the record books, boys. Just to highlight a few players, Devin Booker averaged about 30 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists on 48% shooting. DeAndre Ayton averaged about 16 points and 11 rebounds on 80% shooting. Payne, 12.5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 41% shooting. Crowder, 11.5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. And Chris Paul, 9 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, and 38% shooting. I guess just one miscellaneous note I want to mention, other than Devin Booker playing like an MVP for the majority of the series, is that especially after the Anthony Davis injury, the Phoenix Suns just kind of took DeAndre Ayton out of their game plan, which I guess makes sense as you don't have to really compete with the other team's big man, but I did just want to note that. Anyway, with the series against the Lakers wrapped up and the Phoenix Suns showing that they are going to be at least a legitimate contender, the only other team in the West that actually gave me any sort of stress was the Denver Nuggets, because to my knowledge, they're a lot more of a big and very good defensive team. It's going to be a very tough matchup. However, if the Phoenix Suns stick to their game plan, I see the Suns winning the series in 7 games. Mikal Bridges, am I right? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about Game 1 between the Denver Nuggets and the Phoenix Suns. Both these teams finished their previous round in 6 games, so they both enter this series with a 4-2 record. And I'm not going to lie, I do not want to get ahead of myself yet, but if the Phoenix Suns replicate what they did in this game, in the next game, in Game 2, I agree with my brother-in-law. I might have been wrong about a 7-game prediction. I don't see it getting past 6 if the Suns repeat, all right? You got to repeat it. You got a lot of basketball to be played. You got to get back to work. But anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. I actually was a couple of minutes late starting the game. I had to start the upload for the series review that I had. And then, of course, I missed a couple of minutes of the fourth. I was setting something else up here. So I only missed maybe 5 minutes of the game. There, all the disclosures out of the way. One big play that really stuck out to me early on in the game, it was about, let's say, a 90-second span. Jay Crowder hit 2 really big threes in the first, kind of helping with momentum, because I want to bring up one stat a little bit later on, but Denver had really hot starts to start at least the first 3 quarters, so especially kind of keeping the Suns in it, they were kind of forcing a lot of shots. One person that specifically forced a handful of shots I didn't like was Devin Booker. Forced a few too many threes that ended up kind of extending these runs that Denver would go on, so these are really, really big threes. Anyway, second quarter, Cam Johnson would miss back-to-back threes, and then Denver would take advantage of that and go up 38-31. It was kind of an overarching theme throughout at least the first half and a bit of the third quarter, is that Phoenix would they'd get a couple of points, and then Denver would go up, they'd shoot a couple of threes, miss those threes, and then continuously try to force it. And look, I know I'm a little bit more conservative when it comes to the defensive aspect of the ball and slowing games down, but if you've already missed 2 consecutive threes, slow it down, try to get down low and go for an easy basket. It's all I'm asking for. Get a couple of points, stop the bleeding. Phoenix did end up doing that a handful of times, but just that was kind of the overarching thing I was noticing, especially in the first half, and that was kind of making me nervous, like, this is probably going to be a long series, alright? If the entire first half versus the entirety of the second half, I was in 2 completely different moods when we're talking about this, alright? And then to end the first half, I actually criticized this one on Twitter, so Devin Booker actually forced a really bad shot. It was about an 8 to 10 foot jumper, and it was he was double covered. You can stop, there's like 12 seconds on the clock, you can stop, look around, try to move move the ball, because right there, with that bad, it turns into a turnover. If they just wait a couple of seconds and get an easy basket trying to, move it around, the Suns go into the first half of the lead. As that stands, Denver ends up with a lead 58-57 at halftime. But then in the third quarter, roughly around 4 minutes, 30 seconds, Crowder with another clutch three, and then DeAndre Ayton with an and one layup, and the Suns are now up 74-72. Once again, it was a really big, seesaw game throughout most of the first three quarters, and when the Suns, I actually mentioned it to my dad when we were watching the game, it'd be really nice to play with a lead. You want to play with the lead, you don't want to play from behind all the time. I complained a lot about the Coyotes when they did that, when they gave up goals early on and had to work their way back in, so you want to at least cut down the deficit, get into a lead, even if it's small, work from there, and right there they got it, 74-72. But then Booker hits this fantastic three that was literally just a recreation of the shot heard around the bubble, just on the other side of the court. I love the little side-by-side Phoenix put on their Twitter, and I went ahead and quote tweeted that and said, Phoenix is back. JJ Watt sitting there talking about the Purple Palace. I have not heard it referred to as the Purple Palace since Steve Nash was still playing. They were wearing these when I last heard the Purple Palace, all right? Obviously, Arizona and Phoenix is really rallying around the Suns right now, and it's phenomenal to see. You got a casual like me excited enough to be excited to watch the next games and continue to watch. So that's an accomplishment, seriously. I want to point that out there. So anyway, they also go on about a 19-2 or 19-4 run. I wanted to jot it down as quickly as I found out they were on that big of a run. It was 14-2 or 14-4 at that point. But that would not be the end of it at 19-2 because at 3:44 of the third, that run would be extended to 21-2 or 21-4. Like I said, I wanted to get both on there because of a really good Mikal Bridges shot there. It is 79-72 Suns. It was about a 5-minute stretch where Denver couldn't do anything. They were approximately 0 for 14 consecutive trips down to the offensive zone. The only thing I didn't like was that Jokic, a few too many times in the offensive zone, so for the Suns, the defensive zone, was outworking DeAndre Ayton for rebounds, and just, that's not going to be what you want for the entire series, all right? You do want to have DeAndre Ayton kind of show that he can play like a big, and the thing with DeAndre Ayton is he's a very good player, but he goes through phases where he's either playing way too conservative, like he's trying to avoid foul trouble, and other times where he plays more like a traditional big. I like it more when he plays like a traditional, so I kind of wish they would just figure that out a little bit more. He's still young, he'll still figure it out, but he's still playing very well right now. Anyway, after three, it was 88-79 Suns. All right, they had started to take control of the game. All right, at this point, pretty much the third quarter was that turning point. All right, and I want to go ahead and bring up the stat now. In the first, second, and third quarter, Denver would start each quarter on about a 10+ to 4 or less run. So one of the splits was, I think, 13-2. The other one was a 14-4 run. They would just take control of the first part of the quarter, and the Suns would then start, chipping away at the lead, chipping away at it, and then the splits per quarter, Denver and Phoenix tied in the first, and then Denver outscores Phoenix 30-29 in the second, 31-21 Phoenix in the third. Yeah, you kind of know where the turning point was, and then 34-26 in the fourth. Phoenix completely took over the game, predominantly in that second half. But if you're going to take over a game, especially in the playoffs, it is nice to know that they actually have that clutch mindset to do it in the second half as opposed to just doing it in the first. Like I said, replicate it. If you can win game 2, you put yourself in a very good position. They would then be able to afford one loss in Colorado and then still keep it as a shorter series. So replicate it. Whatever you did here, adjust a couple of things early on. Obviously, I have full faith in Monty Williams over there. I think he's a very good coach. He should have been coach of the year. He got snubbed. But anyway, I want to point that out there. So the Phoenix Suns take control of the game. You don't really need to talk about the fourth quarter because at that point, they had already taken control. They were going away with it, and they won. The Phoenix Suns win by a final score of 122-105. And I wanted to get a couple extra little stats here for you. So, thanks, Justin, for the suggestion. But the benches as a whole, Phoenix got outscored 29-23 as a bench unit. So obviously you want a little bit more depth scoring from your bench. However, when your starters played as well as you did, you didn't really necessarily need to rely upon that here. Just maybe work on that later. Obviously, more minutes for the starters. They were in longer. It makes a lot of logical sense. Just, you still want to have the edge in as many categories as you possibly can. And then, of course, the biggest lead, Denver was at 10, and they were at about a 10-point lead for multiple parts. There was even one part where my dad looks at me, the game's over, and I'm like, Well, it starts at one possession. It starts at one possession, and if you can just one big defensive hold, get a basket here, another defensive hold, get another basket, you chip away at it. Anyway, the Suns' biggest lead was 20, all right? They doubled them up. That's a very, very good stat to have when you have the edge and the biggest lead. Anyway, looking at the final stats, Bridges, 23 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, 2 steals on 66% shooting. Devin Booker, 21 points, 4 boards, 8 assists, 66% from the field. Chris Paul, his first playoff double-double as a Phoenix Sun, 21.6 rebounds, 11 assists. There were a couple of shots where I'm looking at it like, why'd you take that or how could you miss that? But then the amount of clutch shots he would come up with later, once again, predominantly in the second half, Chris Paul, I take back any criticism I had of that original trade. I don't know how much more I feel like the need to apologize for that. DeAndre Ayton, 20 points, 10 boards, 69%, nice shooting, and then, get down there, Crowder, 14 points, 5 boards and assists on 38%, and then the rest of the bench, Craig, Payne, Saric, and Johnson with 9, 7, 5, and 2 points respectively. The only real notable out of Denver, and I kind of want to talk about something Charles Barkley mentioned during the halftime report, was, of course, Jokic, 22 points, 9 boards, 3 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks, and 43% from the field. Obviously not as efficient as he probably would have wanted. I find him to be an anomaly, all right? He's athletic despite not looking athletic, at least athletic enough. He can hit threes. Of course, he plays like a big, he's a big dude. He can play pretty solid defense. He's just an anomaly, all right? But one thing that Charles Barkley mentioned is that don't double team him. Essentially, kind of let him score because the rest of the Denver Nuggets squad doesn't really have that class of shooter to really take over a game. So, I mean, I think this would be a pretty good example of what he's kind of trying to get across there. The next closest person had about 14 points, so not even approaching 20, whereas, as you saw, there were 4 Phoenix Suns who had 20 points. Just between the starters, that was 85 points. All right, they had more than enough points out of the starters to win. So, and that's just 4 of your starters. So when you're looking at stuff like that, obviously, I think Crowder's also a starter. I apologize for being a little bit behind on that one. So that's up to 99 points or 98 points. Just your starters. You didn't need the bench today, I'm just saying. So, you're not going to have that level of player on the Denver Nuggets from what I've seen, from what I've heard, from what I've listened to from other people that know a lot more about basketball than I do. Kind of let Jokic take over games. Kind of let him score and then double team other perimeter shooters or get more pressure on them to get them to miss shots. And you saw that a lot ahead of these guys. They were essentially sharpshooters in the first half and then kind of went cold in the second half, minus some stretches, let's say top of the third and let's say like kind of middle to bottom of the fourth, essentially. So essentially, if you roll with that, I think Phoenix has a really good chance of ending it early. But hey, I've been rambling on for way too long. Phoenix wins by a final score of 122-105. Game 2 should be in a couple of days. They take the series lead 1-0 and go Suns. What did I just watch? Phoenix, how are we feeling tonight? All right, I am here to talk about the Game 2 matchup at home, the Phoenix Suns versus the Denver Nuggets. And let's go ahead and talk about this disclosure out of the way. I was trying to get another project for another channel wrapped up, so I missed approximately the first 8.5 minutes of the first quarter, and I missed a very sizable chunk of the second quarter, so I probably watched somewhere around 3 minutes of that. So let's just say about 6 to 8 minutes total of the first half. I was, however, there for the end of the second quarter watching the halftime report so I can at least get as much information as possible. But at half, it was 52-42 Suns, a 10-point lead. They were looking pretty good. There was a little bit earlier on in that quarter where the Denver Nuggets were starting to make a little bit of a push. So I'm sitting there thinking the Suns are keeping a good lead, keep it up, keep the pressure up. Then you hit that third quarter, all right, and the Suns just start taking off this game. They already had control of the game, but they just essentially started sprinting away with it. But I just want to put this into context before I talk about the second half and what I watched. Is just the Phoenix Suns were playing against the league MVP today. All right, I want to give Denver whatever credit they are owed because they have the MVP on their team. They are not a bad team. This is not a bad basketball team over there in Denver. But the Phoenix Suns looked like they were taking on a high school team today. I want everyone to know just how impressive that is, that the Phoenix Suns went out there and dominated the way that they did against the league MVP, all right? Just Just put that into perspective. If you're a Suns fan right now, it doesn't even matter if the Suns lose the next 4 in a row and go out. Right now, you have to be just impressed with what this team managed to do, especially trying to see them trying to get out of that rebuild for the last couple of years. 11 years of failing to make the playoffs. This is the moment that, despite me mostly being a casual fan, this run is getting me hyped for this team. This run is making me wish I had been watching every single game this season. Seriously, just oh my god, this Phoenix Suns team, they're the real deal. This is a real deal basketball team. But anyway, after the third quarter, the Suns were up 86-67, nearly doubling their halftime lead in just a 12-minute span. And then this is actually Denver's largest loss of the season. All right, there's no other notes I need. There was no other notes I need up here during the game when I can just say the Suns dominated. All right, looking at the quarter splits, 25-21 in the first in favor of Phoenix, 27-21 in favor of Phoenix in the second, 34-25 in favor of Phoenix in the third, and 37-31 in favor of Phoenix in the fourth. The bench for Denver is actually making a pretty decent push in garbage time. Make of that what you will, obviously, but at the same time, they still scored a pretty good amount of points there. Give them credit there, but the Phoenix Suns, there was only one lead Denver had. They were saying Denver never had a lead, but I went and looked at the biggest lead for each team. Denver had a 2-point lead, and there was one lead change. When the Phoenix Suns got the lead, they never looked back when the Phoenix Suns got that lead, and that, I cannot properly describe how just impressed I am right now, right? The bench, Denver narrowly outscores Phoenix 48-46, so at least Phoenix from game one narrowed the gap a little bit, so there you go, showing that the bench can show up and the bench is there. But what can you really say other than Booker, Bridges, Ayton, and Crowder are the best starting five the Suns have had in so many years? An acquaintance of mine on Twitter put out 2-0 Suns, how we feeling? And the only responses I had is it feels like Nash, Stoudemire, Marion, Barbosa, and Raja Bell were out on the court tonight. Just, I have not seen a Suns team look this good since they were wearing these. Just seriously. Looking at the leading scorers, Booker 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists. Paul 17 points, 5 rebounds, 15 assists. Mikal Bridges 16 points, a couple of boards. Ayton 15 points, 10 rebounds. Crowder 11 points, 5 rebounds. And then Craig, the leading scorer on the bench, 10 points, 4 boards, and 3 assists. Right there. First off, Crowder 80% from the field, shooting very efficient today. But one thing I want to point out right now is the Phoenix Suns, just their starting group, just their starting five, scored 77 points today versus Denver's entire team scoring 98. Denver's entire team only outscored the Suns by, what is that, 21 points? They only outscored the Suns starters by 21 points. That, once again, how much more can I gush over just how dominant this performance was by Phoenix? There were three separate Suns that had double-doubles. Chris Paul played phenomenal. There was a stretch where he had, I think, 3 or 4 3-pointers in a row. Crowder, of course, he looked like he couldn't miss tonight. And then, of course, DeAndre Ayton, the kind of boards I saw him grabbing, whenever he plays like a big, he is dominant, all right? I want to see him continue to do that because then he can compete with other bigs in the league. That's this team's legit. What else can you say? The Phoenix Suns win game 2 by 123-98. All right, at one point they had a 31-point lead. That was their biggest lead of the night. 31 points. They go into Denver with a 2-0 series lead, and if they play just consistently the way they've been playing, all right, they could finish it within 5 games. I no doubt in my mind, if Phoenix keeps the pressure, if Phoenix can go into Denver and play like they've been in front of the Valley in the Purple Palace, this series can end in 5 games or less. Seriously, that I'm so ridiculously impressed. And for the hardcore Suns fans that have been there for the last 11 years, day in and day out, like season ticket holders, guys that are watching every single game, have seen how low this team has gotten. Y'all seriously should just. I'm nothing but happy for those guys. I'm happy for this team. The Phoenix Suns look dominant right now. All right, I said it before the playoffs. I will say it again right now to reiterate it. This is the best chance the Phoenix Suns have ever had at winning a championship, all right? And they've had some very good teams. This right now is the best chance in my eyes. So let's go ahead and see what the Phoenix Suns can continue to do. Game 3 is going to be a pretty big game because if they can essentially choke out the Denver Nuggets, you might even be able to push for a sweep in Game 4. But Game 3 is going to be pivotal because if Denver actually, manages to get back into the series, then you have a problem there. So Game 3, huge game, and just go Suns. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about Game 3 between the Denver Nuggets and your Phoenix Suns in Denver. Phoenix comes into this game up 2-0 in the series, and honestly, Phoenix looks borderline unbeatable right now. I want to see him play against another team because they're looking really good right now against Denver. Anyway, to start off the game, DeAndre Ayton with a really big alley-oop bucket, 2-0 Suns, really setting the tone there. And as the first quarter starts to go on, I'm talking about the first 4 minutes. It's not even deep into the first quarter yet. Denver's playing really hard. They're making a push, but they're making way too many mistakes, turning the ball over, not taking advantage of opportunities. Suns do take advantage early, then Denver tries to get a timeout going to at least kind of calm things down. 8 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the first. Well, it's already 11-6 in favor of the Phoenix Suns. Booker already had 7 points there. Booker was already outscoring Denver, so you can tell the passion was there on Denver's side. They just couldn't really get it done. Phoenix were taking advantage of just about every opportunity they could, especially early on. And then not long after that timeout, this was a really cool play. I actually felt like a hockey play, to be honest. It was Booker to Crowder to Bridges, hits a three. It is now 14-6 Suns, and it was just like watching hockey, just cycling the puck around. Is a really, really good play. Skip ahead around a minute, and within the first 7 minutes of the first quarter, the Phoenix Suns were up 21-8. Once again, just playing really phenomenal in the first quarter here. And then Booker has a couple of back-to-back really bad turnovers. He does actually make up for it by hitting a pretty big three right there to at least kind of stop a little bit of the bleeding because Denver was starting to make a little bit of momentum go their way. 25-15 at that point in the first. Then the Suns would make 8 consecutive shots in the first, once again creating a lot of that distance. And then Phoenix started to struggle early in the second. So even though they were up 37-27 at the end of the first quarter, started to struggle a little bit at the top of the second quarter. There was a lot of Denver once again pushing, trying to play a little bit tighter defense, and Phoenix almost overthinking it a little bit, forcing a couple of shots, but they do end up bouncing back. But it happens. It's a close game. Anyway, so Phoenix starts struggling early, a lot of turnovers and missed shots. At one point, it becomes 40-36. Denver closed that lead up. They kept it close. However, Phoenix knew they had to respond, so then Craig would score 5 consecutive points, putting the game back to 45-36 Phoenix, so a 9-point lead. Denver burns a timeout, and the Suns in the second quarter go on a 9-0 run, 49-36, and then with about a minute and 30 seconds remaining, Denver gets into some foul trouble. So then heading into halftime, it is 59-55. Once again, Denver makes a push. Phoenix does just enough to maintain a lead, maybe a couple of bad shots in there, maybe have a higher lead at the end of the half, but doesn't really matter. They still kept the lead. They maintained that. Then you go ahead and go into the third quarter where for the most part, it was all Suns. There's no real notes I need to talk about except for at the end of 3, it was 90-76. It's when the lead starts to really be created and maintained. And honestly, you can tell Denver was pretty much out of it at that point. They did, again, because there's no quitting that team. I got to give a lot of respect to the Nuggets. They at least showed up for the fourth. They at least made a big push. But with about a couple minutes left, both teams took their starters out. But anyway, getting into the fourth a little bit, the Suns were struggling. Denver gained some momentum, and then they brought Chris Paul back in, and immediately the Suns slowed that down. All right, once again, Denver's making a push. Chris Paul comes back out. I never really valued his leadership the way that I am now starting to appreciate in that moment right there, because if Denver keeps getting momentum, the crowd's getting into it, maybe Denver pulls the victory out. Chris Paul comes out, slows it down. So after the Suns successfully slowed the game down, they maintain a 99-85 lead. You can tell Jokic is starting to get frustrated. He actually gets a technical foul. Chris Paul hits a free throw, 100-85, and that pretty much does it, because not long after that, that's when the starters on both sides end up getting taken out. The Phoenix Suns win by a final score of 116-102. They win by 14, and this is looking pretty dire if you're a Denver fan, but if you're a Phoenix Suns fan, this is looking fantastic, because even if Denver does end up winning in Game 4, you can come back home and close it out in Game 5, and Phoenix has been very good at home. So honestly, all Phoenix has to do is continue with this pressure, and they might even be able to push for a sweep. I'm not going to exactly try to will that into existence or jinx anything. All I'm saying is that Phoenix looks really, really good right now. The splits between the quarters, 37-27 in the first quarter in favor of Phoenix, 28-22 in favor of Denver in the second. Like I said, making a pretty good push there. In the third, Phoenix blew out Denver 31-21, and then in the fourth, it was just 26 all. Once you hit that point, once you have that lead, all you have to do is just run with them. You don't have to outscore them anymore. Phoenix did that. They closed the game out, like I said, 116 to 102. And let's just talk real quick about the leading scorers. Devin Booker, 28 points, 6 boards, 4 assists. Chris Paul, 27 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists. Crowder, 14 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. Mikal Bridges, 11 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals. And DeAndre Ayton only had 10 points, but he also had a monster 15 rebounds, a couple of assists. It wasn't near what Jokic did in this game, but at the same time, the starters all did their job. They played well. The bench also played pretty solid. Payne, Saric, and Craig with 9, 7, and 5 points respectively. But let's go ahead and just give a little bit of credit to Jokic because he had the triple-double. He got his MVP award tonight. He had 32 points, 20 boards. He's a monster. He is a beast. All right, 10 points, 10 assists off 44% from the field. Despite his best efforts, he feels like, let's say if the Colorado Avalanche only had McKinnon on their team and no other superstars, it feels like Nathan McKinnon out there desperately trying to get something going, desperately trying to get his team back into it, and just really can't do much about it. The Denver Nuggets feel completely outplayed right now, and there's not a whole lot that it seems they're going to be able to do about it. The Phoenix Suns just need to go out there, take it seriously, play another good game, but they can very realistically sweep in Game 4, so, have to keep an eye on the Utah series right now, I guess. Na 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 na, na 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 na, hey, goodbye. Yeah, I did spend $1 on a broom head, just to tape it to a hockey stick. What'd I do for you people? Ricky, you absolute mad lad. What is up, guys? The AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about Game 4 between the Phoenix Suns and the Denver Nuggets in Denver on June 13th, 2021, and last night, I'm not gonna lie, I was not 100% sure Phoenix was gonna close out the sweep. I figured they would win the series, especially after how hot it started, and how Phoenix maintained the pressure and maintained the wins. Phoenix just completely outplayed Denver the entirety of the series, minus a couple little stretches here. I still have to give respect and proper credit to Denver, and Jokic played fantastic throughout most of the series, but just Phoenix, they held on to this one. All right, let's go ahead and talk about it. I got some notes here. I think I missed a few minutes throughout the game. I think it might have been a little bit late starting it, but anyway, with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into it. So Denver actually started out this game struggling. You can tell they were frustrated. You could tell they just did not want to get swept. They were trying to avoid it at all costs, and they were forcing a lot of bad plays. They also missed a lot of shots early, but early on in the game, Chris Paul turns the ball over. Then Mikal, the beast himself, Bridges, goes down, gets a huge block, maintains the Suns' narrow 3-2 lead at that point. Then Denver just, like I said, the bad start continues, but the Suns were also struggling towards the end of the first. It could have easily been about 35-22, if not a little bit worse, if the Suns were hitting a little bit more shots towards the end. It just kind of felt like the Suns hit a bit of a rut, and I'm glad it happened in Game 4 here, so that way you can kind of regroup and whatnot, because you don't want that to happen in the next series. But anyway, 28-22 Suns at the end of the first quarter. Then the Suns just kind of collapsed for the first 7 minutes of the second. There's not a whole lot I can say except for the Suns couldn't hit shots. They were turning the ball over. Denver kind of seemed like they were going to run away with this one and get back into the series. Even if not getting back into the series, at least avoid getting swept. And at one point, it was 43-41 Suns. Then the Denver backcourt, one little fun fact I wanted to bring up here, the Denver backcourt was actually outscoring Devin Booker and Chris Paul 22-18. Then Devin Booker hit a three and kind of got the momentum back going the Suns' way. At that point, it is 46-43 Suns. Then Booker steals the ball, Paul to Bridges, boom, hits the alley. It is 50-43, and at the half, 63-55 Suns. So despite some struggles, the Suns kept with it, and especially because of Chris Paul. Right? I wanted to give Chris Paul all the credit he's earned because the leadership. You can tell whenever the Suns are struggling, they're looking to Chris Paul, looking to see what he can do in terms of leading them, in terms of trying to set up plays, because even though he had a couple of bad turnovers in the game as well, there were plenty of points, especially in that 7-minute collapse, a couple of points at the beginning of the first quarter. The Suns could have lost a lead, or the Suns could have essentially let the game start to get out of hand, but no matter what, they do maintain and at least get a little bit of distance between them. So at the half, they're up 63-55. Devin Booker had 21 points. But then, with 3 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in the third, Jokic gets ejected for a hard foul on Payne. Make of that what you will. I think it was a pretty accurate call, but even then, you could just tell it was frustration, and it was 83-75 Suns at that point. You're thinking Phoenix is going to run away with it at that point. They did did not. Denver did a really good thing. Again, I need to give Denver credit here. As well as Phoenix played, they had a few too many mistakes. Like I said, get it out of the way now instead of when you go to the Western Conference Finals. But it's 96-83 Suns after 3 because at least Denver, they're trying to claw their way back. I think that's about a 13-point lead the Suns had. So looking like the Suns might, again, run away with it. Logically, Jokic is out. And one of the things Charles Barkley was mentioning is that kind of let Jokic go off because the rest of the team doesn't really have that extra scorer after the injury to their leading guard that's really going to take over a game. So you kind of let him go. But that's not exactly what happened because Denver just kind of rallied around it. 8 minutes, 26 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Suns were struggling to close it out. Then they bring their starters back in because at this point there's a lot of turnovers. Denver's trying to claw their way back in. It is 101-96. It's only a 5-point game. All right, like I said, Denver looked like they were going to make some sort of comeback here. Luckily, you get the starters back in. They did at least start to kind of get the game back in the way of the Suns, but Denver wouldn't go away. All right, and again, Denver needs the credit in here because they were definitely not going away here. 5 minutes, 34 seconds remaining. Denver, like I said, wouldn't go away. It's 107-101. Then both Bridges and Booker miss threes. Booker gets the rebound, turns the ball over. At that point, it is 109-103 Suns. Then with 2 minutes and 53 seconds remaining, you could tell that CP3 said, we ain't losing this game. We are not blowing this because he kind of took over the game at that point. He's hitting some really important shots. 114-103 Suns. And then with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, DeAndre Ayton with a two-hand slam, and it kind of felt like that was the definitive moment where the Suns really won that game. It's 119-107 at that point, because every time that Denver is trying to claw back in, they're getting it within, let's say, 5 or so points. Phoenix goes on a little run, a couple of baskets in a row. Of course, you had Paul. Of course, you had Ayton with that huge two-hand slam. And at that point, you can just kind of tell Phoenix was not going to give this game up, and they end up winning by a score of 125-118. Looking at the quarter splits, 28-22, Phoenix outscored Denver in the first, 35-33 in the second, 33-28 in the third, and then Denver actually outscored Phoenix 35-29 in the fourth after Jokic was out. So again, I know I've said it a couple of times, a little bit repetitious, but you need to give Denver their proper credit because they didn't go away. All right, I have to give them a lot of respect there. Anyway, Paul led the way, 37 points, 3 boards, 7 assists on 73% from the field. He had a fantastic game. He was phenomenal. That is the most points he has scored as a Sun in the playoffs. Booker, just as good, 34 points, 11 boards, 4 assists. Maybe a little bit low on the field goal percentage of 43 or 44%, but not a whole lot you can do there. Bridges, 14 points, Ayton with 12, Crowder, 9, Johnson with 7, and Saric, Payne, and Craig with 5, 4, and 3, respectively. The bench did, for the most part, what they kind of needed to do in small doses, but like I said, Denver didn't go away. He had to bring the starters back in, and they close it out. The Phoenix Suns sweep the Denver Nuggets, and we're going to the next round, either against the Clippers or the Utah Jazz. If I had to throw it out there, I'm assuming the Jazz are going to close out that series. It was 2-1 at the time of recording. I don't know if that game is finished or even started yet. I'm kind of watching the Vegas game right now, but anyway, the Suns win. They sweep. Chris Paul's going to get some much-needed rest, and let's go ahead and see how they start the Western Conference Finals. Go Suns! What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and can you believe the finish of that game? Can you believe the finish? Just, at the very least, at least the Suns did not go away. They at least maintained it, and they got it. All right, let's go ahead and talk about Game 2 between the Clippers and the Phoenix Suns. Before we get started, I just want to say the LA Clippers do deserve some credit. There you go. I gave you your credit. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Most of my notes are for the first 2 quarters, and I will explain why in a minute. Let's go ahead and jump off right now. So, about the first 2 minutes or so to start the game, it was 2-0 LA. And I'm going to say it right now, both teams just didn't show up. Neither team can really hit many buckets, a lot of turnovers. Just the first couple of minutes are really boring to watch, I'm not going to lie. It genuinely felt like nobody showed up. Then 8 minutes, 59 seconds remaining in the first, the Suns get their first basket with a DeAndre Ayton dunk. At that point, it was 8-2, so they're already down 8-0 before they get their first basket. Right around that point, the Clippers are starting to get a little bit of momentum going. The Phoenix Suns hadn't quite got their first bucket. DeAndre, of course, gets that dunk, but you're kind of thinking maybe, just maybe, the Clippers do start to try to get a big lead here. Then around 7:38 of the first, alright, DeAndre Ayton gets a big rebound. Then Cam Payne gets a big layup. Then the defense steps up, gets the ball back, followed by DeAndre getting another dunk. I understand it's a lot to say in one little segment here, but to TLDR right there, the Suns get the tie right there. It's 8-8. It was a really big couple of plays for the Suns, especially DeAndre Ayton right there. So, and then with roughly a minute and 50 seconds remaining, Cam Johnson gets a steal, gets a big 2 points, 21 the 19 Suns. Like I said, the Clippers are kind of not going away there, and there was a lot of times this basketball game was tied, so that was a really important play. Had to throw that one out there. Going ahead into the second quarter, 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The Suns keep missing threes. Rondo goes back, hits a three. It is 29-28 Suns. Rajon Rondo, there was a period in this game where he just wasn't missing threes. I think he hit 2 or 3 of them in a row, so I got to give him credit there. Skipping ahead to about 4 minutes remaining in the second, Cam Payne hits a couple of threes. He has 16 points. It is 46-40 Suns. Cam Payne had a couple of times there. Also, he was hitting some threes there. And then roughly 1 minute, 31 seconds remaining, Booker turns the ball over multiple times. The reason I threw that out there is because there was a couple of opportunities the Suns had to extend their halftime lead, because the halftime lead ends up being 48-47 Suns, but there are plenty of opportunities that could have been, 52, 54. I understand it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but especially when you get down to the end of this game, all those points would have counted. At the end of the third quarter, it was 75-71 Suns, and the Clippers just kind of weren't going away once again. But the reason the notes end there is because this is exactly how the flow of the game went until the last, let's say, 2.5 minutes. So the Suns would go on a run, they'd hit a couple of baskets, maybe a 3 or 2. They'd get about a 7-8 point lead. Then they wouldn't be able to hit anything. They would be forcing too many threes. Clippers would bring it back to within 1 or 2. Suns would do it again, get the lead back, lather, rinse, repeat. That was kind of the momentum and the flow of the game all the way throughout. And the thing was, I'm sitting there thinking, just get a couple of baskets. Stop trying to force the threes. Tonight they are not going down the way you want to. Like I said, Cam Payne had a couple of threes that were going down. I think Cam Johnson had a couple of threes. There were some threes going down, all right? But you don't need to keep forcing them when they keep missing, because you're leaving points on the board. And once again, at the very end of the game, those were going to be very important. So we go ahead to the very last little bit of the game, all right? The Clippers get about a 1-point lead, and then the Phoenix Suns turn the ball over. Devin Booker ends up going out of bounds off of his hand. There's about, 8 seconds remaining, or about 9 seconds remaining. So then they foul Paul George. Paul George goes to the line. He misses both of the free throws, and the Phoenix Suns end up getting it back on the other side of the court. Then Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges shoots a 3. Yes, he was wide open, but why are you forcing a 3? It is a 1-point game. You had all that space. Go forward, try to go for the layup, get the easy basket. The Suns did not want to make this win any easier than it needed to be. They had to just, I think they love theatrics. They love theatrics. Anyway, ball goes out of bounds. It's Suns ball. There is 0.9. I remember, 0.9 seconds remaining. Back in my mind, I'm thinking, get it to Ayton. I'm pretty sure everyone's saying, get it to Ayton. Even the broadcast people are saying, give it to Ayton. And then just like that, they throw it up. DeAndre Ayton smacks it down. It's actually a pretty good screen as well by Booker behind the play. So had to throw that one out there. Seriously, it was clutch. It was absolutely clutch. And then whenever the Clippers end up bringing it back down the other side of the court, not a whole lot doing there. Paul George does get a shot off. I don't think he went off in time, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't go through. And the Phoenix Suns walk out of game 2. I'm going to say limp. Look, I'm going to say limp because this should have been about a 7-point game. But anyway, get the 104-103 victory. They have a 2-0 hold against the LA Clippers, and they are going back to LA in a couple of days. So that should be, Thursday? And they have an opportunity to put this away. And right now, they're still playing without Chris Paul. And I want to go ahead and just kind of look at the guys like Rusty Buckets that are like, oh, without Chris Paul, the Phoenix Suns can maybe get one game. Well, you're already up 2-0. Anyway, just stop doubting the Suns. I think they've shown throughout the playoffs, stop doubting them. Anyway, Cam Payne, 29 points, a rebound, and 9 assists. DeAndre Ayton, 24 points, 14 boards, an assist, steal, and block. He also had 80% shooting from the field. He had a very good game. Booker, 20 points, 4 boards, 5 assists. Cam Johnson and Dario Saric both had 11 points. Bridges had 5 points, and Crowder and Moore each had 2 points, respectively. Quarter splits, it was 25-22 Phoenix in the first, 25-23 LA in the second, 27-24 Phoenix in the third, and 32-29 LA in the fourth. And just, there you go. The Phoenix Suns managed to get this one. I haven't screamed like that for a Suns basketball game in quite a long time. Steve Nash was probably still playing. They were still wearing these. And, man, just go to LA, get one of them, all right? I'm not going to be one of the overhyped people right now that's saying Suns in 4. Obviously, they did it against Denver. We have no idea if Kawhi's going to play. I'm not going to say nothing. All I'm going to say is get 1 of 2 in LA, and you can close it out in 5 at home. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. The Phoenix Suns are up 2-0 against the Clippers. Oh, yeah, beat LA. That's 3. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and can we just all take a moment to just contemplate this simple fact that the Phoenix Suns, after 11 years of being mostly bad, you had the 1 year, we all know what I'm talking about, but after 11 years of failing to make the playoffs, and it's been nearly 30 years, it has been 28 years since the Suns lost in the finals against the Bulls, the Phoenix Suns are one win away from the NBA Finals. And I said it going into the playoffs, and I'm going to stand by it. This is still the best chance the Suns have to win a finals. That is the only thing I'm ever going to say on the topic. I'm not saying nothing else until the games are over, until the series is over, season is over, whatever. But they look really good going into this playoffs. Again, they won 9 straight, ended up dropping the last game, bounced back in this one. They do end up getting the win. The Suns do end up playing very well off of losses, and now they have a 3-1 series lead. Now that we got all the praise out of the way, let's get into a couple of the downsides before I get into my summary here. The Suns really do need to figure out what is going on with their shooting, because this is 2 consecutive games that Devin Booker and Chris Paul, when they were hot predominantly with Devin Booker because he was hitting a lot in the first half. But when the shots stopped dropping, they still kept going for those threes. They still kept trying to force some really weird jumpers that just they were low quality shots, and they have to find a way to address that. Maybe coming back home, having your crowd with you, practicing in your own facility, sleeping in your own beds, maybe that will help. But no matter what, they still end up getting the win. I have to point that out, because when the Clippers started getting off in the third quarter, it was a 30-point third quarter for them, all right? They went off, all right? You have to give them credit there. It seemed like the Suns really didn't have an answer, and I guess the best way to describe it is, once the Clippers got their game figured out and started to just dismantle the Suns' lead, the Suns had no idea how to respond except for forcing some shots, getting that lead back up to about 6 points, and it immediately dropping back. It's kind of the exact same thing we've seen most of the series. And just if you want to go into the finals with more momentum, you got to have a really, really good game in Game 5. I understand, as long as you get the win, it's fine. As long as you win the series, it's fine. It's just, you want to win these a little bit more convincingly, but this is still a good game for the Suns, especially in the first half. So, scoring starts off, Paul to DeAndre Ayton with a layup and the and one. It is 3-0 Suns at that point. Ayton subs out defensively, then Crowder hits a 3. It's 10-2 Suns. And then with 7 minutes and 54 seconds to go in the first quarter, it is 14-2 Suns after Booker hits a bucket, and that was the Phoenix largest lead in the entire series to that point. Their largest lead at some point in this video is going to be somewhere around 21-22, so that's actually a pretty good start there. But like I said, when that lead does start to get dismantled, you start to see a little bit of I guess rushing in the Suns, a little bit of like panic, so hopefully they can address that. Like I said, in Game 5, Booker hard fouls George. They have a couple of words exchanged, then you go back to the other side of the court and man fouls Payne. Payne gets the T for retaliation. And I've never liked giving the guy that retaliates the technical foul, but I also get it because you are still committing a technical there. It's just, I hate that you can kind of instigate and draw those bad fouls, but you kind of, the Clippers are trying to intimidate the Suns, and the Suns really weren't having it until the Clippers started getting back on the scoreboard, like I said, second half. So at the end of the first quarter, it's 29-20 in favor of the Phoenix Suns. They have all the momentum. Obviously, the Clippers are hitting a couple of shots. They're keeping pace, but it's still a 9-point lead for the Suns, and they still have full control. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the second quarter. The ball is called out of bounds on man, and Johnson hits a 3. It's 37-26 Suns, and then you hit the second half. It is 50-36 in favor of the Suns. That's a 14-point lead, and they're looking pretty good. The only thing you got to do is go out in the third quarter, hit some early shots, and just try to lock it down. Well, the third quarter is when they start to collapse. So real quick, I have one more note I have to give for the half. Aiden had 15 points, 9 boards, and 2 blocks at the half, so he was having a phenomenal, especially the first half, but DeAndre Ayton had a good game. We have to give him credit. DeAndre Ayton had a good game. But more towards the later part of the third quarter, the Clippers, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the third quarter, just completely dismantled the Suns' lead. It's 63-58 Suns at that point, and the Suns just, throughout the entirety of that third quarter, they couldn't hit a shot. They were getting a couple of smaller buckets. They drew a couple of fouls. They got some points. They couldn't consistently hit, especially from mid-range and especially from 3. And that's my only biggest frustration, is that if you take, let's say it was 12 shots. All right, I'm just going to throw a random number out there. Let's just say it is 12 shots, and they are all threes and they're not going. If you take just half of those and go in for layups or go in for an easier mid-range jumper, you at least can get a couple more of those points, and the score, you extend your lead essentially by at least 4 or 6 more points. And at some point, you just kind of have to go to that mindset, because if the threes aren't dropping, stop forcing it, because the more you still continue to force the threes, you're going to keep getting inside your own head and you're going to start missing them even more. With that little rant out of the way, at the end of the third quarter, it's 69-66 Suns, and at that point, the Clippers had all the momentum, and the Suns genuinely felt like they were just hanging on for dear life at that point. 10 minutes and 7 seconds to go, Booker gets a technical for shoving George, 71-70 Suns at that point, and then about 3 minutes later, 8 minutes, 18 seconds remaining in the game, the Suns still could not hit a jumper. It still remains 71-70, and the Suns do not end up getting another basket. Neither team get another basket until 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the game. It was about a 5-minute period where neither of these teams could hit a basket. That was frustrating because the Suns would play well defensively, or the Clippers just couldn't hit anything, and the Suns just wouldn't capitalize. But I also have to give credit to the Clippers. They were playing pretty solid defense overall. All right, so hit that bucket, and then 6 minutes to go, Booker gets his 5th foul. It's 73-72 Suns, and then about a minute later, with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go, Booker does hit a jumper at 75-72, but every single time the Suns got a basket late in the game, especially in that fourth quarter, LA would immediately respond. Whenever the Suns wouldn't hit, the LA Clippers wouldn't hit. I had no idea what was going on there. But the next drive, 4 minutes, 56 seconds remaining, Reggie Jackson responds, 75-74 Suns. And then Paul gets a layup at 3 minutes and 44 seconds remaining, 77-74. And then with 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, Booker gets fouled, hits both free throws, 79-74. And then with 1 minute and 27 seconds to go, they brought up a statistic that absolutely destroyed me. Both teams combined for 6 from 34 from the field. At that point, it is still 79-74 Suns. And then with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, Booker fouls out. So originally it was a blocking foul, but the problem with this is they go to review and they end up saying that the foul is on Booker. My problem is that the defender behind him had his hand wrapped around Booker, so no matter what, there was 2 potential fouls. And I understand if it might be for the rules, fine. I obviously am a casual basketball fan, but something sounds weird to me about seeing someone driving and then jumping in front of them and technically planting your feet and drawing the foul. To me, that's really weird. I don't understand how that's a thing. I get it. If it's part of the rules, it's part of the rules. Like I said, casual basketball fan. Much more of a hockey guy, as you can see behind me. But that frustrated me a little bit. All right, Booker's out for the rest of the game. At that point, it's 79-76 Suns. And then it was just a series of fouls. It was just fouling. Chris Paul would hit his free throws. Paul George would hit half of his free throws. Boogie hit one of his free throws. Chris Paul could have iced it, ended up not icing it, misses one of his free throws. And by the end of it, the Suns win 84-80 because Chris Paul would ice it in his second attempt to ice it, so I guess he wasn't going to miss a free throw for a second time. But he also hit, I think it was 23 consecutive or 28 consecutive. They had to throw the stat on the board, and then right when that happened, he misses one. So make of that what you will. But no matter what, the Phoenix Suns get out of Game 4 with an 84-80 victory, and just like I said, going into these 2 games, win one, come home and finish the series. All the momentum is in Phoenix's favor. That was a very old school, mostly defensive type of basketball game. Just whatever the Suns, have as a mental block, and they're not hitting their threes, and not hitting their jumpers, you have an entire day at home to address that. I have full confidence the Suns are going to wrap this one up. They have their home crowd behind them, and the Clippers, they gave their best efforts I've seen them play, at least a little bit of the playoffs I've seen. Obviously, if you're a Clippers fan or if you've watched more, you've probably seen better efforts, but I've seen a lot of really good efforts out of the Clippers in the last couple of games, and they still only managed to take one against the Suns. That has to be demoralizing. Anyway, quarter splits, 29-20 for the Suns in the first, 21-16 for the Suns in the second, 30-19 in the third for the Clippers, and 15-14 for the Suns, in the fourth, for a final of 84-80. Yeah, the fourth quarter, no one was really scoring. Booker, 25 points, a couple of boards. He had 5 turnovers and shot 36% from the field, as well as fouling out. DeAndre Ayton had 19 points, 22 boards, 3 assists, a steal, 4 blocks, only had 3 turnovers, shot 54% from the field. He had a very good game. Once again, there really isn't much of an answer for DeAndre Ayton. I just wish that he had the ball more. He did, like I said, a couple of those turnovers, but still, I just give the ball to DeAndre more. And Chris Paul had 18 points, 4 boards, 7 assists, and a steal, and I also have to give some credit to Bridges and Payne. I was looking at their defensive numbers. They had some pretty good for steals, rebounds, and I think both even had a block or two. So, obviously, it was a lot of good defense. I have to give a lot of credit there. It's just the one major issue I am seeing over these last couple of games is the inability to consistently hit your jumper, especially the three-pointer. Just go into the next game and just try to address that, and you're going home. You have your home crowd behind you. I have absolutely all the confidence the Suns are going to wrap up this series, because if they lose the next 3 in a row, that would be the most Arizona sports thing to do in the world. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Before we get started with anything, I have a little bit of disclosure to get out of the way. At a halftime, I was actually outside shooting around on my hockey goal, playing a little bit of street hockey, just trying to get a little bit active. So I was 4 minutes late to the third quarter. I lost track of time. And because the game was over, I turned the game off with 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter. I ran out of room pretty much with my notebook. I had enough room for 3 lines in the fourth quarter, so I'm not going to have any players' final numbers. I think Paul George dropped 41, Booker had like 32 or 33, DeAndre Ayton had about 10 or 12, I think Paul had 20 points, Reggie Jackson played phenomenal, I think he had 25 or 30 points, he played very well, so those are the finals off the top of my head, but I just kind of, I look at this notepad before me, and I'm reflecting upon the game that I just watched, and I'm kind of more frustrated than anything else, so I kind of just want to vent a little bit and just kind of talk about the game. So it's not going to be very numbers based. If you want the quarter splits, first quarter it was 36-26 LA, 26-23 the second for the Phoenix Suns. In the third it was 32-26 for the Clippers, and then 25-24 in the fourth for a final score of 116-102. The series is 3-2 going back to LA for Wednesday night. So there is that. They kept flashing the game 6 if necessary. So there's your conspiracy theories, but the Suns had that hard cap of not being able to score more than 26 points, and my biggest problem is that the Suns started off with a pretty big deficit. It was 7-0 at one point. Booker does hit a 3, so ends the run, gets the Suns on the board with 10 minutes remaining in the first quarter, so it's 7-3, and then I'm looking at all the leads, and the Clippers would pull to about between 10 and 14 point lead. The Suns would then come storming back with these fantastic runs. It's an 8-0 run here. I think it's an 8-2 here. You know, they have a bunch of different runs, getting that lead back down to between 4 and 6, and then just kind of take their foot off the gas or just struggle to hit their shots. And plenty of the time, they were just trying to force threes once again, where if they weren't dropping, they would just shoot another one. I think Saric had 2 consecutive missed three-pointers, and Saric is not that great of a three-point shooter. Throw his statistics if you want. All I know is I've counted many a time when he had wide open looks and still couldn't hit a 3. Why aren't you trying to get it in deep? Why aren't you trying to just get pucks deep, get pucks to the net, win some hockey games? But at half, it's 59-52 Clippers. At the end of the third, it's 91-78, and the Suns come storming back in that fourth quarter. Once again, they bring it close. In the third quarter, with 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining, Chris Paul gave the Suns their only lead of the game. It was 62-61. Paul George goes right down the court and gets I think a 3-point play. He got fouled in the play, and the lead goes right back to the Clippers. And the Suns just it felt like when they got within no less than 4 points, but usually about 4 to 6. There was plenty of 6-point leads exactly, and then 12 because divisible by 6, I suppose. Whenever they hit there, the Suns just weren't hitting shots. They would get close, then they would stop hitting their shots, and just you had the Clippers playing phenomenal. I don't remember if I said it, but just give full credit to the Clippers. They played a phenomenal basketball game. Backs against the wall, that's how you play in the playoffs when you don't want to go home. So full credit to them. But my frustration here is, when you hit the fourth quarter, there are plenty of times, I think there was 3 or 4 that came to mind, where Chris Paul shoots a jumper, a 3-point shot in the fourth quarter, and he airballed it. It didn't even hit the rim. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, if you're feeding Ayton more, like, he's running down the court, he's calling the plays, and it was within, I think, 6 points at this point, and I'm like, okay, so why aren't you using Ayton? Ayton only had about 10 or 12 points throughout the game. The starting center for the Clippers didn't even play today, and DeAndre Ayton has been one of the biggest reasons why the Suns have been in all these games and had a 3-1 series lead, is because the Clippers, even with their starting center, had no counter to DeAndre Ayton. Why aren't you using him more? Why aren't you trying to get down low? When you're within 6 points, why are you shooting a 3 instead of using DeAndre and having him go down to the basket? Even if it's only a layup. But that doesn't mean DeAndre Ayton had a fantastic game either. There are plenty of times, I think 4 or 5 that come to mind specifically in the offensive zone, where it was offensive rebounds, and he just did his weird jump tap thing, as opposed to actually trying to come down with the ball and would turn the ball over or try to put it up towards the basket and it wouldn't hit. Things happen, obviously. You're not going to make every single one of your shots. That's not what I'm expecting. But it kind of felt like you hit that point where your jumpers, your mid-range game isn't really hitting, your three-pointers aren't hitting. So instead of trying to go down low, instead of trying to use DeAndre Ayton, they just kept shooting more threes. And Booker, for his credit, went down low a pretty good amount of time, especially in the second half. Cam Johnson had a fantastic performance. I think he had 15 points in this game. You know, he had a couple of big threes, but he also wasn't afraid to go down low. And even though he did get fouled hard a couple of times, he still is. Remember when people were saying that was a bad draft pick? Maybe you still drafted him a little too high. Doesn't really matter. Don't know. Don't care. He's playing well in the playoffs, so that's all that really matters at this point. He's a good bench option. But the simple fact that the strategy to get back in this game was right there, because obviously in the last 3 games, the three-point game has not been the Suns' strength. There have been brief moments, brief stretches in every one of those 3 games where the Suns were hitting, and they were hitting threes, especially in the first half of this game. They were hitting threes very well, very consistently, but once they stopped dropping, you need to, just for a brief moment, be like, hey, maybe, just maybe, against a team that doesn't really have anyone except for Boogie, who is a past his prime Boogie, still a pretty solid Boogie, but still a past his prime Boogie, maybe we should attack that. Just maybe we should go for a couple of... I don't know if it's just the way I was brought up. I don't know if it's just the way, like, my dad would always tell me, essentially, especially when threes aren't dropping, just go down low. When threes aren't dropping, go for the layup, use your big centers, use your big power forwards, and they just kind of weren't doing that. And that's my big frustration, is because the Suns kept pulling themselves back into the game, and then they just kept forcing the things that weren't working, or that they didn't work when they were within that certain stretch, that certain 6 point deficit. They just stopped working and they kept trying to force it, and then the ball would get turned over. And another big frustration is that the defense played very well. There were plenty of times when George would get stripped, plenty of times they would force George to take bad shots. They played very well defensively in terms of getting the ball away, but the offense wouldn't take advantage of that. And that's kind of what frustrates me, is because you had the opportunities. The Suns could have won this game. This was not a Suns deserved win. This was a game the Phoenix Suns had that was winnable. And going into Game 6, you have to go, balls to the walls, essentially. No, the series is not over. No, even though I'm a casual Suns fan, I'm not giving up on the team. We're not throwing in the towel. All I'm saying is that you need to go into Game 6 with the intensity you just didn't have in this game. And I tweeted it out before the series. I don't remember if I mentioned it at the start of the video, so I'll mention it again here. I had the Suns in 6. So go to LA, get that second win in LA, close out the series, and just watch Giannis hopefully beat the Atlanta Hawks so we can have a rematch of the 1968 expansion teams in the finals. Anyway, that's just kind of my little, vent, frustration, whatever you want to call it. Wasn't really in the mood for a standard report, but I did at least want to talk about the game because, I'm invested at this point. Go Suns. Payday cannot come quick enough. I have to get me one of them NBA Finals hats for the Suns. But can we just take a moment before we start the report? All right, before I do my little intro where I have the videos of me freaking out and then get into it. Can we just take a second to just kind of live in the moment? I have been a casual Suns fan since around 2007. So my grandmother got me into basketball. Obviously, I'm just a casual. I kind of pay attention. Go to a game or so every other year. Definitely not like a lot of the hardcore Suns fans out there, but the Suns have not made a final in my entire lifetime, alright? I am 25 years old. Last time they made it was 28 years ago when Charles Barkley was trash-talking Scottie Pippen, alright? This is way back in the day, and man, this is just cool. This is a really cool feeling, and you know what? I'm so tempted right now in this moment to just say, I don't even care if the Suns go all the way. I honestly, at this point, I don't care, because they have their moment, and they were worst in the league. They were a laughingstock, nothing but just, Suns are a bad organization, garbage, whatever, and they went worst to NBA Finals in about 4 years, somewhere in there, and as someone in a huge Arizona sports fan who has only ever been around to watch one major major sports team go to a final. That was the Cardinals going to Super Bowl 43. I was only like 3 years old or 4 years old whenever the Diamondbacks went to their World Series. No, I was 5. Man, this is cool. This is fun. This is cool. I'm just, in this moment, I'm just happy. I'm just happy that they finally got over the hump and they are in the finals. I'm not thinking about anything else until after Game 1 starts, essentially. With that being said, here's me freaking out like an idiot, and then we'll get right into the report. All right, boys, we're going to count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Woo! I don't care if I'm just a casual scrub. Don't care. This is the first time in my entire life the Suns are going to the finals. Let's go! The dogs are joining. Let's go! Let's go! Share! Let's go! Pete, let's go! Come on, Todd, join me. Hey! Let's go! So I decided to fix the lighting in between. Anyway, starting off, 12 seconds in, Chris Paul and Mikal Bridges alley-oop starts the scoring. It's 2-0 Suns. Within the next couple of minutes, the Suns are on a 7-2 run. However, the LA Clippers do come back to knock that lead down to 1, so it's 7-6. Then with 6 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the first, Chris Paul hits back-to-back threes. LA does a timeout, and you're going to see this a lot throughout the game, is the only way the LA Clippers were really able to stop the Suns' runs was by hitting those timeouts. It's 15-9 at that point. Then with a minute 27 seconds remaining in the first, Payne hits a sky-high three. This rainbow shot just went up and up. I had no idea how that came. I thought that was going over the entire basket. I'm just going to, I'll be honest here, 26-20 at that point. And then with 12 seconds to remaining, Booker to Ayton, it went off of his fingers. He goes up for it off the fingertips, doesn't matter. 33-26 Suns. After the first quarter, DeAndre Ayton had 10 points and Devin Booker had 9. And can I just say, DeAndre Ayton had a very good game, especially when you factor in that he borderline played the entire second half. I know we aren't quite there yet, but I need to give him credit there. The dude looked gassed, and he was still going. He obviously is turning into quite the performer right now. We hit the second quarter. The Suns were up 33-29 at the end of the first, just before I forget. Anyway, 10 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the second. Saric hits a three. That was notable because Saric was unable to hit threes this entire series. 38-33 Suns. Then roughly a minute later, he hits another three. Then the Suns go ahead and force a turnover, maintaining possession. It's 43-35 Suns at that point. 30 seconds later, at 9:14 remaining in the second, Payne drives in for two. Once again, LA hits the timeout. It is 45-36 Suns. And then about another minute later, Saric draws the first Los Angeles Clippers foul of the game. It took around 16-17 minutes for the Clippers to get their first registered foul. Whatever you want to say, whatever your conspiracies are, leave them in the comments. I'm genuinely curious. Anyway, Saric does hit that one, so it's 46-38 Suns, and then it was just pretty consistent basketball by the Suns. Honestly, that blowout that I was talking about, that definitive win the Suns needed all series, that was this game. By the end of the first half, it's 66-57. It's only a 9-point lead at that point, but they're still carrying a lot of momentum, and then you hit the second half. So, but before getting into that second half, Crowder had 16 points. There was multiple times where he was just hitting threes. He finally, was a very streaky shooter. My brother-in-law, I was talking to him throughout the game, and he was bringing up that he's a very streaky shooter, but when he's on, you ain't stopping him. Booker 14 points, both Ayton and Paul had 10 points, so obviously Ayton didn't get any points in the second quarter. Doesn't really matter, he still had 10 points at that point. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, Bridges hits a close two, gets the and one at 76-65 Suns, and right around this next play is when you're going to start seeing the Suns really running away with this game. So 6 minutes, 58 seconds remaining, Booker with a classic slam. Alright, this was like a 90s slam. Love seeing that. And then, of course, LA has to hit the timeout right there. It's 80-67 Suns. About 2 minutes later, Craig steals the ball. Bridges gets to lay up. Once again, the Clippers have to call a timeout to kind of slow things down. 89-72. With a minute and 43 seconds remaining in the third, the Clippers go on a 10-0 run. Phoenix calls their timeout. It's 89-82 at that point. And I have to be picking up on something basketball-wise. Like I said, I texted my brother-in-law during it, who feeds me most of my actual good basketball basketball information, but I'm like, look, put Chris Paul back in there, kind of slow the game down a little bit, and they put Chris Paul back in, start getting a couple of points. The Suns, they didn't necessarily slow the game down in the context of it's a crawl, but they did kind of slow down the Clippers offense, so I have to be picking up on something. Progress. You guys are turning me into a basketball fan. Anyway, about 20 seconds later, 1 minute, 28 seconds remaining, Chris Paul does check in. He hits a 3 to end the run. It's 92-82 Suns, and to end the third, it's 97-83, and the Suns kind of don't look back after that point. So 9 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the fourth. The entire fourth quarter was just Chris Paul. Chris Paul hits consecutive buckets. LA calls a timeout. It's 105-85, a 20-point lead at that point. Just phenomenal. A couple of minutes later, 7 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. Chris Paul's step back 3 and 1. At that point, Chris Paul had 32 points. Suns are up 111-92. 5 minutes, 49 seconds remaining. Chris Paul hits another 3. LA calls another timeout. It's 118-92. Skip ahead 2 minutes. LA finally throws in the towel. They bring in the bench. Another 40 seconds later, the Suns bring in their bench. And your final, 130-103. The Suns, I understand it's the conference finals, but when the Clippers got their wins, they were winning by a decent amount. I think both their wins were 10 points plus. They were getting definitive wins. The Suns were getting close wins. It doesn't matter in the playoffs. You're still getting wins. But I wanted that one, and the Suns closed the series out with that 27-point blowout. Quarter splits, 33-29 Phoenix in the first, 33-28 Phoenix in the second, 31-26 Phoenix in the third, and 33-20 Phoenix in the fourth. Honestly, it just kind of felt like they didn't give up, all right? But it feels like LA kind of just knew what was happening. And obviously, it's very, poetic, whatever, that Chris Paul, after a lot of heartbreaking losses in the playoffs as the Clipper, does move on to the finals for the first time in his career in LA. If I can find the clip, I'll throw it on screen right here. This awesome moment with Chris Paul and Monty Williams, just... man, that is a nice moment. That's honestly just like a heartwarming moment. Whatever, it's just, I like stuff like that. Sue me. But just, what a statement. What an absolute statement by this Phoenix Suns team to go out there after a poor performance in Game 5. And I even said it in the Game 5 video. Series wasn't over. They needed to bounce back. They needed to address those issues they were having the last couple of games. They did that. And then some. Chris Paul, 41 points, 4 boards, 8 assists, and 3 steals. Remember when everyone was saying how great Paul George was for hitting 30 points in the second half of Game 5? Chris Paul did you literally one better, hitting 31 in the second. Booker, 22 points, 7 boards, 4 assists, a steal, and a block. Crowder, 19 points, 5 boards, and an assist. DeAndre Ayton, I really wish they would have fed him a couple more times so he can get 20 points, but 16 points, 17 boards, an assist, and 2 blocks. DeAndre had a good game. DeAndre had a good game, especially in the first quarter. Just Crowder was eating. All right, he was hitting his threes. He was hungry and he was going for it. And then Chris Paul kind of, you can tell at some point in that second half, Paul wanted to go to that finals. He wanted to make that appearance, and he was not looking back. Well, he didn't necessarily need to put the team on his shoulders at that point, but the entire offense was Chris Paul and whatever Chris Paul tells you to do at that point. And the Suns, for the first time in my life, are going to the NBA Finals. I'm happy. I need to take a second to be happier for the hardcore Suns fans, that season ticket holders, guys that watch every single game, have seen the how low this team has gone, have seen that nice, 2013 season where they ended up winning just shy of 50 games and still missed the playoffs. You dealt with all that, and now you're getting to see a finals. So I just have to give a small shout out there, because the Suns and the Cardinals have the two most passionate fan bases in this entire state. I recognize it. Everyone that pays attention recognizes that we are a basketball and football town, despite me attempting to do more hockey and baseball. But this is fun. This is fun. Look, I still stand by what I said at the beginning of the video. In this current moment, I don't care what happens. This is one of those things that even though this isn't going to be as special as like watching the Coyotes go to a cup final, this is a cool moment. And go Suns. Does this feel like a dream to anyone else? Are we sure this is real? This isn't a knockoff. Before I get started, can I just, for a moment, just appreciate this? Seeing the Suns on the court NBA Finals all over. It feels weird. At 22 years old, DeAndre Ayton was having a phenomenal game. They were comparing him to another great player back in the day that had a 20 or more point night on 15 plus rebounds and 80 plus percent or 75% plus from the field. And the only thought I can think of is that's not Arizona sports. Arizona sports always has these young, talented players that could have been a star anywhere else, that, you know, had all this missed potential, and it's happening in front of. I don't know how to process this. I feel like I'm dreaming. This is just wow. All right. Oh my God. I don't know where to begin. So the Phoenix Suns played a phenomenal game of basketball today, and I understand Giannis was not 100%. You could tell Giannis was not 100%, but his teammates, Lopez had a good game. They were really supporting the dude, and they were getting points, and they were keeping this game close for at least the first 3 quarters. It was still relatively close. I know it's not going to seem that close, but they were still keeping it relatively close, and even in the fourth quarter, they were trying to close that gap. Full credit to Milwaukee for their effort, but did the Suns just ball today? All right, starting off about 16 seconds into the game, Giannis opens the scoring 1 for 2 on the free throws, and the crowd was giving him some crap, and they were counting down the seconds, so it takes a long time. There was one shot in the fourth quarter, I believe, where it did not hit 10 before it left his hand, so maybe it got to him. I don't know. He missed that shot, but anyway, 1-0 Bucks at that point. And then Devin Booker, about a minute later, at 10:47 remaining, hits the first basket for the Suns. It's 3-2 Phoenix. It kind of seemed like the Suns needed to settle in just a little bit. I think they actually they lost the opening tip-off, but yeah, they kind of forced a couple of shots, and just kind of, they weren't dropping, but they get it back. Anyway, 9 minutes, 30 remaining. Booker to Bridges. After stealing the ball, it goes off of Bridges' fingertip. It was, I don't really know if you can call this a steal so much as it kind of felt like it just got thrown directly to him, but fast break. It's 7-6 Bucks at that point. And then about 40 seconds later, 8:53 remaining, Paul to DeAndre Ayton for the first Suns lead. It's 8-7. Unfortunately, the Milwaukee Bucks do immediately get the lead back, but not really that long. The Suns kind of at that point were getting the groove on and getting the shots to fall. 6 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Paul, his foot was out of bounds catching a pass. At that point, it is 12-10 Bucks. I had to note that just in case it ended up coming down by a 2 or 4 point differential. That ended up coming back to bite him. It didn't. It definitely did not come back to bite him in that one. But anyway, 5 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. The Bucks couldn't connect on an offensive rebound. They go up, and the Suns played good defense there, but it feels more like a missed opportunity for the Bucks than it did a great defensive play by the Suns. They couldn't convert on it, and then Bridges goes for a layup, or I think it was a dunk at that point. It's 14-12 Suns, and from that point, they never really look back. I think the lead changes maybe one more time for the Bucks at that point, but it's Suns all the way in all my notes at that point. 3 minutes, 29 seconds remaining. Johnson hits a 3. It's his first shot of the game. Hits a 3. It's 21-20 Suns. About 28 seconds later, Payne hits a 3. Milwaukee calls a timeout. It's 24-20 Suns. And at that point, you could tell the game would slowly start to kind of be taken away by the Suns. Anyway, Booker had 12 points in the first quarter. It's 30-26 at the end of the first quarter. I only really have one major note for the second quarter. 6 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Booker hits a 2. Milwaukee calls another timeout. It's 45-38 Suns. Once again, you can kind of see that lead starting to really build. And at halftime, it's 57-49. Saric actually gets hurt, I believe, in his first shift in the first quarter. It was officially unveiled that he did not come back. And even though I had a Rusty Buckets video on, I assumed 10 minutes was going to be just fine. I can get back in time. I missed about 1 minute and 40 seconds of the third quarter. It felt like I missed about a half a quarter, honestly. That's how much was going on to start it. Then in the third quarter, 4 minutes, 42 seconds remain. Booker hits 2 to give Phoenix the largest lead of the night at that point. Milwaukee timeout, 78-62 Suns. And then about 30, 40 seconds later, Chris Paul hits a big 3, 81-65. And then with 1 minute, 43 seconds remaining, Booker hits a 2-footer for a 20-point lead for the Suns. It's 90-70, and the third quarter will end 92-75 in favor of the Suns. And look, I'm a fan. I'm allowed to say This game's easy. Suns in 4. I'm allowed to think that. Is it stupid? Yes, it's only game 1, but I'm allowed to think that. The Suns are not allowed to think that yet. And Giannis and the gang kind of get themselves back into it. But at one point, I believe it was early in the fourth quarter when Giannis is shooting some free throws, he had 16 points. At the end of the fourth quarter, when he was shooting free throws, he only had 18 or 19. So he ends with about 20 points, but it just, you could tell he isn't 100%, but he still played very well for not being 100%. But I just wanted to throw that one out there. 7 minutes, 46 seconds remaining. Forbes hits a 3, cutting the lead down to 9. Suns call a timeout. It's 101-92. And that's the moment where I'm thinking, I'm allowed to be cocky. I'm the fan. We're allowed to talk trash. When you're out there doing the job, get the job done first, then talk trash. So I was getting a little worried, but then about 40 seconds later, Booker ends a 7-0 Milwaukee run with a 3-point shot, 104-94. And at that point, I'm like, the Suns got it. At that point, they end the run. They start getting some momentum back. Suns got it. 5 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. Johnson hits a jumper. Milwaukee timeout. 108-96. It never. Suns don't look back. Final is 118-105. Quarter splits, 30-26 Phoenix in the first, 27-23 Phoenix in the second, 35-27 Phoenix in the third, and 29-26 Milwaukee in the fourth. They put up a fight, but just Chris Paul, CP3. So this is what finals CP3 looks like. Wow. He came to ball. 32 points, 4 boards, 9 assists, and a steal on 63% from the field. Booker, 27 points, 2 boards, 6 assists, 3 steals on a less efficient 38%, but cut back on a couple of those threes, get a couple extra buckets. I do like how, for Booker, when the threes weren't necessarily dropping, he would go down low and go for a couple of layups, get some contact. He did change it up a little bit, so obviously his point total is going to be better, which is good, adjusting the game. I like seeing that out of Booker. Ayton, 22 points, 19 boards, 80% from the field. I need to buy another DeAndre Ayton jersey because, Jesus, my favorite player is going off. 22 years old, and he outplayed Giannis. I understand it's not 100% Giannis, but Giannis is what, a 2-time MVP? A defensive player of the year? Giannis is one of the best in the league. What, top 5? At least top 10, probably top 5. And DeAndre Ayton outplayed him today. That's, no matter what asterisk you want to put on that, that is a damn good performance. Bridges, 14 points, a rebound, and an assist on 38% from the field. Payne and Johnson each had 10 points. And Giannis had 20 points, 17 boards, 4 assists. He played well, like I said, but you can tell he was injured. He wasn't getting the hops you would expect. A lot of his dunks, I don't want to say lazy jumps, but it was very small jumps to just kind of get over the rim. Obviously, again, it's his knee. Both teams had 22 points from their bench, so there you go. The lead changed about 7 times. 25 for 25 from the free throw line were the Phoenix Suns until the final of 2 free throws from Jay Crowder. He misses, so they would have been perfect, but that's still phenomenal from the free throw line. And just, what else can I say? The Suns played a phenomenal game 1. Go into game 2 with the same energy. So Cam Johnson's a pretty good basketball player, isn't he? Look, I originally wasn't going to do the report tonight primarily because over the last hour or so I just kind of sat around contemplating really what I would say. I didn't feel like I had too much to say, but I think it finally came to me. So let's go ahead and try it out. Plus, come on, you got to stand by the team even when they lose. But honestly, historically, especially throughout this playoffs, the Suns really haven't had the best game 3s, yes, in Denver. But in round 1 against the Lakers, they dropped game 3 in LA. In the Clippers in the Western Conference Finals, they dropped game 3 in LA. That's kind of why I was thinking game 3 was as important as it was, because going into this game, the Suns need to win 2 out of 5 basketball games. To me, the odds are ever in their favor. They should be able to get that done. I do have confidence in this squad. Milwaukee Bucks, you have to win 4 out of 5, and you can only drop 1 more. So if they do end up winning this game, and it's 3-0 going, into game 4, Milwaukee now has to play 4 perfect games, and the Suns only have to win 1 out of 4. Essentially, you could even drop game 4 and game 5 and still be in a good position if you're the Suns. That's kind of why I was really hoping they would pull this one out. However, it's not really how it went down. So, opening up the scoring, 11 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the quarter. Holiday opens it up with a 3. It's 3-0 Bucks. Then 10-17, Crowder over to Ayton for a layup. Opens the scoring for the Suns. It's 3-2. And then it's going to kind of get a little dicey in terms of the notes, primarily because I didn't really think there were that many huge plays to note from the Suns' perspective. So it's a lot of you're going to see the score jumping around. Then with 6 minutes and 4 seconds remaining, Paul gets a 2. The Milwaukee calls a timeout. At that point, it's 15-14 for the Bucks. And then about 30 seconds later, Chris Paul to DeAndre Ayton for the first Suns lead of the night. It's 16-15 Suns at that point. Then 35 seconds later, with 5 minutes to go in that first quarter, Ayton scores his 10th point in 7 minutes, 18-17 Suns. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, Booker hits his first three of the game, 23-21 Suns. It's 28-25 at the end of the first quarter for the Suns. Go ahead and hop into the second. A couple of notable plays, 9 minutes and 5 seconds remaining, Payne scores a 2. Bucks call another timeout. It's 36-30 Bucks at that point. The Suns are really starting to eat away at that lead. They're kind of getting themselves back into it. 3 minutes, 44 seconds remaining. Payne misses a layup. Giannis gets a bucket. Suns call timeout. It's 50-42 Bucks at that point, and you can kind of start to sense the game really shifting in the favor of Milwaukee. At the end of the first half, it is 60-45 Bucks. We're at my mother-in-law's house. I'm like, all right, time to pack it up and go home so I can just focus on the second half. We're listening to a little bit of the third quarter heading home. But, you know, you're going with a 15-point deficit, and the Suns needed to respond. And I was going to tweet it out. I was going to quote tweet the halftime score on the Suns account. I just didn't hit send. I was so busy trying to get out of there. But I was going to say, luckily, Milwaukee blew their load in the first half. Suns will come back. And to an extent, they did. Until they didn't. So, Cam Johnson, that's all I got to say. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He had a phenomenal third quarter, really starting to, pitch away at that lead and getting the Suns back into it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the third. Crowder hits a 3. Bucks do respond, however, so it kind of kept it relatively even. At some point throughout this third quarter, they knocked that lead down to a 4-point lead, and the Suns look like they're going to run away with this game. Once again, that whole mindset of the Suns still feel like they're in control of games even when they're losing. Then an 11-0 run for the Milwaukee Bucks happens, which ends up to be a 16-0 run by the end of that third quarter. It is 98-76, and kind of from that point, the Suns are out of it. They tried, they cut it down a little bit, they bring it back down to under 18 or so, and then it would go right back up. In the fourth quarter, 9 minutes, 14 seconds remaining, Chris Paul gets a bucket. The Bucks call a timeout. It's 101-82. Maybe they can pull something off there. They had enough time to do it, but the shots just weren't dropping. Your final is 120-100. The Bucks take game 3. Series is now 2-1 in favor of Phoenix, and on Wednesday they will play game 4. I'm disappointed, primarily because it's kind of the same problems I always notice specifically around game 3 is that, Devin Booker will start shooting threes and they won't fall, or somebody else is shooting buckets and they're not falling. For example, it's happened to Chris Paul a couple of times, and instead of changing what shot they're going for, they just keep with it, and it doesn't fix itself. And yeah, usually it comes around in the next game or two. By game 5, it's usually fine, but it's just the simple way to think about it is that if you've shot 3 threes in a row and they're not dropping, maybe switch to the mid-range game, maybe go in for a layup, try to draw some contact, get a foul, change it up a little bit, and then go back to the 3 once you've got a couple of baskets under you to get some of the confidence back, and on top of that, keep the lead around where it is, or get yourself closer, because if you miss 3 consecutive threes, and then you go back for that 4th 3 opportunity, you've given your opponent 3 opportunities to extend that lead while you're still stuck on that 3-pointer, so it's one of the things that I personally don't like. I've seen it every single series so far, but usually only lasts for a game or two, so I'm not too worried. They dropped game 3, but like I said, that's also what happened in the Lakers and the Clippers series. I think the Suns should be fine, to be honest. Devin Booker didn't play the entire fourth quarter, just about. I'm assuming it has to do more with resting him and limiting some of those minutes. They ended up taking Chris Paul out with about 6 minutes remaining, and at least the bench played okay. I'm trying to find positives. Points-wise, Paul, 19 points, 9 assists. Crowder, 18 points, 6 boards. DeAndre Ayton, 18 points, 9 boards. Johnson, 14 points, and Booker only had 10 points. I think he only had 2 threes drop for him. He shot pretty poorly, but not a whole lot you can do. They're not going to win every single game. I'm pretty sure I said that against the Clippers. Everyone accepts that. Everyone knows that. Go into game 4 and essentially take it as the punch in the gut that they took it against the LA Clippers and end up winning that game 4 and going back home. Do the exact same thing and you have a chance to win a championship on your home floor. And worst case scenario, try to wrap it up in 6 in Milwaukee because, like we all figure, it's Suns in 6. Well, I did have all these notes, but doesn't matter now. What's the point? Literally, what is the point about going, oh yeah, this is how the plays were run, this is, went down, this is how the momentum and the flow of the game was? What is the entire point of that? If when you needed to show up, the absolute, biggest moments in this game, they needed to show up, they didn't. Alright, before I get started, Booker played phenomenal. The Bucks played very well. Alright, and the refs were terrible on both sides. Booker should have fouled out. However, there was a couple really weak calls early on. Maybe that's why they didn't call that foul. There were plenty of times where Giannis could have got a couple extra fouls. I've been saying that all series, alright? It's been very inconsistently called. However you want to call it, however you want to say, the reffing was garbage both ways. Let's not have a conversation about the refs. Let's not have a conversation about how the NBA wants this to go a long series. Let's have a conversation about how the Phoenix Suns, in every single opportunity they needed to convert, couldn't convert. The first moment I want to talk about is that Devin Booker 5th foul against PJ Tucker. That was one of the stupidest things I've seen. That is 100% on Devin Booker. Like, there was no need for that physical contact. There was no need to essentially be a child about it, and I think it was a shoulder he threw at him. There was no need to make contact there. Not a single one. They were literally out of bounds. You do not win championships with stupid garbage fouls like that. That needs to get knocked off. That needs to get knocked off immediately. And on top of that, the amount of turnovers Chris Paul had. I don't need Chris Paul to hit 18, 20, 25 points a night. He's mostly a facilitator. I'm fine with him there, and he'll drop, 10, 12 points. I'm good with that. But you need to not turn the ball over. You had, 6, 7 turnovers throughout this game? How many times did the Suns have a decent run? They're up by 6, up by 7, and then because the ball's getting turned over or they're taking stupid shots, they don't do anything with it. Especially when you hit late in that fourth quarter, there was opportunities where they were still holding on to that lead, where they were just doing the stupidest play calls. Dude, keep it simple. And then the couple of times they did keep it simple and try to go down to the paint and get those easy baskets, they weren't hitting them. I can say there was at least one good thing about tonight, and even though I'm a casual fan, this at least shows I'm a fan because I am fuming. I am just angry because this team can do better. This team can play better. They were doing it in this game. All right, it should not have been, what was it? Let me go ahead and actually just grab the notes real quick. 52 tie at half. It shouldn't have been that. All right, the Suns had a couple of possessions late where they could have got a couple of baskets. Even if you hit one, you're up at halftime. And that was a huge momentum swing right there because they were up by, 6 with a minute left. All they had to do was extend that lead. They could have been up 8, 10 points at half. Instead, it's tied, and Milwaukee has all that momentum because you're not hitting your shots. That wasn't the refs doing. That was the Phoenix Suns. They did not hit those shots. Some of the most important shots of the game. Let's see, so Booker got his 4th foul with 5 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in the third quarter. He had 30 points at that point. At that point, when Booker ended up coming back in, I think it was the very end of the third or the top of the fourth, when he ends up coming back in, if he doesn't get that stupid 5th foul, he probably has even more than 41 points. Was it 42 points, excuse me. Then you had Booker doing this thing where he was trying to play one-on-one, and instead of getting DeAndre involved, instead of looking, I think there was a couple times where Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges were open on the three-point line, instead of trying to move the ball around there, he keeps trying to go up for it, and he made, to his credit, he made about half of those shots. However, on the other half, if he moves the ball on just the other half, you get a couple extra baskets. That adds up at the end of the game. You lost by 6. That adds up at the end of the game. 3 minutes and 25 seconds, or 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. DeAndre Ayton, it was I think it was a Chris Middleton free throw. Makes the first one. The second one doesn't go through. DeAndre Ayton, because... And I've complained about it before. It bothers me that he does it. That stupid like fingertip thing he does when he's going for a rebound. He did that, put it in his own basket. That's what tied the game at 73 apiece. Then for the next a minute and a half, 2 minutes, the Suns go on a 7-0 run to get themselves a nice lead that was only capped off because I think it was Chris Middleton hit a 3. But at one point it was 80-73 at the end of that, towards the end of that third quarter, 82-76 to end that quarter. You have a 6-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and they score 21 points, allowing Milwaukee to score 33. That is a Phoenix Suns thing, and that's what frustrates me. All right, in the third quarter, when the Suns scored 30 points, that was their first 30-point quarter since fourth quarter of Game 2. They are not scoring the way that this team can, the way they have throughout the rest of the playoffs, and it's infuriating. Because there were multiple points throughout this game where I'm looking at it like the Suns are going to run away. The Suns are going to run away, and then every single time they hit that, 6 was the magic number. That 6-point lead was kind of the magic number, minus that 7-0 run they went to go 80-73. 6 points was the magic number, and then it just goes right back down. But then when it's about a 2-point lead, they would go back up. They were doing a good job trying to capitalize on those opportunities. The defense was playing well throughout portions of this game. I don't know what to say. Right now, This series should be 3-1, but the Phoenix Suns, yeah, like I said, the reffing was awful on both sides. The reffing has been terrible this entire playoff. The reffing is always terrible. I don't want to hear about the refs. I want to hear about what the Suns are going to do to address these issues. There was zero reason that the couple of times DeAndre Ayton had the ball low, he was missing shots. He missed a couple of those hooks that he tried, the turnaround hooks that he does. He missed a couple of those. He only had, 6 points to end the night? And the worst part is he had 17 boards! I think, 12 of those were defensive? He had a good game defensively overall. It was just offense, he disappeared. You need guys like that to appear. Chris Paul, 10 points, 6 or 7 turnovers. You cannot have that. This is the finals. This is not round 1. This is not against Denver. This is the finals. Let us take a second. This is the best chance the Suns have had to win a championship since 1993. There should be a lot more desperation right now. There should be a lot more that they're just not getting, especially in that fourth quarter, because they had this game. 6 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Crowder is fouled by PJ Tucker. He hits all 3 of his free throws. It is 93-88, a 5-point lead right there with 6.5 minutes. They had their chance. They blew it. Give Milwaukee their credit. The Suns blew it. What needs to happen is you need to go back into Game 5 and you need to blow out the Bucks by 20 plus. There needs to be a blowout because the Bucks had the most commanding win this entire series, and now in the game where Booker probably played his best game in the finals. Could have been even better if he doesn't make that stupid 5th foul. Series is not over. It's a 7-game series. Though, contextually, the Suns went from needing 2 out of 5 to now needing 2 out of 3. You can only afford to drop one more game. You're in the same boat that Milwaukee essentially has been in. Since the start of Game 3, where they can only afford to drop one more, they've stepped up. The Suns need to do theirs. They need to win Game 5. Game 5 is a must-win. That's it. That's all I got. The Suns lose by a score of 109-103. The series is tied, but man, if you watch that game, your anger should be with the Suns because they had that. I went to Prescott Valley today to get this hat. Missed out on a chance to get the Arizona Hot Shots hat when they were a thing, so got to take advantage of a 50% off sale. $8 ain't bad. As the AZ sports guy, even the sports that I don't watch that much, when it comes to playoff time, I gotta give coverage. So I have to talk at least a little bit about the Suns game, but I'm gonna be completely, fully serious with you guys. Just no BS. I just don't wanna. I just been a fan of Arizona sports since 2006. I'm just tired of getting my hopes up and being constantly disappointed. Say what you want. You can make fun of me if you want. I just feel empty and depressed because I fully bought into what the Suns were doing. And yes, the series is not over. The Suns could do what they haven't managed to do yet in this series and win a game in Milwaukee and bring it back home. And they can win in 7. All right, look, Game 4, they lost by 6, 109-103. Game 5, they lost by 4 points, 123-119. It's still possible. I had fully bought in it. I had fully bought into what this team was doing, and I just kind of don't believe anymore. Phoenix Suns get off to a fantastic start, 37-21 lead at the end of the first quarter, just phenomenal. And then it was Bucks pretty much the rest of the way. A 43-point second quarter gives the Bucks a 3-point lead at half, 29-23. Third quarter, they're outscored 36-29. In the fourth quarter, the Suns do outscore them 29-23. They did what they could. The effort was at least there. One thing I should at least give credit is this team, finally, when the threes weren't hitting, they were focusing on the mid-range and getting in close and getting those buckets, and I have to give them full credit for that. They did a very good job. They did a very good job with that. A number that's going to hurt them is 23-15 bench points. The Bucks bench outscored them. If the gap is closer, if it's 23-20, all right, just 23-20, the Suns win the game. All right, I don't have my notebook today. I was listening to the game except for the last 30 seconds. I got home and I watched. Devin Booker, a monster, 40 points. Chris Paul, 21 points, 11 assists. DeAndre Ayton, 20 points, 10 rebounds. Mikal Bridges, 13 points. Jay Crowder, 10 points. The effort was there. The effort the effort was there. The starters showed up. The defense, while struggling primarily in the second and third quarters, it was stepping up more so in the fourth quarter. The offense was hitting. That first quarter was dominance and perfection. And there was a couple of plays like Jay Crowder with a very good defensive play wins the tip off, the jump ball, and then hits a three. Some good plays by Cam Johnson, Booker. Back-to-back 40-point performances. The effort was there. They played well, but the Bucks were the better team. I have nothing else but that to say, really. The Bucks were the better team. The Bucks get the win. They lead the series 3-2, and Phoenix Suns, if they want a shot, they have to bounce back and win Game 6, and I don't think I believe anymore. Because I'd honestly rather constantly be in the basement. I'd rather constantly suck than get false hope, to be honest. But Suns lose by a final score of 123-119 after having a 16-point lead at the end of the first quarter, and they are now down in the series 3-2, heading to Milwaukee for Game 6. I'm going to be completely honest here. I don't want to watch Game 6. I'm going to be completely honest here. I don't want to cover Game 6. I'm going to be completely honest here. I didn't even want to talk about this game. But I'm the AZ sports guy. Playoff teams deserve coverage. Even if I'm not feeling it, I'm going to at least try to provide that. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We're about 90 minutes away from tip-off, and I'm not gonna lie, the couple of days to calm down a little bit were definitely good. Obviously, I'm rocking some new threads. I found it at Ross last night for $15. I was thinking a little bit of a new look, new perspective kind of thing. Definitely after the Suns came out and played dominant basketball for those first two games, it looked like Milwaukee really wasn't going to have a chance at that point in the series. Then losing 3 games in a row, I feel like I just got a little too carried away just to taste that championship. So I was very, very mad after Game 5. But you know what? Going into tonight, I would go ahead and say that I am ready for whatever happens. All right. Either way, I think I've regrown that appreciation for the fact that this was a run that nobody expected the Phoenix Suns to go on, and whether they win or lose tonight, it was still a hell of a fun time cheering for this team in the playoffs, because this has been a very good basketball team to watch. Anyway, this little preamble is either going to look like absolute genius going into the report tonight, or you're going to laugh really hard at me. Let's find out which. Well, and the entire time my wife got me this from Dick's Sporting Goods. I did not get to use it as a prop for a video. I'm a little sad about that. The title's going to be different for this one because, honestly, I'm not going to do a report. I just wanted to watch tonight as a fan. I just wanted to be there because I said it a little bit in that little intro, but after the Suns go up 2-0, they looked unstoppable, and Milwaukee looked like they weren't going to get a footing, and I just 2 wins away. I could almost taste that ship, taste that pleasure barge, boys, but it was not meant to be, and Giannis and the Bucks were unfortunately just the better team. Not a whole lot that can be said. And I just wanted to watch it. I was very mad after Game 5, and I had to take a day or two to just reevaluate and reassess my expectations. And instead of being angry that the Suns looking like they weren't going to win, I had to just appreciate it. So I just wanted to watch this one as a fan. And you know what? For what it's worth, the effort, just like the last handful of games, was there, but the better team won in the end. I have to give congratulations to the Bucks, to Giannis, and just to immortalize it here, because I was a bit of an ass to Vegas Blues fan. I do want to once more apologize for just being an ass. That was bad, but I was on Twitter, by the way. What a season. I remember when the Chris Paul trade was rumored. I didn't want that because I didn't think that realistically he was the answer. My brother-in-law said how stupid I was. I said, I guess we'll wait and see. The trade's announced. I'm just as skeptical. And they start playing well. I'm like, maybe it's just a hot start. And they keep it up and keep it up. And they start going to the playoffs, and I'm like, this could be interesting. I only caught a couple of games throughout the season. Obviously, casual fan. But man, you hit the playoffs, and I started watching and just to cover it. just to cover it, because playoff teams deserve coverage, and they were so good. This was a very good basketball team, and it made me grow an appreciation for the sport that I kind of only feel in small doses, like when I'll play NBA 2K18 and listen to like Dom 2K or Rusty Buckets, like listen to basketball videos just for some basketball talk. I like it, and then every now and again I'll go shoot around, but casual, but man, it made me grow an appreciation for the sport, just like the Diamondbacks in 2018 got me more into baseball. It helped me learn the game a little bit better, and it was genuinely a fun ride, and I can't count the nights on one hand that I sat there like the Suns could do it. They could win that championship, and that's something no other major sports team has been able to give me since the Arizona Cardinals went to Super Bowl 43, and that was a very, very long time ago. So you know what? I can't even be mad. I'm happy that it happened. It doesn't matter if the pessimist route goes and Chris Paul leaves, maybe goes to the Lakers, whatever. No idea how that would work under the cap, but doesn't matter if he leaves and the Suns are terrible again. The 2021 Phoenix Suns are the Western Conference champions, and they won 2 games in the finals, and that's more than anyone thought they were going to do to start the season, than anyone thought they were going to do a couple of years ago. I gotta be happy with that, honestly. It stings, obviously, but you know what? I got to watch competitive playoff basketball. I got to cheer. I got to feel the highs and the lows, and just overall had a good time. Plus, I got a couple more Suns jerseys out of it. Two Suns jerseys out of the run. Some shirts, some hats. I got a lot more Suns stuff. The Valley thing in the back, so further repping my teams after this. So honestly, I can't complain. I'm sad. I'm disappointed. I don't want to talk about next season. So many things went right. So many things went right this season, to the point where I don't think the Suns go back to the finals next year. So I'm not going to think about next year. I'm going to think about right now. I'm going to think about the run, and I'm probably going to go either play some NBA 2K or get to working on the Coyotes video I didn't do for the last 2 days. So for everyone that was consistently watching during the playoff run, a lot of good conversations, a lot of good memories. Thank you for being with me. Though as the Suns season is over, we're pretty much transitioning fully back to the Coyotes. I know a couple of guys are like, why don't you talk about the Suns? Well, we did our talking about the Suns. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I've had a fun playoff run, and that was a phenomenal 2021 NBA season by the Phoenix Suns that I'm not going to forget anytime soon. Y'all think just because the playoff run's over, I'm not going to still talk about the Suns? Please. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Today is the NBA draft, and the Phoenix Suns decided I just don't want to be part of the first round, so they made a trade before the draft started with the Brooklyn Nets, sending guard Javon Carter in the 29th overall selection to the Nets in exchange for their guard Landry Shamet. And honestly, I think this is actually a pretty decent trade, to be honest. So he's listed as a shooting guard, so he would obviously be Devin Booker's backup, but coming off of the bench, he actually has some pretty solid numbers. So Carter overall is a pretty decent player. Usually averages between 4 and 5 points a game, which is okay, I guess. About an assist, shooting usually around 40% from the field, which is pretty good. However, Shamet averages closer to 10 points a game while shooting about 40% from the field, as well as close to 40% from three. He's a very good 3-point shooter overall. And on top of that, averages about 2 assists a game. So he's just literally a better Javon Carter, and you make your team a little bit stronger, especially coming off the bench. And just imagine if they can actually get both Chris Paul and Cam Payne back. You can have Payne, Johnson, and Shamet all coming off the bench, and that's a pretty solid bench unit right there. I think this move makes the Suns an overall better team, especially when you're looking at that bench. All they gotta do is take care of the Chris Paul thing. I know it's a shorter video, but I like the trade. Overall, it's a pretty good trade. So I guess I might as well add something else to the video to make it not just a 60-second thing. So with the Russell Westbrook trade, I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely a little worried that maybe CP3 might want to go to LA to chase a ring, especially since he does have family out there. However, that becomes a lot more difficult because the Los Angeles Lakers actually went ahead and acquired triple-double man himself, Russell Westbrook. So yes, it's going to be LeBron, Russell Westbrook, and Anthony Davis all playing for the Lakers. It's going to be a really good starting three, but the rest of the team, I have no idea how the rest of that team is going to look, so you're obviously going to have a lot of depth issues there, but when you have 3 superstars, it'll at least get you through to the postseason. But since they have borderline no cap space, and I highly doubt Chris Paul is going to take some veteran minimum deal, I think this immediately gives them a higher likelihood of coming back to the the Suns. Not only that, they went to the finals last year. They have a very good team. I think this move right here strengthens the bench, which tells Chris Paul we're going to be a little bit stronger on the bench. On top of that, we're looking at internal improvements. The Suns should still be pretty good next year, so long as they do end up getting both Campaign and Chris Paul back. I mean, you could probably replace Campaign if you really want to, but I liked him. I think he played rather well, and once you have a good backup point guard, you want to keep him for a little bit longer. So the only other real concern, if you're talking about Chris Paul wanting to go to LA specifically, is if Kawhi ends up opting out, especially with this whole weird injury thing going on right now, and he goes back to the Clippers, because the Clippers also made it to the conference finals. So make of all that what you will. I don't really know what the Clippers have lost so far in the offseason, if anything yet. So right now, it's pretty much going to be, as long as the Phoenix Suns can make a more compelling pitch than the Clippers, CP3 should be back next year. However, that tweet still has me a little bit uneasy, because it was very much a thank you fans for the amazing season, get back to work, but that doesn't necessarily mean back to work in Phoenix. And on top of that, Robert Sarver did an interview with 98.7 FM and pretty much said we will find out whether or not Chris Paul's coming back next week, and I don't like that. I also don't like how he specifically mentioned that they have not started extension talks with Bridges or Ayton yet. It comes across as a little bit of a, are you 100% sure you know what you're doing right now? But anyway, minus a couple of those minor concerns, I like the deal. I think it does make the Suns a deeper team going into a potential playoff run next year, as well as showing Chris Paul, hey, we are going to upgrade the bench especially to at least give us more help going into the playoffs, making it a deeper team. I like the move. I think it's also a thing for Monty. Monty apparently really does like Shamit, so go Suns. Today's a happy day, happy day. You know what? The Coyotes hat, we can wear that another day. Let's go ahead and grab phenomenal Phoenix Suns finals hat. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. And your Phoenix Suns have made a couple of moves, alright? I'm a day late, dollar short, but hey, that's how I normally am because I just was tired yesterday. Let's go ahead and just go over what they did. So first and foremost, CP3 is back. They went ahead and got Chris Paul back on a 4-year contract, $120 million, and to me, I'm not exactly in love with the deal in terms of it taking him until he's 40. Obviously, he's probably not going to be worth $30 million a year in the final year of that contract. However, if the Suns win an NBA championship in the next 2 years, not a single one of us, including myself, are going to care about that fact. However, I also really do like one thing about the contract, and that's originally there's a lot of rumors going around that Chris Paul would get 3 years at $120 million, so about $40 million a season. He went ahead and declined that player option this year. I want to say it was $43 million he would have made to essentially take a pay cut in terms of per year, and that savings the Suns got per year just gets tacked on for an extra year, and now Chris Paul has that stability to be here for the next 4 years. And honestly, that cap flexibility, allowing the Suns to go out and get a couple of extra pieces, which will make the team deeper and overall a better team going into another playoff run hopefully next year. I really like that deal, and to me, it's Chris Paul still getting his money while also kind of taking one for the team and kind of giving up a little bit per year for the team to be able to make some moves. I really do love that contract. Chris Paul, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, I was completely wrong about that trade originally, how I didn't really feel like it was going to be much. I kind of felt like that was a bit of a Hail Mary of a move that wasn't really going to work very well. It worked phenomenally. So seriously, I am ecstatic he is coming back next year, and I have no problem with him being here for the next 4 years. Retire a Sun, CP3, just saying. Please. Anyway, then the next order of business was on the backup point guard. You couldn't let Campaign go. Campaign was kind of trolling the fans on Twitter. I actually really thought that was pretty funny. He was like, oh, free agency, here we go. And then he signs a very good 3-year, $19 million contract. He's coming back for the next 3 years, which means right around when Chris Paul is likely going to be transitioning into the backup, if the Suns do draft a good point guard in the next couple of years, he'll be able to learn behind CP3 and Campaign. That's what, $6.5 million a season? That's a very good cap hit for him, if not a little bit higher. I know it's just under 7, but hey. And then finally, the last thing we're going to talk about today, JaVale McGee is now a Phoenix Sun 1-year, $5 million contract. I think it's a very good contract, 7 foot tall. You definitely need a good backup. Obviously, Frank Kaminsky in that Game 6 played well. He got some momentum going. Really like to see that, but it wasn't quite enough. And on top of that, this is a complete straight upgrade. Last year with Cleveland, he was averaging 8 points points, 5 rebounds, and when he went to Denver, he was averaging 5 and 5, so obviously he's going to come in and get some depth points for you, and on top of that, go ahead and get some boards for you. Honestly, JaVale McGee is just a very good backup center, and when you look at this real quick, he played for Golden State in 2017 and 2018, so he won back-to-back championships there, and then spent the next 2 seasons in LA, meaning he won a championship in 2020 with the Lakers. He's a proven champion, he knows what it takes to win, and one thing that was really pointed out is that the Phoenix Suns really didn't have anyone that had finals experience in that last team. Now the entire team has finals experience, and McGee comes in with 3 championships to his name. I genuinely do not care if it's just because he was a role player on those teams. You need somebody with experience that's going to help, especially the younger guys along, especially a guy like DeAndre Ayton, so I think this is actually a really good signing. On top of that, it's only for a season, so I say it whenever it comes to one-year contracts, especially for very good cap hits. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work out, he's gone in a year. I think it's a very good signing. Welcome to the desert, JaVale. And finally, one last bit of news that kind of makes me sigh a little bit. Torrey Craig is going to be leaving Phoenix. I think he signed 2 years in Indiana, so best of luck to you. I really liked the role that Torrey Craig played on this team, especially down the stretch in the playoffs. Monty Williams always spoke highly of him and always said that, he was a very, big piece, especially off of the bench for the Suns' success. It sucks to lose Craig, but you want to give even more minutes to Cam Johnson. I understand it. Plus, Craig is more of a natural 3 from what I can tell, but they also had him playing 4 and a bit of 5 throughout the playoffs from what I remember, and that just kind of isn't big enough to play that role. So, the Suns kind of did what they had to do to really upgrade the positions they definitely needed to upgrade. They have, I think, roughly $15 million of cap space left. I would be interested if they can try to get a backup power forward and just kind of give a little bit more size in the team as on top of JaVale McGee, because that really was the Suns' biggest weakness last year. You have the wings, you have the players that can just shoot at the 3-point line, that can get, create some shots, move the ball around a little bit. You have effective wings. You just need probably a natural power forward. So with all that being said, the Phoenix Suns are having a good offseason so far, with a good trade for Shamet. So far, free agency has been treating them very well. So I'm actually excited for the team moving forward. However, I'm not going to get too carried away. We still got to wait for basketball to be played, but it's shaping up to be a pretty good season and a pretty good team. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I know I'm a day late, $1 short, 10 days late, whatever. I'm late. I'm always late, but I need to take a few minutes to just talk about the Phoenix Suns and this run they went on, this 18-game winning streak that was unfortunately snapped last night in a 118-96 loss against the Golden State Warriors. However, they were without Booker. They were playing the second half of a back-to-back. It had to come to an end eventually, and I'm glad it was against the other best team in the entire league that had a chip on their shoulders and not like Detroit. But as of December 2nd, 2021, with a 114-103 victory against those Detroit Pistons, the Phoenix Suns set the record, the franchise record with consecutive wins, 18 in a row. They beat the previous record-holding team, the 06-07 Phoenix Suns, which is, ironically enough, the first season I would have started watching the Suns when they were still wearing these jerseys, because my grandma was absolutely in love with Steve Nash and Shawn Marion and Amari Stoudemire. She loved that team. Absolutely love that team. Got me to watch the team. I was getting into hockey first, but basketball was right around there, and I'd catch the games when I could because it's something to talk about with my grandmother when I was playing pinochle with her. But there is just so much to appreciate about this streak. You can mention a couple of things, like for the last 3 games of that streak, Mikal Bridges was averaging just over 40 minutes a game against the Golden State Warriors, where they won 104-96 to tie the 06-07 Suns. Only had 2 points, and Mikal Bridges was very clearly, unanimously seen as the most impactful player on the court that game, basically taking Steph Curry out of it. You're not going to do that every single game. You're not even going to do that half of your games against Steph Curry. You won't even do that like 10% of your games against Steph Curry, but pulled it off because that's how good of a defensive player Mikal Bridges is. He was averaging somewhere around 4 steals a game. I think that was over the last 4 or 5 games of that streak, but still, that's ridiculously impressive. DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges' performance to really just kind of get on the nerves of a guy like Steph Curry, one of the better 3-point shooters you're ever going to see. Impressive. The way they tied that record, impressive. And one of the coolest things is that whenever this Phoenix Suns Suns team, this 2021-22 Phoenix Suns team, had 15 wins in a row. They were a couple shy of tying those 06-07 Suns. There was this picture, if I can find it, I'll show it. If I can't, whatever. But it showed the 06-07 Suns and then the current Suns on the floor, and it was like the last Phoenix Suns team to win 15 games in a row was that team. If you were around for the 7 seconds or less era, yeah, they never reached their full potential in the playoffs. I will say that 110 times if you need me to. But man, it was that team exciting to watch. That was a team this city rallied around, just like the 2021 Suns was a team that the Valley rallied around. I remember at the start of the season when the Suns, they were 0-2 going against the 0-2 Lakers. They won that. Okay, they're going to get back on track. They lose the next game against Portland. I think they lost it by about 20 or 30. Campaign didn't play that game, but they're 1-3 on the season, and I had some doubts. I had some questions. Hey, maybe they aren't as good as they were last year. But I said it privately. They're probably going to figure it out. We're probably overreacting right now. The Suns are not done. And they won a couple of games. I think it was about 2 or 3 games. You're above 500. Okay, they're getting it together. They can get another couple of wins. Maybe you lose one. You keep building on that. They're still going to be a good team. They're fine. They just had to figure it out. When you look at this team, yeah, they are very close to what they were last season, but you brought in JaVale McGee, who's your backup center, who's made a huge impact on this team. You're going to take a little while to adjust to that. Okay, when you playing DA, when you playing JaVale, you brought in Landry Shamet, who I said was a direct upgrade over Javon Carter. Nothing against Javon Carter, but he's also going to have a bigger role where you're going to fit him in. It was going to take a little bit of time. Booker missed the entire preseason. They were going to be fine. Then they kept winning. And kept winning. And then we got to the point where this iteration of the Phoenix Suns broke the franchise record and has looked phenomenal. They had a couple of those games where maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't have played that way for this stretch or that stretch, or it was a little too close for comfort. Doesn't matter. They got the win. That's all that's ever going to matter. One of the more impressive ones is right here on the 26th and 27th. The Suns beat the Knicks, and the very next night go against Brooklyn, who, if you've been paying attention to the national media, Brooklyn in the East and the Lakers in the West have been the two teams that are hyped up. These are the championship favorites. And then Golden State, in my opinion, kind of came out of nowhere because with Klay Thompson being injured, with, Kevin Durant leaving, last couple of seasons, they've been pretty good, decent. I had thought Klay was already back with how well they were playing. This is without Klay Thompson. So the Warriors, gotta give them all the credit in the world. They were playing very, very, very good basketball. But the two teams that were hyped were Brooklyn and the Lakers. The Suns made the Lakers look like a G League team. I will stand behind that. That was a fun game to watch. That was it, third game of the season? Yeah, they were both 0-2. But then they go into Brooklyn, and I think they were saying Mikal Bridges was frustrating just about everyone all night. They didn't win that much. They won it by 6 points. They still went in there on the second half of a back-to-back. Don't care if they have Kyrie or not. This is what full strength is for them right now. Then 3 days later, they go back home and they beat the Warriors 104-96. That was the first game all season. It was actually a 41 or 42 game streak in the regular season that Golden State had been held to under 100 points. Even in their losses, their 2 losses before that, they still scored more than 100 points. This Phoenix Suns team is impressive. All right, the couple of games I've gotten to watch, I've had a lot of fun. I've tried to make sure I'm paying attention, listening to the radio when I can, watching as many highlights on Twitter and following along as much as I possibly can. Obviously, the Arizona Coyotes are always going to be my top priority, but man, the glimpses and everything I've seen out of this team has just been phenomenal, and this is going to be a really cool thing to look back on. Like, hey, I was around for this historic run, and this Phoenix Suns team is still second in the West. The only reason that they're down one is because they have one more loss than Golden State, and they've split their series right now, so they're only back by a half a game, and they're still clearly one of the best teams in the NBA. You're going to get Devin Booker back in like a week and a half because he has a hamstring issue. You should be getting a couple guys back like Nader, Kaminsky. This team is going to get healthy again. They're going to be good because they're good now, even with some guys injured and some guys in and out of the lineup. How many games throughout that streak did guys like Cam Payne not play? How many games throughout that streak you had DA missing some time? They still are winning games. No matter what, this team is finding ways to win games because the Phoenix Suns, I'll go ahead and say it, I think this current version, this current core is better than the 7 seconds or less core, the core that I grew up watching. I think they're more so built on defense with plenty of offensive weapons. They play more intelligently. efficiently. If that's the best way to word it. They protect the ball very well. They score mostly efficiently. I still have minor issues when it comes to when you're not hitting your threes and you just keep responding to that with shooting more threes. But that's also just, I prefer the more like old school, like get it to your big man and dunk it kind of basketball. Whereas now the game is just different. But difference in opinion aside, I think this team just from top to bottom, defense, offense, everything, it's just a much better team. And the Suns haven't gone anywhere. I'm going to be very interested to see if they can maintain this throughout the rest of the year. They should be able to. They're on pace for something like 65 wins this season. They're on pace to be the winningest or one of the winningest teams in Phoenix Suns history. I got no worries there. You always want to remain a little bit cautious so you can try to remain humble a little bit as a fan, I suppose. But anyway, there was me giving some time to the well-deserved time to the Phoenix Suns for that historic 18-game winning streak where they pulled off some very impressive wins. Doesn't even matter they lost last night to Golden State. This is still a very good basketball team. I'm glad that the run ended against what is now the best team in the West, because if it would have ended against like Detroit, that would have sucked. So the other night on Wednesday, December 29th, 2021, we had some important news with the franchise player for the Phoenix Suns, Devin Booker. In a 115-97 win at home against the Oklahoma City Thunder, the 25-year-old guard scored his 10,000th career point. Just as a side note, his stat line for that game, 38 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Not only has he become the fastest player in Phoenix Suns franchise history to record 10,000 points, but he is now the 7th youngest in NBA history to record that mark, behind guys like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, Tracy McGrady, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah, the Greek Freak, that same Greek Freak that won the NBA championship last year. In the grand scheme of things, this probably isn't going to end up meaning all that much to Devin himself. He's made it very clear, especially with how he carried himself throughout the finals, he really only cares about winning and doesn't really seem to care about getting those personal stats. And as someone who was watching Devin Booker on losing Phoenix Suns teams for a few years that thought he was overrated because it seemed like he cared more about numbers than winning, that really is saying a lot. Devin Booker, regardless, has matured a lot as a basketball player. On top of that, is well deserving of being called an elite player in the NBA and definitely should be considered the franchise player for the Suns. And to just put this even more so into perspective, there were only a small handful of players in Phoenix Suns history that have ever scored 10,000 or more points. As a member of the Phoenix Suns, those players are Walter Davis with over 15,000 points, Alvin Adams with 13,910, Kevin Johnson, Sean Marion, Dick Van Arsdale, Amari Stoudemire, and Steve Nash. I don't think a whole lot more needs to be said there. Devin Booker is elite. He is among elite company. He has definitely adopted a mindset that you'd want to see in a guy like Kobe Bryant that wants to win over anything else, yet he's still out there putting up the numbers to back it up. So congratulations, Devin, on 10,000 points as a Phoenix Sun. Here's to 10,000 more. You know what? I got some time before the Coyotes game tonight. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit of Phoenix Suns basketball and the news that came out today that they're going to be signing veteran center Bismack Biyombo for the remainder of the 2021-22 NBA season. Biyombo signed a 10-day contract with the Suns on January 1st, so about 5 days ago. Because of all the different players and health and safety protocol, they needed an extra forward, primarily someone that can play center. Biyombo would make his Phoenix Suns debut the next night, January 2nd, at the Charlotte Hornets, a game where the Phoenix Suns won 133-98. In that game, Biyombo scored 11 points, recording 6 rebounds, an assist, a block, a steal. He shot 71% from the field and was a plus 19. I'd say that's a pretty solid debut. A couple of nights later, on the 4th, he'd play a second game for the Suns as they went into New Orleans to take on the Pelicans. The Suns won that game 123-110, by the way. Against the Pelicans, Biyombo scored 16 points, grabbed another 6 boards, recorded 3 assists, 3 blocks, 2 steals. He shot 100% from the field, though it was only on 6 shots, and went plus 8. That means through his first 2 games as a member of the Phoenix Suns, Biyombo's recorded 13.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1.5 steals per game. It makes complete sense why they'd want to keep him around for the rest of the year, because that's yet another big man, and on top of that, you can probably find a way to throw him and Ayton on the court at the same time. Good things are going to happen there. So then skip ahead to today, the 6th, and the Suns made it official. They're signing him for the remainder of the season. And then on Twitter a little bit ago, the Suns actually posted this quote with Chris Paul talking about Bismack Biyombo. Chris said, and I quote, "He just fits our culture, man. He's a consummate pro. I think he compliments a lot of us, and I think we do the same for him." Chris Paul likes him. The numbers so far, even though it is early on, are backing it up that he's a pretty good fit here. And on top of that, one of the Suns' biggest weaknesses in the 2021 playoffs was the overall lack of size, especially down the stretch in that series in the finals. I think not only was it a really smart decision to bring him in initially, but knowing what he actually can do, knowing that he's showing to be a pretty good fit here in Phoenix so far, I think this is the right move. Even though his minutes are probably going to start to go down throughout the next couple of weeks, I know especially Aiden's going to be coming back in the next game, I still think he's going to be an invaluable asset come playoff time. So the Suns made another good move. Kind of refreshing to see a team actually making solid moves that add and improve their team over time. And on top of that, I want to see Jalen Smith play more because he's playing pretty well right now. Alright, let's go ahead and talk some Phoenix Suns. Alright, day late, dollar short, internet was out for a while, doesn't matter. Let's right now talk some Phoenix Suns because you know what? They've been doing some great things. They got Monty Williams as the head coach in the All-Star game. They are the best team in the association. It's been that way for seemingly the entire season, but obviously I think it's been about a month and a half. They've had that clear lead. They have a 5-game lead last I saw against Golden State. I got to watch some of the game the other night against the LA Clippers. Started off, the team was a little tight. Let's be honest here. They weren't hitting their shots, but they're the Phoenix Suns. They were going to start hitting, and they did. They ended up winning that game, and they keep this streak going. It's only maybe 1 or 2 games so far where they didn't do this, but as being one of the most clutch teams so far, especially this regular season, in the last, 5-6 minutes of the fourth quarter, if the Suns are within 8, you're not winning that. Very likely. It's 90% of the time the Suns are winning that, if not higher. It's ridiculous. They had the best start in franchise history through 50 games at 41-9, and they just recently finally got their 10th loss of the season. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun following them. It's been a lot of fun getting to watch the bits and pieces of the games I've got to. Obviously, I'm primarily a hockey guy, but you know what? Always have time for some Suns. So, let's go ahead and talk about the trade deadline acquisition. There are probably a lot of NBA fans that are just confused as to why the Phoenix Suns fan base is just erupting and excited and happy and just cheering over acquiring what is in reality on most teams your 8th or maybe 9th best player overall. That might be underselling it a little bit, but that's probably how it's perceived. But when the Phoenix Suns acquired Torrey Craig, no one even cared they got rid of Jalen Smith. And the thing is, I'll be honest here, I like Jalen Smith. I still think he probably is going to end up being something decent at the NBA level. Obviously, the Phoenix Suns are just kind of in a different position, right? They're winning now mode. You have a project like Jalen Smith, probably just does not fit the timeline. I get it. Torrey Craig, he's that kind of the spark plug guy, your energy guy. He'll go in, he'll block a shot, steal the ball, score some points. He does everything you need him to, and he plays on average 10 minutes a night? Probably a little more. He played 23 minutes the other night, but still, on average, he's not going to be playing all that much. Well, at the very least, I'm talking specifically playoffs, but when he's out there, you feel it, alright? The Phoenix Suns fans knew it last year, so if you're wondering why Phoenix Suns fans are so excited, that's why. Because Torrey Craig, this is a player that, while replaceable on the score sheet, he has those intangibles, and Monty Williams absolutely thinks the world of him. Obviously, the team thinks the world of him, the fan base thinks the world of him, and you know what? Especially Monty Williams, alright? I trust Monty Williams more than literally any Arizona head coach, executive, GM, whatever. The job him and James Jones have done have just been great, alright? They've just been great. But if Monty Williams thinks highly of you, I think highly of you. And Torrey Craig, it's not only been cool to see the fan response to him, but first 2 games have been pretty good so far. For those wondering, it's Jalen Smith and a 2nd round pick that they traded to get Torrey Craig. There you go. But looking at Torrey Craig's first 2 games as a Phoenix Sun, first 2 games back as a Phoenix Sun, I should say, on the 12th versus Orlando in a 132-105 win, he had 14 points, a couple of steals, 3 rebounds, shot 66% from the field, and played in 23 minutes. Now, in the 103-96 victory against the Clippers, he had no points, 7 rebounds, 13 minutes, obviously a lesser role, but you know what? That's kind of what you're going to expect mostly from Torrey Craig, because it really depends on what the Suns need. If you just need someone to go out there, steal the ball, get a quick bucket, maybe play well defensively, kind of spark the guys up, that's what you're throwing Torrey Craig out there for. If you need someone to provide a little bit of depth scoring, that's what you're throwing Torrey Craig out there for. It really depends on what you need out of him. So 1 game where he scored no points out of 2, I'm not exactly going to freak out, because as of right now, excluding the Houston game that is currently being played, he's averaging 7 points, 2 assists, a steal, 5 rebounds a game, just 2 games in. So yeah, no, he's everything you needed out of the guy no complaints there. The Phoenix Suns didn't just get Torrey Craig, they also acquired a guard. Now, Arizona sports media, the radio, whatnot, they were talking that's kind of the only move the Suns really might need to make. Obviously, Campaign's had a couple of injury issues throughout the year. Landry Shamet's also been injured, but also when he's played, hasn't exactly fit the role he's needed to yet. It happens. A lot of people's first year in a system, they gotta get used to it. We'll really know if he's gonna fit in the system by next year, but for the most part, at least what I was seeing earlier on, he wasn't bad, but let's just say underachieving. So for cash considerations, they grabbed Aaron Holiday, and so far in his first couple of games, I thought he's looked pretty good. I thought he played pretty well in the first half against the Clippers. Anyway, for Holiday against the Magic, he had 10 points, a rebound, shot 80%, and only played 9 minutes. And then against the Clippers, he had another 3 points, a couple of rebounds, a couple of assists, and 11 minutes of play. So he's literally coming in to do exactly what you needed him to do, be your backup point guard, move the ball around a little bit, score some depth points for you. You really can't ask for much more, and that's all the Suns needed at this deadline, was a little bit more depth. On top of that, they've been getting healthier. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited. I am excited for playoffs to start again. I'm hyped. Alright, I need to be around town just repping the Valley jersey because these things are amazing! And even though I'm not a hardcore basketball fan, when I get to watch this team, watching the highlights, following along, hearing the enthusiasm about them, the Phoenix Suns are making every single Arizona sports fan proud right now. Honestly, you got the Suns, you got the Rattlers, those are your two premier organizations. Let's go ahead and enjoy it. And you know what? The Suns did pretty good at the trade deadline. They got some depth. That's exactly what they needed. And since the deadline, they have not lost. Alright, so over All-Star Weekend, we got an update on Chris Paul's injury. He has an avulsion fracture in his right thumb. He will be reevaluated in 6 to 8 weeks. You have some Suns fans that are absolutely freaking the hell out, and others that are like, what are you freaking out about? He should be back for the playoffs. Now, this specific injury, I saw a couple of sources being cited on Twitter, so there's a disclosure right there, but it typically takes anywhere between 3 to 12 weeks to fully heal, meaning that he could technically be back within a month, and yesterday on 98.7 FM, James Jones even said they expect him back down the stretch. Now, the season has about 7 weeks left, and the playoffs start in 8 weeks, so regardless, he should be back for the playoffs. If not, he might miss the first week or so. So in theory, that really should be it. Chris Paul's going to be out for the majority of the remainder of the regular season. The Phoenix Suns are going to have to adjust. Everything should be relatively okay, because realistically going into it, they say it on the radio all the time, I'm pretty sure most Suns fans have been saying it all year, be healthy by playoff time and everything else will be fine. But then we still have people, obviously some in the national media, but even some more locally, that are absolutely freaking out and think that the Suns are potentially done, that they're not going to finish first, not going to finish top 2 or whatever. Calm down. Alright, they have 10 losses total throughout the season. There are 24 games remaining for them. Let's just break this down simply. If Chris Paul was healthy and never got hurt, if they were expected to go, let's say, 20-4, Campaign's getting ready to come back. He is, as of right now, day-to-day. When he's been healthy this year, has he played as well as he did last year? No. But when he comes back, could he end up playing as well as he did last year? Obviously. He's done it before. He could do it again. And if you need him to play well for a short period of time to get you into the playoffs, he'll be able to do it. But anyway, so with Chris Paul, if we were expecting them to go like 20-4, if they go 15-9, they'll probably still finish top 2 at worst. And you're telling me right now, a team that's been playing as well as the Suns, hell, even if they go 14-10, they can probably still finish top 2. Especially with the 7-game lead they have against the Golden State Warriors right now. Are you seriously, to the people that are freaking out, are you seriously expecting this team that's been constructed from top to bottom to be a contender, that's been building a winning culture, that has hyper-competitive players, former champions on this team, Monty Williams, need I say more? Do you really think that team is just going to fall off a cliff because one player is injured? They've been dealing with injuries to multiple key players all year, and they've kept winning. Yes, Chris Paul is the MVP of the team, but right now in a 6 to 8 week time frame, we are not talking about them doing a playoff run by themselves. We are talking about them finishing off the regular season in what is being considered one of the weaker final schedules in the league. Now, on one hand, when you're playing as well as the Suns are, yeah, most schedules are going to seem weaker unless you're playing like the top 3 teams in each conference. So no matter how you break it down, worst case scenario, they go, what, 15-9, 14-10, which is still above 500 basketball. That's still going going to be more than enough to have them finish top 2. Worst case scenario, top 3, but even then, with how big that lead is, I don't think they would even fall that much. And if Chris Paul misses the first round, at worst, they'd be going up against a team that they could beat without him. None of the teams ranked like 6th down to 10th, I think genuinely could beat the Suns in a playoff series with or without Chris Paul. Now, once you start getting into like the Western Conference Finals, playing the much better teams, completely agree with you. But right now, he is scheduled to come back anytime between the last week of the season and the beginning of the playoffs, as of this moment right now. So right now, I have no idea why anyone would be freaking out. This team has everything they need to win. They'll be just fine. As long as he is back for the playoffs, I do not think this is that big of a deal. Mainly because he can still work out, still go on the treadmill, still go on the bike, like John Gambadoro was saying. Yes, I hate having to cite Gambadoro, but there you go. But he can still keep himself in basketball shape, or at least as close to basketball shape as possible. He should be fine. He'll come back, be rusty for a couple of games, and then be the old Chris Paul. So if you are freaking out about this, calm down. They have a 7-game lead on the number 1 seed. They should be fine, and I do not think a team with Devin Booker, Jay Crowder, JaVale McGee, Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, DeAndre Ayton, I do not think that team is going to allow themselves to just fall off a cliff because one player is out. And even then, Paul will still be traveling with the team. I don't think he will allow that to happen. Neither will Monty, etc., etc. I think you know what I'm talking about. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not good news, all right? You'd prefer to have Chris Paul out there, but look at it on the bright side. He's at least going to be getting some rest, and he should be fresh for the playoffs. I think they'll be fine, all right? If you are freaking out, calm down. And if you're not, well, I'm just preaching to the choir at this point. Alright boys, we got some Suns to talk about. So, with that 111-90 victory over the Miami Heat tonight, the 53-13 Phoenix Suns are the first team in the NBA this season to clinch a playoff spot. Can we just pause for a second and just acknowledge the fact that they have 40 more wins than they do losses? Go ahead and move on. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the last 5 or so games and just give a small glimpse into just how well this team has been playing. So, over the last 5 games, the Phoenix Suns are 4-1, and most of those games have involved pretty major pieces not playing, including Chris Paul not playing in any of these games. On March 2nd, the Suns beat Portland 120-90, a 30-point blowout. Then on the 4th, the Suns beat the Knicks 115-114 off of a buzzer beater by Cameron Johnson. Phenomenal shot, by the way, even though Johnson got hurt at the end of the game and wouldn't end up playing the next 3. Then on the 6th, the only loss so far of this stretch against the Milwaukee Bucks, without Devin Booker, who hadn't played in any of these games except for the Miami game, without Chris Paul, without Cam Johnson, they still managed to play a pretty complete game and only lose by 10 points because Chris Middleton hit 40 points. I can't blame anyone there. It was still a really good game, and it took the Suns losing 3 valuable pieces to look human. I'm not worried about that at all. Then last night, the Suns beat Orlando, the worst team in the East, 102-99. A little too close for comfort, but it happens. And then today against the Miami Heat, who last I checked are still the best team in the East, they won 111-90. Booker in his first game back tonight dropped 23 points, 9 assists, and 3 boards. But Mikal Bridges also had 21 points. DeAndre Ayton had a double-double, 19 points, 10 boards. Cameron Payne had a double-double. And JaVale McGee also had a double-double, 11 points, 15 boards. That's 3 double-doubles, and with 1 more assist, it would have been 4. That is ridiculous. Against Orlando, immediately following that Milwaukee game where the Suns came out and said, we need to rebound better, DA, 21 points, 19 rebounds. Look, DA was the focus of the offense. He can easily drop 30 and 20 every night. Most nights. Look, it would be really exciting to watch. But against the Bucks, speaking of that game, DA dropped 30 points in that one, and Cam Payne dropped another 23. And then, of course, against the Knicks, Cameron Johnson, a career high in points for him with 38. What was it, like 8 or 9 threes he drained in that one? Ridiculous. Not to mention against Portland, Cam Johnson dropping another 20. So just in those 2 games alone, he dropped 58 points. To focus on 2 other players real quick, Cam Payne. He has played very well since he's come back from injury. First game against the Trailblazers, it was what it was. He didn't play as well as you'd like, but he was rusty coming off of injury. He's been phenomenal since. He has a total of 54 assists in the last 5 games, averaging over 10 assists a game. But even that can't top DA. DA, just in the last 3 games, 70 points and 37 rebounds, averaging well over 10 rebounds a game. And like I said, 70 points. Phenomenal. Like I said, 4-1 in the last 5 games, 53-13, still the best record in the league. They're still without Chris Paul and Cam Johnson, though Devin Booker is back. The team, I don't know how they look human, all right? It took all those injuries to look human against the defending champions. Look, right now there is a lot to be excited for with this basketball team. They are not human. They are from a different planet right now. Your Phoenix Suns are going back to the playoffs. That's back-to-back seasons for the first time in quite a long time. Game 1, Phoenix Suns, New Orleans Pelicans. Go ahead and talk about it for just a few minutes. I had some fun watching this game. Want to go ahead and give some credit before we get started to the Pelicans. In that third quarter, they really did apply a lot of pressure. They were playing scrappy. They really showed they belong in the playoffs. At the very least, had the opportunity to be in the playoffs. They didn't play bad. That was a good third quarter. Really did, prove they were a playoff team. The Phoenix Suns definitely are the fourth quarter kings. They are definitely a clutch team, and I had absolutely no concerns going into the fourth quarter when the Phoenix Suns were up by about 8 or so. Anyway, let's go ahead and start off about the first few minutes of the game. The Phoenix Suns are out to about a 12-6 lead, really setting the tone. They're frustrating New Orleans on the defensive aspect of the ball, and on top of that, they're actually hitting some threes. Booker hit a couple of early threes. When Cam Johnson comes in towards the end of the first quarter, start of the second quarter, he's hitting a couple of threes, really showing the sixth man of the year potential. DeAndre Ayton's getting involved early. I think he had about 10 or so points in the first half. He was playing pretty well throughout. But just because I want to focus on the scoring overall in the first half, the Phoenix Suns, in that first quarter, they ended it with a 28-16 lead in points, and especially considering the fact that the Suns were just kind of throwing up some silly threes. Booker did it a handful of times where he probably, if you go in for a 2, you get a couple extra buckets. It could have been about a 35-point first quarter. Followed it up with a solid 25-point second quarter, giving them 53 points going into halftime. They limited New Orleans to 18 points in the second quarter and just 34 points in the first half. But to kind of balance that out, the New Orleans Pelicans, they went on a 14-4 and then 18-4 run in that third quarter, ended up scoring 37 points, bringing themselves within 10 points of the Phoenix Suns going into that fourth quarter. And even Monty Williams on the sidelines is getting interviewed. He's like, what? We gave up 37 points. They scored 37 points in that third quarter, more than they gave up in the first half. So, like I said, the Pelicans deserve a lot of credit for how they were playing in that third quarter. But then Captain Clutch himself, Chris Paul, came out. So, 11 points in the first 3 quarters for Chris Paul. At one point in the fourth quarter, he was 6 for 6 in that quarter with about 17 points. The point guard would finish the night with 30 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds. Beast. Clutch time, came in, calmed the game down, and just kept hitting threes. I think it was 3 consecutive threes he hit. He was trying to set up DA towards that fourth quarter. Took over the game. He was playing phenomenal. Devin Booker, 25 points, 8 assists, 4 boards. He had a solid night for him. He did start to miss some threes, like I said, in that first quarter, second quarter. He did go quiet for a little bit, but he did finish with that solid stat line. And then DeAndre Ayton with the 21 points. You would like him to have more rebounds. Valanciunas had about 21, 22 rebounds. You would like to see DA match that. Fortunately, he would finish 1 shy of 10, so 1 shy of the double-double. He would have 9 rebounds. Still had a pretty solid game throughout. Mikal Bridges was everywhere on the court. Mikal Bridges, he's blocking shots. DA had some pretty solid shot blocks as well, but Mikal Bridges over here, he's blocking shots, stealing the ball, swatting balls away, trash talking with people. There was one play in the second quarter. I had no idea why he put in this amount of hustle, this amount of effort, but the ball's going out of bounds. He is clearly not going to be able to hit it. Cam Johnson on the ground kind of watching the ball. Tries to dive out of bounds to save the ball. Just the amount of hustle that man gave. Cam Johnson, he had a couple of really important threes, like I said, in that second quarter. He had a very good game. He just finished with 11 points. Johnson with 13 points. Some solid scoring there. And JaVale McGee, he finished with only 7.7 rebounds, but that really does not explain the impact he had on that game. When DeAndre Ayton goes to get his first break of the game, back-to-back dunks, back-to-back buckets, he was grabbing some rebounds, really. Essentially, he's the spark plug, that energy guy, the missing piece. And me and my dad, as we're watching this game, we're like, look, if you have JaVale McGee on this team last year, you have a championship last year. He was the missing piece. He's kind of that meanness you need while also just being the veteran presence that knows exactly where to be on the court, exactly what he needs to do, to contribute. He also had a very good game. Obviously, a lot of importance has to go to CP3 because he took over the game in the fourth quarter. Clutch time, point guard. This game was never really in jeopardy of being stolen by the Pelicans. They had a pretty good performance, but it was never really in jeopardy of being stolen. When you have that presence, you have that veteran leadership, he'll just come in and take over the game. You're gonna win some basketball games in the playoffs. And in a solid performance, the Phoenix Suns win by a final score of 110-99. They win by 11 points, and they keep New Orleans below the 100-point mark. It was a good game. Everyone knew their roles. You know, the key players are going to play well. The big three, Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton, they combined for 76 points. The entire New Orleans Pelicans team only outscored the Suns' big three by 23 points. Surface level basketball fan, for a surface level kind of throwing some numbers at you, it's all impressive. Like I said, a lot of fun, all impressive. But there is one thing I do want to talk about, a very specific moment. So in the fourth quarter, the Pelicans player name is Jones. He's kind of running back, trying to transition through back to defense, trying to cut across to get past DeAndre Ayton. He looks over, sees where DA's at, and he jumps, puts his shoulder right in DA's face. It did not look like he was aiming for DA's head. But at least to me, they show multiple replays. He knew where DA was, and it looked like he was aiming for like DA's shoulder. He wanted to initiate some contact, and he wanted to trash talk. That's what it looked like from my perspective. Dumb contact, dumb move, dumb play. I know he's a kid. I think he's a rookie or a second-year player, but DA for at least a few minutes was kind of just hobbling around, and you could tell he didn't quite know where he was. Like, obviously that might sound a little bit hyperbolic, but he was definitely dazed and a little bit confused. Eventually, some concussion-like symptoms. He did end up staying in the game. I think he played relatively well, but that is something to kind of keep an eye on going into game 2. It's really going to depend on how he feels when he wakes up tomorrow. If there's any sort of light sensitivity, if he wakes up with a headache, something like that, they might end up just giving him the day off tomorrow from practice, and he should be fine for game 2. He wakes up with those symptoms, and it kind of gets worse throughout the day, or it's something that's more alarming. You could potentially see him miss a game or 2. Dangerous play, stupid contact. Like I said, I do not think he was aiming for DA's head, but the replays show, at least to me, it looked like he was looking to make some sort of contact. Dumb play, don't like stuff like that, but as long as DA's okay, it is what it is. The Phoenix Suns take a 1-0 lead in this round 1 series against the New Orleans Pelicans by winning game 1 110-99. I guess I'll see you in a couple of days. Yesterday, via Twitter, Woj gave us an update on Devin Booker's hamstring, so let's go ahead and see what he had to say, and then talk about how it could potentially affect the Suns moving forward. So yesterday around noon, Woj tweeted this, quote, "There's still an evaluation ongoing on MRI results of Phoenix Suns all-star Devin Booker's right hamstring, but it appears unlikely he will be able to play in games 3 and 4 in New Orleans, sources tell ESPN. Not long after, he followed it up with this, quote, "The right hamstring is believed to be mild, and Devin Booker isn't being ruled out of this opening round series versus New Orleans, sources tell ESPN. To summarize, it's believed to be a strain in his right hamstring, which should keep Booker out for about a week, which, would put him at missing games 3 and 4. The Phoenix Suns themselves have not ruled out Devin Booker playing, and Booker was also shown via social media traveling with the team, but considering the fact he missed about the entire third quarter in the locker room of game 2, he spent the entire fourth quarter just kind of staring off into space, and you can tell by that look, he was not happy, he received negative news, and he probably wasn't going to be coming back for at least a couple of games. Devin Booker is a competitor. He's not going to be told you can't finish this game or you might not be playing the next game and not be angry about it. To be positive for a couple of minutes, thankfully it is believed to be mild, so worst case scenario, he should be back for the second round of the playoffs. Best case scenario, he'll be back in game 5 in Phoenix to help close out the series, or game 6 if the series does need to be closed out in New Orleans. That should probably tell you everything you need to know about my feelings about how this is going to impact the Suns. The New Orleans Pelicans, like I said going into the series, are not a bad team. They're a scrappy young team. In game 2, they were playing absolutely out of their minds. Ingram was hitting everything. McCollum was stepping up. Pretty much the entire team was just playing on a different level. And the Phoenix Suns were not even playing that well. So the fact that it took the Phoenix Suns not playing very well, their best player getting hurt in the second half, and the Pelicans playing at a ridiculous, unrealistic level in order for the Pelicans to win a game, I do not think this is anything to be concerned about for this series. This series could realistically turn into a 6 or 7 gamer right now if Booker does not return for it, but the Phoenix Suns are constructed to be able to handle stuff like this. The Phoenix Suns have depth at the bench. The Phoenix Suns have the right culture. They have the right coach. They have the right leadership with Chris Paul and Devin Booker. Devin Booker is still going to be there. This team is not going to just crumble at the first sign of adversity. It might get more difficult for them, but just like Coach Monty's always been saying, everything you want is on the other side of hard. Devin Booker is the MVP of the team. Without Devin Booker, this team is not winning an NBA championship. But if this Phoenix Suns team is is going to crumble at the first sign of adversity against the 8 seed, which was originally the 10 seed. They were never going to win the championship to begin with. This is cause for concern. The Pelicans could get themselves back into the series now, but at the end of the day, I still see the Phoenix Suns winning in 5 or 6 games. Like I said, there is just too much on the Phoenix Suns side. They are the better team. I think they're going to bounce back because, realistically speaking, Devin Booker was having the best game. He had 30 points in the first half. The offense was primarily running through D-Book. So the team just kind of looked, for a lack of a better term, shell-shocked, and now going into this, they have 3 days to prepare for tomorrow's game. I think they're going to be ready. I think they're going to be feeding DA more. I think Chris Paul's going to take over more of the offense. I think Cam Johnson had a pretty solid game in Game 2. He's probably going to get the start. He's probably going to end up getting a bigger role. I think they're going to figure it out. Game 3 is going to be a pivotal game because if New Orleans ends up winning that, the series could go sour quickly. But if the Phoenix Suns come out and blow New Orleans out of the water 20-25 points, we're not going to be having the conversation of whether or not the Phoenix Suns are in trouble. We're going to be having the conversation of whether or not they're going to lock it down in 5 games. So obviously, losing your MVP is not ideal in any circumstance, especially in the playoffs, but assuming Booker is only out for the first round series and he's going to come back, he's going to be just fine in round 2. With how good the Phoenix Suns have been, with how they've rebuilt this culture, I just don't see them falling apart in the first round. I don't see them losing this series against New Orleans because they are the better team. Willie Green did a phenomenal job coaching his guys in Game 2. I think Monty Williams is a better coach, and he's going to do a better job coaching his guys in Game 3. So let's all take a breath. Let's all relax. Are the Suns frauds? I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Day late and $1 short as usual, it would appear. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that Game 3 between the Phoenix Suns and the New Orleans Pelicans. Real quick, the reason I never talked about Game 2, I was more so focused on the whole Devin Booker thing, and really, I just didn't have much to say about it. New Orleans just kind of outplayed Phoenix. They ended up getting the win. That's about it. It would have been like a 15-second video. Not exactly 15 seconds, but I would have only had about 15 seconds of content, so I figured I wouldn't want to waste your guys' time. With that being said, I got a bunch of notes for the Game 3 matchup last night. I was tired last night, had to work this morning, was hanging out with Mason, BFR, so I apologize, this is getting out late, I really do. Anyway, Game 3's when tied 1-1. The winner of Game 3 goes on to win the series 73% of the time, and I had absolutely no doubts the Suns were going to win this one. Look, the hyperbolic, oh, the Phoenix Suns are in trouble, legitimately was bordering on DA and CP3 slander. Are the Phoenix Suns a championship-level basketball team without Devin Booker? No. Are the Phoenix Suns a basketball team that can beat the 8 seed in a 7-game series in the first round? Yes. Yes, they are. Anyway, let's go ahead and just jump right into it. So I was actually waiting around for the game to start, and it turns out they switched the game to ESPN2. There was a bit of a snafu, there was a bit of a delay, because the Heat game started about 20 minutes late, so I missed about the first 5 minutes. I know. I really was on top of my game last night, wasn't I? Anyway, 5 minutes, 29 seconds remaining, and Chris Paul finds DeAndre Ayton, and with that, the Phoenix Suns capture the lead. It's 14-12. Chris Paul, specifically, I should say, was doing a very good job getting DA involved. Pretty much he would go into the offensive zone, and anywhere DA was, he would stop, look around, feed the ball right to him. A couple of times, maybe he should have taken the shot himself, but you know what? It actually did a really good job of getting DA involved, and he actually ended up going for just shy of 30 points. Anyway, about 20 seconds later, DA from 3, he hits it. That is 9 points so far on 5 shots. The previous game, Game 2, he had 6 shots all night. And I'm sitting there thinking, he's going to hit 30. He ended up 2 shy, but not far off. Anyway, it's 17-14 Phoenix at that point. A couple of minutes later, Chris Paul finds DA once more for another basket. That's 13 points for him right there. And on the other end, it was actually a rebound. I want to say it was a defensive rebound to bring the ball right back over. The Phoenix Suns was a 23-18 lead at that point. A little bit of back and forth, but after the first quarter, the Phoenix Suns were actually down by 1 point, 29-28 going into the second. New Orleans, they weren't going away. Like I said going into it, they are not a bad team. The Suns are just better. Anyway, less than a minute into that second period, so JaVale McGee has the ball. They're really starting to play sloppy towards the start of that second quarter. He just turns the ball over, and New Orleans hits a 3 and extending their lead there. Then a couple of minutes later, about 9 minutes, 36 seconds remaining, both JaVale McGee and Landry Shamet have back-to-back dunks. Putting down the lead, just 1 point, 35-34, but really the momentum is starting to shift there, and Phoenix is starting to try to get control of the basketball game again. The bench was their biggest asset, one of their biggest assets in the regular season, and while it hasn't exactly played great in the playoffs, at the very least, certain small stretches like this one right here, they were starting to kind of generate that momentum to get the game back in the Suns' favor. 3 minutes later, Phoenix misses a shot. They actually recover the ball. DA gets another bucket. just to keep the game within 1 at that point. Keeps the game within 1, it's 39-38 New Orleans, but Phoenix Suns they're not going away. New Orleans is playing well, the Phoenix Suns, while struggling to hit threes, I think they only ended up shooting like 3 or 4 threes throughout the entire game. They shot about 17% or so. They didn't want to go away because that's the kind of culture this team has. Anyway, just over 6 minutes to go in the half. Suns steal the ball. Landry Shamet gets a dunk and 1, and the Phoenix Suns right there are getting the lead back. 41-39 at that point, in case you're curious. A little under a minute later, DA, he did this thing a couple of times that you don't really see him doing very often, but I love when I get to see him do it. So he's actually, even though Valanciunas has a little bit of size on him, a little bit more grittiness against him, DA actually starts working his way towards the basket, ends up missing the shot. Jay Crowder comes in and gets the bucket, extending the Phoenix Suns lead. But right there, I want to see more of that because DA, he was engaged, he was actually playing more physically, he was using that size. Pretty much, if they can find a way to keep getting DA involved like this, second, third round, DA could be taking over games, dropping 30-35 in a game, and probably about 20 rebounds. Because if you could just tap into that, DA still has that potential. Now, about 20 seconds later, the ball game is tied at this point, and I had no idea how else to write this down, and as a hockey-minded individual, I just wrote it down like a hockey play would, so Jackson Hayes just body checks Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder's kind of going over there. They're jawing a little bit before the play, and then Hayes is going for a rebound. He's nowhere near the basketball. He's not actually going for a play, and he just pushes Crowder down. It was a pretty solid body check. Look, if the puck was in play, would be complimenting Hayes, but he's not playing hockey, he's playing basketball. They review it, he ends up getting a flagrant 2, he is ejected. Jay Crowder actually gets a technical for some reason, so New Orleans gets that basket, Jay Crowder hits 2, we continue on with the ball game. It was weird. It was just really weird. 20 seconds later, the Suns have the ball. Landry Shamet misses the 3, DA gets the rebound, throws it back for Jay Crowder. He then proceeds to miss a 3. To this point, later on, it looks like he hits a 3. He doesn't end up doing it. So far through 3 games, Jay Crowder has still not hit a single 3 in the series. And 50 seconds later, to maintain the lead and extend it a little bit, after Cam Payne steals the ball, Jay Crowder finds DA, you get a basket. Phoenix Suns at this point, 49-44. 49-45. Then with 9 seconds remaining, go ahead and just skip to the end of the first half. DA is actually bumbling the ball, he's fumbling with it, grabs the ball back, hits a 2. That is 21 points for him in the first half. It is a career high in terms of playoffs for DeAndre Ayton. A career high and a half. The Suns take a 59-48 lead going into the second half. They're leading by 11 points. Defense starting to play a little bit better and limiting New Orleans to just 19 points. Ahead to the start of the second half, third quarter, a couple of minutes in, New Orleans, they actually start out with a 5-0 run. DA ends that run. Phoenix Suns maintaining their lead 61-53 at that point. A minute later, DA on a fadeaway hits the bucket and 1. Phoenix Suns 66-53. They're looking good. They're feeling good. This is kind of the point where I thought they were going to start running away with it, and a couple of points it looked like that, and a couple of points they kind of did, especially towards the end of that first half. New Orleans, they're a good team. They were not going to go away. Ahead just a couple of minutes, and New Orleans went on a 10-0 run, bringing that lead all the way down to 3 points. It's 66-63. New Orleans just kind of wasn't going to be stopped. They were still hitting a lot of their threes, not quite as much as they were in Game 2, but they're just hitting a lot of baskets. Ingram, McCollum, they're just playing well. The Phoenix Suns weren't even playing poor defense. It was a lot of really well-contested shots. New Orleans they were hitting them. 40 seconds later, after New Orleans extends that to a 12-0 run, Mikal Bridges decided he's had enough of that, hits a bucket and 1. The Phoenix Suns maintaining a lead there just by 4 points, 69-65. 40 seconds later, CP3 finds DeAndre Ayton once again, except for this time going for the two-handed slam. Love seeing that. We need DA with the two-handed slams more. Right there, it's 71-67 Phoenix, just maintaining that lead, just staying just far enough away from New Orleans to show we're trying to lock this game down. Finally, for the last notable play of the third quarter, with a little over 3 minutes to go, Torrey Craig finds Cam Johnson, hits a 3, 76-74 Suns, so that regains them a lead and gives them a 2-point lead after having a 1-point deficit. Johnson, a little bit more of that. I still don't think he had a bad game in Game 2, don't think he had a bad game in Game 3, but you're going to have to rely upon him a little bit more. Anyway, it's 81-79 Suns after 3. The fourth quarter, a lot of back and forth, to be honest. For the most part, Game 3 was a lot of back and forth. New Orleans, they weren't going away. The Phoenix Suns, Chris Paul, He did another one of those Chris Paul performances in the fourth quarter. I want to say he ended up having 19 points in the fourth quarter to go ahead and spoil it for you. But really, CP3 and DA they were pulling their weight, doing more than enough to really just kind of lead this team to victory. But I'd like to see a little bit more out of the bench going into Game 4, because if the Suns, they end up shooting, 17%, I think I said earlier? If they end up shooting about on average from 3, because they shot 17% from 3, if they end up shooting about on average, this game's a blowout. So just to kind of show, Phoenix needs to find a way to get their way out of that rut, because if they do, Game 4 is going to be very interesting tomorrow. To tie the game with about 7 minutes 33 remaining, Chris Paul hits a 2 off a DA pick and roll. It's 88 all. And to retake the lead with just under 6 minutes to go, CP3 hits a basket. Phoenix Suns 92-91. Still a close game. Ahead to just over 4 minutes to go, and Chris Paul had hit 8 consecutive points, 98-93. At that point, he's just kind of taken over the game. About a minute later, Chris Paul with about a 3-second shot clock off an inbound misses his 3, but Jay Crowder gets the rebound, puts it up for an additional 2. It's 100-95 Phoenix. Play with just over 2 minutes to go. It looked like Jay Crowder hit a 3. He did not. His foot was on the line. It was a long 2. Chris Paul finds Jay Crowder, so it's 102-95 at that point. Baskets are exchanged. The Phoenix Suns keep going to the line because they keep getting fouled. CJ McCollum, as the buzzer is expiring, hits a 3. Was not enough, and the Phoenix Suns walk away with a victory in Game 3, 14-111. And just like that, to take back the series lead, it's 2-1. And tomorrow, they can pretty much put a death grip on the New Orleans Pelicans by winning Game 4 and coming back home for Game 5 up 3-1. The quarter splits real quick. New Orleans outscores Phoenix 29-28 in the first. Second quarter, Phoenix 31-19. Third quarter, 31-22 in favor of New Orleans, and then 33-32, a slight edge for the Phoenix Suns in the fourth quarter, leading to a 114-111 final. Looking at the key players. DA, 28 points, 17 rebounds, 3 steals and a block. He had a phenomenal game. He was this close to hitting 30 points after he was at 9 baskets, he was at 9 points in the first quarter. I'm like, he's going to drop 30. He was there. Chris Paul, like I said, right around 19 or so points in that fourth quarter, 28 total with 14 assists, another double-double for him. And JaVale McGee off the bench, while he did not grab 10 boards or anything, I would think he ended up with 5. He did drop 15 points for the third highest point total on the team for the game. I don't have much else to say except for this. The Phoenix Suns went out there despite their 3-point struggles, despite the fact that they were forcing threes, despite the fact that they just kind of not getting the job done in the way you would like them to get the job done. They still got the job done. One important statistic actually going into that fourth quarter, really showing how the Phoenix Suns were starting to adjust. They're actually leading in terms of points in the paint, 54-26 going into that fourth quarter. I think it ended like 64-40 something. So the gap was closed in the fourth. But the Phoenix Suns, when the threes were not hitting, were at the very least starting to work that mid-range game. They were attacking the paint. They did everything they needed to do, and they do get the victory. I don't really have any complaints. There's a couple of little things they can work on, but you know what? You can do that, make the adjustments, and go out tomorrow and blow the Pelicans out because, well, this team is going to be a little desperate, but the Phoenix Suns are trying to be a championship-level team. If you're trying to be a championship-level team, you're going to get the job done, and I have full faith this Phoenix Suns team will in fact get the job done. I didn't end up having time to cover Game 4, 5, or 6, but you know what? I can at least take a couple of minutes to talk about Chris Paul. Chris Paul's borderline historic performance in Game 6 was absolutely phenomenal. He was actually really good throughout the entire series, pretty consistently, with the only exception being in Game 4. But in Game 3, when Phoenix really needed that win, he ended up going for 28 points, shooting 55% from the field, and recording 14 assists. He actually averaged a double-double throughout most of the series. Also had another solid performance in Game 5, 22 points, 11 assists, but I really want to talk about that Game 6. The first half, he was shooting well. He was 6 for 6. No one really paid too much mind to it because, well, limited shots, of course, you should hit most of them. But then towards the second half, it was 8 for 8, 9 for 9, 10 for 10, and then they started actually paying attention to the stat. Around when it was 11 for 11, they did a stat check, and that was the first time that had happened since, like, 1997, and he finished the night a perfect 14 for 14, 33 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, and a steal. I know D-Book was back. I think D-Book had a pretty solid game overall. He was forcing forcing some shots. He was trying to be the hero, but honestly, Devin Booker is a competitor. I would expect something like that, but he still played decently in my opinion. But Chris Paul, just like the fourth quarter of game 1, the fourth quarter of game 3, just literally took over the game, and just that's kind of the X factor. That's the Chris Paul CP3 point god factor. When the Phoenix Suns absolutely needed Chris Paul to step up, he did, and had a historic performance in game 6 that I really think needed to be at least chronicled a little bit. I apologize I didn't get around to covering the rest of the series. I just got busy. But CP3 had a damn good game 6 and a pretty good series overall. In fact, I think he actually only ended up missing like 1 free throw throughout the entire series. Just a fun fact for you. But guys, listen. What about Luka? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and man, watching these last couple of games has been a lot of fun. So let's just have a little bit of fun together now, shall we? And just talk briefly about it, because the Phoenix Suns right now in round 2 against the Dallas Mavericks, it's not even looking close. There are a little bit of 2021 flashbacks, because going into the series against the Denver Nuggets, I was assuming it would be a much tougher matchup, go 6 games, whatever. Right now, currently as we are speaking against Dallas, I kind of have to agree with my brother-in-law, this is going 5 games. Dallas will not get swept. Then again, the NBA is also known for it. If a team is up 3-0, the refs will make the other team have a lot of extra free throws to try to force a game 5. So no matter what, there will be 5 games. I do not see a sweep, okay? Let's get that out of the way. Let's talk just a little bit about these couple of games. So, let's start with the first quarter in game 1 the other night. So Phoenix outscores Dallas 35-25, outscores them by 10. And while Dallas keeps the scoring closer in the second quarter, that one's 34-31, they're still down 69-56 at half. A 13-point lead for the Phoenix Suns. The only time it was really threatened was that fourth quarter, because even in the third quarter, they're outscored by 3, Phoenix 27-23. But in the fourth quarter, Phoenix just takes their foot off the gas pedal, and they're outscored 35-25. But they still win the game 121-114, and the only storyline was, oh my god, Luka, 45 points. They still lost. And the thing is, it wasn't like it was down to the wire the entire time where Luka led this big comeback. It was the Phoenix Suns stopped shooting very well in the fourth quarter, and the Phoenix Suns just took the foot off the gas pedal. If the Suns kept playing the way they played in the first 3 quarters in that fourth quarter, the final's like 135-110. Of course, Luka had his 45 points. There were 3 other Mavericks who had 10 plus points. Those being Brunson, Finney-Smith, and Maxi Kleber, who actually hit his first like 4 3-pointers, looking like a hot hand, started to kind of die out in the second half. Whereas the Phoenix Suns, DeAndre drops 25, Booker 23, Paul 19, Johnson 17, Mikal Bridges had 13, and Jay Crowder for 11 had a couple of threes himself. 3 to be exact. Game 1 to me can be best summarized as this. The Phoenix Suns were the better team throughout the entirety of it. Dallas did not have a single lead, and it really does not matter that Luka took over the game with 45 points. His team is not good enough. The reason Luka puts up numbers like that is because he has to. He does not have the Devin Booker or Chris Paul or DA equivalent on his team. There's some good role players there, a couple of good players overall. The team is not on the same level. And then we go ahead and start off in game 2. Phoenix outscoring Dallas 32-28. Jay Crowder hits another couple of threes. Then tonight for game 2, Phoenix takes over immediately, 32-28. They lead at the end of the first quarter. And it wasn't until about midway or so through the second quarter that Dallas finally got their first lead of the series. They also outscored Phoenix 32-26. So far, Dallas has only outscored Phoenix for 2 quarters out of a possible 8. Then the second half was just all Phoenix, 31-23 in the third quarter. 40 points in that fourth quarter. A lot of it was garbage time, sure, but it was a lot of bench points, a lot of bench garbage time points, 40-26, for a final score of 120-109, and right there, it's kind of the win I've been wanting. I know they ended up winning, I think it was game 5 in round 1 by 15 points, but I was really looking for that first like 20 plus point victory, especially against a team like Dallas, because Luka this and Luka that. Speaking of Luka this, he had 35 points, only 2 other Mavs had 10 or more, that being Spencer Dinwiddie and Reggie Bullock. Spencer Dinwiddie was hitting a couple of threes early on, really dried up in the second half. Whereas Phoenix, D-Book, who only had about 9 points in the first half, drops a total of 30. Chris Paul taking over the game late, as he always does, 28 points. Jay Crowder had 15 points, as well as 3 more threes, meaning he's probably going to start missing again in game 3 and 4. Streaky player, love the guy. Right now I'm going to love him. In a couple of games I'm going to be annoyed. Mikal Bridges had 11 and then a bunch of just miscellaneous stuff. Let's just have us a little bit of fun, alright? The Phoenix Suns Twitter came out and said, stop Suns in 4 chants. Well, okay, when you lose a game, we'll stop with the Suns in 4 chants. Let us have our fun, because you know what? We only got 10 more wins to go. That being said, going in the Dallas Phoenix, they're probably going to win Game 3, lose Game 4, or reverse that. They're going to come back up 3-1. I do not see a scenario in which they do not come back up 3-1. Like I said, Dallas will not just lay down and die. They will take one of these games, be it the NBA trying to force their way into it, or being they actually pull a good performance out of it. I guess to speak on the officiating real quickly, I want to say, what was it, late second quarter, early third quarter, I want to say it was the second quarter, there was just foul after foul after foul after foul. I don't really need to look at the free throw differential at that point. Both teams got into early foul trouble, and it was a sustained foul trouble, and there was one section of the game where it was foul, foul, foul. It was stupid. I thought it was kind of funny. It ends up not being the storyline of the game. It ends up not really, in my opinion, dictating the final result, but I should at least mention it because even though I'm just trying to make a video for fun tonight, I should probably try to do a job. Anyway, Suns are up 2-0 going into Dallas, and I'm pretty confident. What's up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got some Phoenix Suns news to talk about, though it's not particularly good for someone like me, who my favorite player on the team is DeAndre Ayton. But The Athletic is reporting this morning that DeAndre Ayton, quote, more than likely has played his last game in Phoenix. Sources gave this information to John Hollinger of The Athletic. And then one source told The Athletic's James Edwards, quote, the Pistons are expected to do their due diligence and make a run at DeAndre Ayton. Obviously, there's a handful of teams that are going to be interested in him. The Pistons apparently are going to be leading that charge, but according to this report, DeAndre Ayton is out of Phoenix, and there were also a lot of reports, especially around that second round matchup with Dallas, that he didn't want to be in Phoenix anymore. He was openly flirting with the idea of playing for other teams, and then of course you had that really weird story where he was addicted to video games and he's only sleeping like 2 hours a night, especially on these big important game days. It's a whole mess. It's this whole big thing, and honestly, it's not an amazing look for the organization, considering the fact that this is the Phoenix Suns in their 50-plus year history. This is their only first overall draft pick, and the fact that potentially it's going to be ending up the way it is, well, that's definitely a look. It's definitely a thing. Anyway, let's just briefly go over DA's career so far and potentially what the Phoenix Suns could be looking at getting for him. Obviously, he was drafted first overall out of the University of Arizona by the Phoenix Suns in the 2018 NBA draft, especially with how Luka Doncic embarrassed the Phoenix Suns in that second round matchup this playoffs. I think officially we can safely say the Phoenix Suns made the wrong decision, even though I still would prefer to have DA on the team because he fit a need the Suns had, but still, as a consensus to this argument, the decision is made. DA would go on to have a pretty solid rookie season, playing in 71 games that season, averaging 16 points and 10 rebounds. He's averaged actually a double-double his entire professional career so far, as well as shooting 58% from the field. Unfortunately, we can't exactly have nice things because on October 24th, 2019, DeAndre Ayton was suspended for 25 games for testing positive for a banned substance. Doesn't really matter what that substance was. Also not a very good look on the organization or the player there. And then of course that 2019-2020 season would be cut short and then resumed later on in the bubble. He would only play in 38 games in 2019-2020. In those 38 games, he averaged 18 points, 11.5 boards, over a block per game, and shot 54% from the field. So a slight decrease from the season prior, but actually an upgrade everywhere else, averaging over a block per game, actually his career high in points with an 18.2, as well as 11.5 rebounds, which, spoiler alert, would also be his career high. Going into last season, 2020-2021, he did take a bit of a step back, but not because he was playing terribly or anything, because he actually took a different role, especially with Chris Paul coming in and it ended up making the team so much better overall. But in 2020-2021, DeAndre Ayton would play in 69 games, averaging 14 points, 10.5 boards, just over a block, and shooting 62% from the field. Overall, a very good year for him, and really showing he can kind of adjust to that role they really needed him to play. The 2021 playoffs, he was borderline phenomenal throughout most of it. He was actually shooting over 70% from the field for a very large portion of those playoffs. Anyway, throughout the 2021 playoffs, he would play in all 22 games, averaging just under 16 points, just under 12 rebounds, of course over a block, as well as shooting 65% from the field. Then in the 2021 offseason, when DA became eligible for that extension, the Phoenix Suns chose not to extend him. And I was actually shocked by that. I figured they would give him his contract because playoff DA, at the very least in my opinion, and at the time in a lot of Phoenix Suns fans' opinions, really proved just how valuable DA was on this team, even though throughout the regular season you're going to have small injury issues, you're going to have him kind of zoning out and not being fully engaged for specific games, maybe even periods of games, but at the very least, when the playoffs rolled around, he came to ball. The Valley-oop, anyone? We all know exactly what I'm talking about there. He had a very, very good 2021 playoffs, so for me personally, and seemingly a lot of Suns fans at the time, it was a bit of a head-scratching move to not give him that contract extension. Then this past season, 2021-2022, his numbers went up and down, essentially. He played in 58 games, averaging 17 points a game, so slightly up from the season prior, but just over 10 rebounds, so he's still averaging the double-double. He averages a double-double all 4 years of his career, but those rebounds are going down, and one specific number that stuck out to me, his defensive rebounds per game has always been around 7, between like 7.1 and 7.6, but his offensive rebounds per game was always about 3.33, and then 2.6 last season, 2021-22, just kind of, even in a more subtle way, showing how he hasn't exactly been that aggressive, and honestly, that's kind of been one of the Phoenix Suns fans' biggest complaints with him, is that he just doesn't have that aggressiveness, that killer instinct. You'll see bits and pieces of it. He'll go up there for a two-handed slam, it'll really get the crowd into it. A few times in the playoffs, a few times in the regular season, he just does not do that consistently, and it ends up just kind of rubbing a lot of fans the wrong way, and a lot of the times he'll get more criticism than, in my opinion, he probably deserves, but other times he's also getting criticism exactly the way he does deserve to get criticism there. So it's just kind of this weird thing where the Phoenix Suns seem to want and need an aggressive big man. JaVale McGee played very well in the minutes he was playing last year, but DeAndre Ayton just is not that. But he's not a bad player by any means, so it's kind of one of those things where maybe the fit just isn't exactly the way you want it here. He also shot 63% from the field, which is 1 percentage higher than the season prior, but he also averaged below a block per game. Heading into the 2022 playoffs, 13 games, about 18 points, under 9 rebounds per game, under a block per game, and he shot 64% from the field, so his shooting percentage is still relatively consistent. It's actually pretty consistent throughout his career. Just under 18 points is very good. It's the rebounds. It was a lot of, they needed a lot more aggression on the boards. There's plenty of these series where big men that DA should have been dominating were kind of throwing him around, and it caused a lot of complaints from the fan base, and I can't just hand wave that away, because realistically speaking, if he would have got a slightly different edge to DA in this series, maybe things go differently against New Orleans. They end that 1-5. Maybe things go differently against Dallas. They actually managed to win that Game 7. There was a lot of things wrong with that Game 7. It wasn't just DA. DA was like the 5th or 6th biggest problem with the team that game. Do not, mistake me for blaming everything on him there. But you're seeing these specific numbers in these specific areas that the Phoenix Suns would really like to go up, going down. You're seeing less aggressive play. You're seeing him kind of, in the playoffs this year, he was kind of staring off into space, especially in that New Orleans Pelicans series. But then in Game 6 against Dallas, arguably, DA was the only guy to really show up there. And for what it's worth, on the nights where Booker was hurt or Chris Paul just wasn't feeling it, DA did show up throughout the playoffs. But you saw just too much of that staring off into space, and apparently it has to do with this video game addiction. He's not sleeping, he's just playing video games all night, and there's maturity issues. Allegedly in Game 7, he just walked off the court. Him and Monty Williams got into this little altercation, and he's like, I can't pass myself the ball, which is a valid criticism, but at the same time, DA was not playing his best basketball, or even what I've seen is like a 50% of his best basketball ability in that Game 7. No one really was, but you can understand where the frustration comes from while also looking at the guy and saying, you are adding to this problem. But kind of seeing how this saga is all coming together, DA, very good player, averages a double-double per game. The problem is he's just not what everybody wants him to be, and considering the fact you have a player in Luka Doncic that got drafted by Dallas, there's never not going to be those comparisons. On top of that, this is Devin Booker's team. It's very guard heavy. They're more of a perimeter shooting team. As much as I like the old school, bring it into the paint, two-hand slam stuff, that's just simply not what this team's identity is. And while it is useful to have a guy you can go down low to, that's not going to be their first option. And Chris Paul, way too often in the playoffs, was trying very hard to get DA involved to the point where they were just turning the ball over constantly. And it kind of felt like, okay, Booker's not playing in this game, or Booker Booker's not shooting very well in this game. Let's force it over to DA as much as possible. The ball's getting turned over. We're not getting those points. We're down by 15. We'll just keep doing that, or now we're just going to throw up these bad threes and go down worse in games, 15, 20, 25, whatever. That game 7 was just disgusting. Let's be honest here. That was a disgusting game to witness. So at the end of the day, looking at all this, kind of taking into consideration fan feedback, that incident where he allegedly gave up on the team, how allegedly he's only been sleeping like 2 hours a night and he's not really 100% where he needs to be for this team to win, it very likely caused some sort of rift in the locker room, and that could potentially help to explain what really went on with the Phoenix Suns in that 2022 playoffs. And even though he's still my favorite player on the team, I realize he's my favorite player on the team because what I want him to be and what he could be, not for what he currently is. And potentially, it might just be best for the Suns to move on from him, do a sign and trade with Detroit, and just use that cap space to try to bring in another big name player. There's a lot of speculation they can go after Kevin Durant. I really don't see that. They could probably go after Damian Lillard. I know he was sticking up for Chris Paul against Pat Bev. I also don't particularly see that because I don't see Chris Paul being willing to go off the bench, because Dame Lillard would need to be your starting point guard there. Also, Lillard and Booker would make a very good backcourt duo. It's just Chris Paul is not coming off the bench. I do not see that happening. If he does, if he's like, hey, I'll come off the bench for the betterment of the team, not only would I respect Chris Paul even more, but I would be completely shocked and I would think you're lying to me. Chris has been in the league for how long? I don't see him coming off the bench. Anyway, there's a couple of really interesting routes you can go, but what the Phoenix Suns really need to do is they need to bring back JaVale McGee, obviously bring back Bismack Biyombo, maybe get a solid backup center, have McGee play the starting minutes, maybe split who's starting this game, whatever, and then reinvest this big kind of, $30 million contract they'd be allowed to sign somewhere around there, invest that into a perimeter shooter, or more specifically, a good facilitator that can also shoot efficiently from 3, because the Phoenix Suns desperately need that. Look at what Dallas did to Booker. All these double teams. Chris Paul was definitely not 100%. He wasn't shooting very well. He wasn't exactly an option. Mikal Bridges wasn't exactly. He's kind of streaky whenever he's going to hit his threes. Same thing with Jay Crowder. They need someone that they can get the ball to that can set up Booker so he's not trying to create his own shot constantly, which then allows defenses to go double team him. But if he also can shoot efficiently, if Booker's getting double teamed, he can just knock it back over to him at the 3-point line and you have a wide open 3 right there. It opens up different possibilities there, especially with how this team constantly prefers to play. Just kind of embrace the mostly perimeter shooting small ball stuff, and if you're going to move on from DA, get a perimeter shooter and facilitator back, because that's probably what's going to fit best in this system and allow the Phoenix Suns to extend their championship window by at least one more season. So as much as it kind of bothers me to say this, it might objectively be better for the Phoenix Suns and for DeAndre Ayton for there to be a divorce here. As of, I believe, 2 days ago, it is official. The Phoenix Suns have clinched a playoff spot for the 3rd consecutive season. And when I started watching the Suns back in 2007, Nash, Stoudemire, Rajah Bell, Sean Marion, Boris Diaw, all these names, it was pretty common for them to just keep making the playoffs year on year. But if you were to speak to me 5 years ago, or most casual Suns fans 5-6 years ago, when they were in the middle of this absolute terrible streak of just, they were a poorly run organization. While the diehards are always going to be diehards, and I love diehard Suns fans, most of us would be like, no, this team's not going to make the playoffs in consecutive years. Well, they have 3 years in a row now. I know it doesn't sound like much, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta take it. On top of that, the Suns have won, 7 games in a row. So the last game they lost was on the 24th at Sacramento, where they lost 135-27. But since then, let's go ahead and take a look at these games. So the next night, the 25th, they beat Philadelphia 125-105. On the 27th, at Utah, they won 117-103. Hosting the Timberwolves on the 29th, they win 107-100. Hosting the Nuggets 2 nights later on the 31st, they win 100-93. On the 2nd, at Oklahoma City, they win 128-118. On the 4th, hosting the Spurs, they win 115-94. And then today, hosting the Nuggets, the Western Conference best Nuggets, by the way, they would win by a final score of 119-115. Oh, and side note, with Kevin Durant in the lineup, they're now, is that 7-0? I have no idea if I'm ever going to get around to making a video on the Kevin Durant trade, so TLDR, if they win a championship, preferably this year, but in the next couple of years, that trade is 100% worth it. Going into it, my mindset was one of the two, Cam Johnson or Mikal Bridges, should be untouchable, because you don't want to absolutely destroy your depth and your bench and everything. That being said, they move on from both of those guys. Plenty of picks, plenty of pick swaps, stuff like that. All in push, you have to win a championship. If they win that championship, the trade is 120% worth it, and if they don't, they shouldn't have made the trade. That being said, Big Splash should be a good trade, and so far it's looking pretty good because they're heating up at the right time. There's only a couple of games left. They are currently 44-35. They've clinched a playoff spot. They are number 4 right now in the West. Those last 2 games are in LA to take on the Lakers and then at home to take on the Clippers. At the very least, the Suns should win that game against the Clippers, but you'd like to see them win both. That'd put them at 46 wins. And while that will not jump them ahead of anyone, they're going to stay right there at 4th place. You kind of want to end the season on a good note. 7-game win streak, like 7-0 or 8-0 with KD in the lineup. The team's getting hot at the right time. They're healthy right now. All I can say is I'm excited going into the playoffs. That, and for my birthday, my mother-in-law got me this Steve Nash jersey. What is it? Mitchell & Ness Hardwood Classics, which confirms to me while looking at the tags that this Adidas Nash that I bought is a fake. So that being said, you're going to see a lot more of this one because if this gets damaged now, I kind of don't care. Anyway, go Suns, and please, for Al McCoy's sake, win that championship this season. Alright, let's talk Clippers-Suns Game 1. Heading into the series, I had the Suns winning in 5, and while I still have the Suns winning in 5, that was definitely a disappointing game. Got all the notes right here, so let's go ahead and break them down. Starting off, the scoring for the Suns was DA, but because the last game went on just a little bit too long, I didn't get to see that bucket. That'd be the only bucket the Suns would score in the first few minutes. At the 9-minute mark, Clippers were up 5-2. 30 seconds later, Chris Paul with a long 3 were tied up at 5. Then 30 seconds later, with a little more than 8 minutes to go in the first quarter, Devin Booker gives the Suns their first lead, 7-5. They get the ball back, Torrey Craig is fouled, he only hits one of the 2 free throws, it's 8-5. Clippers hit a 3, ball game's tied back up, and Devin Booker gives the Suns back the lead, 10-8, and that would be the last Phoenix Suns lead until the 6-minute and 26-second mark of the third quarter. It was all Clippers the rest of the first quarter, and while the Suns were definitely the better team in the second quarter, when you're down 30-18 at the end of the first, you have a lot of catching up to do. Anyway, over the next minute, the Clippers go on an 8-2 run, really starting to establish that lead. Torrey Craig hits back-to-back baskets, including a 3, bringing it back to within a 3-point ball game. That made the score 18-15, then the bottom kind of falls out, and at one point at the end of the first quarter, here was the lineup for the Suns. Biyombo, Ish, Okogie, Shamet, and Booker. Craig had a great game. I know a lot of Suns fans wanted Okogie to start, but Craig did have a great game, about 22 points at the end of the night. Bismack was struggling early, I'll get to that in a moment, but Landry had a terrible night, and Ish really shouldn't have been on the floor. The score at the end of the first quarter was 30-18. The Suns were down 12 points heading into the second quarter, and while the Suns did start to heat up in the second, you cannot go down by 12 points in the first and then expect yourself to be in the game later. At the 9-minute, 44-second mark of the second quarter, the Suns had gone 5 total minutes without a bucket. They had a free throw in that range, but it was, 35-19? Durant gets a couple of free throws, and 30 seconds after that, he gets his first bucket. Durant had 0 points in the first quarter. In my opinion, the Game 2 strategy really should be give the ball to KD. Just feed KD. KD finds DA for a slam dunk, 38-25 at that point. Then on the other end of the floor, about 10 seconds later, Zubac is all alone for a dunk, and the Suns, it happened I think 4 to 5 times, just didn't contest the shots at all, and that was easy dunks or layups for the Clippers. Ayton misses a couple of back-to-back shots. The defense then starts to tighten up a little bit and actually forces a shot clock violation. I haven't seen a shot clock violation in a while. At that point, it's 42-29. Booker with back-to-back baskets. It's 48-38 down the stretch. Then Durant hits a massive 3 with a little over a minute and 15 seconds remaining. So it's 57-48, and the Suns keep closing the gap. Then Durant finds Booker. It's 57-50, and at the end of the first half, the Suns are only down 59-54. A massive 36-point second quarter, and I can't help but ask myself, if the Suns would have managed to score at least 2 or 3 more buckets in the first quarter, how much different that game looks down the stretch. Anyway, KD in the first quarter, 0 for 5. Then in the second quarter, he was 4 for 5. He had a bunch of free throws as well. At that point, he had 17 points. Booker had 16 in the first half. This is the part of the game where it just starts to swing in favor of the Suns. Everything was finally working, and it looked like the Suns were going to go up like 12, 15, 17 points. Before some things happen, we're going to talk about the good part first. KD finds Craig for a layup. Then he finds Craig again. KD finds Booker for 2. It's a 2-point game at that point. Booker finds Craig for a tie game, 68 all. Then CP3 finds Craig to give the Suns a lead on the next possession. It's 70-68. Once again, everything is going right. straight. Chris Paul is a drop back 3 to extend the lead to 4. Durant finds Ayton again, extending the lead, and the Clippers call a timeout. At that point, the Suns were on a 12-0 run, completely taking over the game, and if they just would have maintained that, I have a feeling the Suns would have won by 12 points. Durant gets subbed out with about 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, and this was actually a weird stat for me. He had 0 third quarter shots, but 5 assists. Booker misses a 2, Suns still have a 6-point lead. Then we're finally at that point I mentioned earlier. We were talking about Bismack Biyombo and Monty Williams making adjustments. Instead of putting Bismack back out there, which Bismack was struggling, he puts out Jock Landale, and he has a quality 4 or 5 minutes on the floor where it's predominantly offensive rebounding, making a couple of depth buckets, and finding KD for a massive 3. Minute and 45-second mark, Booker turns the ball over, runs all the way back down the other side of the court, blocks the ball, Phoenix gets the ball back. A massive effort by Booker, one of his best defensive games I've seen him play, making up for that turnover. With 36 seconds to go in the third quarter, KD finds Landale. It's an 81 to 79 point lead for the Suns before LA ties it back up, and it's 81-all going into the fourth quarter. Let's put it in perspective here. Let's take a step back. Because the Suns gave up 30 points in the first quarter and only scored 18 of their own, you're down by 12, they responded by outscoring LA 36 to 29 in the second and 27 to 22 in the third quarter. It required 2 very good quarters of offensive basketball for the Phoenix Suns to even get back in the game, and at that point it's tied. You had to finish strong here, and they just didn't. We start the third quarter, Jock Landale, a solid offensive rebound, finds KD for a massive 3-pointer, and the Suns tie the game back up at 84. Then we have back-to-back plays, so CP3 finds Booker for a 2, KD finds Shamet for a layup to keep the game tied at 90 and then 92. It was very back and forth at this point until it wasn't. But we're not quite there yet. CP3 finds Ayton for a layup, 1-point game, and then KD with a pull-up gives the Phoenix Suns a 96 to 95 lead. There were 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the game at that point. 2 minutes later, Booker gets a phenomenal steal, keeps the ball in bounds, gives it over to Torrey Craig, who gets an and 1. It is 100 to 99 at that point. The Suns are still down by 1. Durant hits a 3, keeping the Suns in it, 109 to 106. Then the bottom just kind of falls out. So there's about 47 seconds to go in the game. The Suns are down by 3, and in my opinion, it's like, hey, you give the ball to KD. This is exactly what you get KD for. KD is the difference maker. He can hit that 3-pointer. Further context, the Suns had no timeouts because they failed to inbound the ball in the previous play and had to burn that last timeout. And then the announcers are saying, oh, well, you can still go for a quick 2. The problem is if you go for the quick 2, you foul, give up 2 free throws. If they make both of them, you're right back down by 3 points. It just didn't make any sense. So they inbound the ball, give it to Booker. He makes it down to the rim and has it swatted by Russell Westbrook, who I didn't mention before on purpose. He had a great defensive game. I have to give Westbrook some credit there because he was blocking KD shots. He had a hand seemingly in every 8th possession for the Suns. Westbrook gets a couple of free throws, 111 to 108, and the final score is 115 to 110. The Phoenix Suns drop game 1 at home, 115 to 110. We go into game 2 on I think Tuesday, so tomorrow when you're watching this. Kevin Durant had a good game. He had 27 points. Booker had a solid game. Torrey Craig had a really good game, 22 points. The problem really was the fact that the Suns got off to that slow start and Monty kept messing with the lineups. I did mention the Jock Landale adjustment as being, I was surprised. I texted my friend Brian. I'm like, wow, did Monty just make an adjustment? Because Monty tends to, well, as my friend Brian put it, stick to their game. This is how we do things. We're going to stick to it, and it's good and bad depending on who's hot and who's playing well and whatnot. But at the end of the first quarter, when your lineup was Ish, Bismack, Landry, Okogie, and Book, despite the fact that Okogie's been pretty good down the stretch and Booker had a good game, I don't know why Ish was on the floor. I like Ish Wainwright, but he just didn't have a good game, so I don't know why he was still on the floor. There was one point where they sent him out there, he shot a 3 and missed it, and they pulled him right back out 45 seconds later, and I was confused, why'd you even put him out there? DA wasn't very good on the offensive or defensive glass. He was just kind of there. Decent offensively, but didn't really do much in the rebounding front. Jock Landale, out of the big men, was the better rebounder, and Bismack just kind of struggled. So like I said, they did make that adjustment, but Landale is your option for about 5, 6, 7 minutes. That's not your guy that you're going to have to rely upon. DA's the guy you got to rely on. On top of that, Booker shooting a 2 when you needed 3 and you had no timeouts. I have no idea why you're not going to KD. I know it's Booker's team, but KD is the best player on the team. It was a sluggish start for the Suns, took an explosive third quarter and a really good second quarter, where they also, I forgot the stat, they held the Clippers to 8 for 24 from the field in the third quarter. That's how well they were playing defensively. Then in the fourth, it just kind of felt like they ran out of gas, and everyone mutually seems to agree at the moment that happened was when Monty started making these different substitutions, and the subs just didn't work. Going into game 2, there's going to need to be some adjustments, because the Clippers are still a good team. Even without Paul George, Westbrook was serviceable defensively, not the the greatest offensively, but serviceable defensively. And Kawhi had an all-star-like effort. What was it, 38 points he had? He had a phenomenal game. They're not going to go down lightly. The Phoenix Suns are the favorites, and honestly, I prefer it when they're not. The last 2 years of the playoffs, the Suns have won the first game. Both those seasons, they ended up not winning a championship. So what I'm going to say is, since they lost game 1, I'm going to agree with Andrew Lezus of all people. It's a good thing so the Suns can come back and win the championship. I have no idea. I'm just coping. That's what I'm talking about. That game 2 was much better. How's it going, AZ Sports Guy here? Because of procrastination, I am recording this at about 2:30 on the day of game 3, and I'm getting ready to head downtown to watch it on TV inside the arena. Let's not break down that concept anymore. What I want to do right now is talk about game 2 as quickly as possible, but I kind of wrote down multiple pages of notes. So forgive me, but we're going to do a lot more reading in this episode. Suns win the tip-off. KD gets the opening bucket. Suns take an early lead. Torrey Craig hits another 3. It's 5-0 Suns. Turn back the other way. The Clippers get 5 on the board. We're all tied. Then for the rest of the quarter, despite the fact the Suns had a much better first quarter in game 2 than they had in game 1, most of the momentum was still in favor of the Clippers. You had a couple of good plays like a KD block and a CP3 fadeaway, but at the end of the first quarter, 29-24 LA. One fewer point for the Clippers in the first quarter of game 2 versus game 1. The Phoenix Suns had 6 more points. For context, the Clippers won the first game by a final score of 115-110, meaning that if the Suns would have had just that small adjustment in the first quarter of the last game, they might have won that one. I'm just saying, they might have won that one. We start off with DeAndre Ayton getting a 2. He's 2 for 3 from the field with 3 rebounds at that point. They sub in Okogie for Shamet. Skip ahead a couple of minutes around the 9-minute mark of the second quarter, and Booker turns the ball over. Westbrook gets a couple of free throws, and at that point, it is 33-26 Clippers, and they have a lot of momentum in the second quarter. The Suns would try to keep pace, but over the course of the next few minutes, the Clippers would maintain right around an 8-point lead. Torrey Craig hits a 3 with 5 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the half, and at that point, the Clippers have a 10-point lead. The Suns then go on a bit of a run and get absolutely red hot at the end of the first half. Kevin Durant step back. He then gets fouled on another play, getting 2 free throws. With 2 minutes to go in the half, the Suns force a turnover. Kevin Durant gets a bucket. It is 57-52. 30 seconds left. Chris Paul hits a bucket. It's 59-56 LA. Then with under a second to go, Devin Booker with a massive 3 to tie the game at halftime. It is 59-all. In game 1, the Suns were down 5 at halftime. Starting the second half, the Suns are still hot. Booker gets a 2. That is the Suns' first lead since the first quarter when it was 5-0, technically 5-2, 5-3. CP3 gets a bucket to extend the lead. It's 63-59 at that point, and on the screen it flashes a 17-2 run for the Suns. I'm not entirely sure the math's there, but I'm not going to question it because 17-2 run for the Suns. They do start out the third quarter on a 6-0 run, and the Suns absolutely maintaining that momentum. And from that point, the Suns just didn't look back. They're up 92-87 going into the fourth quarter. They have their first 10-point lead at the 9:47 mark of the fourth quarter with Chris Paul hitting another bucket. It's 98-87 Suns. Big plays all around. Booker hitting his buckets, CP3 hitting his buckets, Ayton getting involved, Torrey Craig hitting a lot of threes. Then with 41 seconds to go, Monty pulls his starters, and the Phoenix Suns win Game 2 of the series by a final score of 123-109, and after a much better Game 2, it is a tie series going into LA tonight. Let me go ahead and read off the starters. So, Booker, 38 points and 9 assists. Durant, 25 points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds. Torrey Craig, 17 points, 2 assists, 3 rebounds. 22 in the first game, 17 in this game. He's averaging, is that 16 points a game, or is my math really off? Chris Paul, 16 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds. DeAndre Ayton with a double-double, 14 points, 13 rebounds. He was much better on the defensive glass. We didn't really remember too many big plays in the offensive glass, but there were some offensive rebounds there. And the Phoenix Suns, they bounce back. They win a huge game. Devin Booker's having the best defensive series of his NBA career. KD is putting the team first, and while I would like him to take more shots, he's hitting the shots he needs to hit. Chris Paul actually hit his shots. Torrey Craig is definitely getting involved. And DA played a little more aggressively in Game 2 versus Game 1. Everything you needed to happen, happened. On top of that, the bench played better, and they actually maintained pace with the Clippers throughout the game. They're outscored 29-24 in the first quarter. They outscore the Clippers 35-30 in the second. They outscore them 33-28 in the third, and then 31-22 in the fourth quarter. The Phoenix Suns scored 30 points per quarter in 3/4 of this game, and it was all the way down the stretch. That's what I'm talking about. That was a much better game, too. Like I said, it's tied 1-1. As of right now, at least the report that I read, Kawhi will not play tonight. The Suns cannot use that as an excuse to not go out there and not play hard, because it's still going to be a challenge of a game. That being said, losing someone that's averaging about 30-31 points in the series so far is going to hurt the LA Clippers, so the Suns, they need to take advantage of it, and they need to come back home up 3-1. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and try to get this video uploaded as soon as possible, and hopefully I'll see a few of y'all tonight at the Footprint Center. 2 more games in the book, so let's go ahead and talk about it. And no, that was not a pun, but I'm going to take credit as if it was. What was it, Thursday? I forget what day it was, but for Game 3, I got tickets to go ahead and drive 45 minutes to watch the Phoenix Suns win on TV. I even made a sign about it. While there, I also got my new favorite noisemaker. My wife hates this. Also got a signed basketball card, so that's pretty sweet. Let's not waste any time, so obviously I was there watching Game 3. I took notes for that. I was not watching Game 4 because I did not know that it was so early in the day and I was playing Pokemon. I went 0-3, but the Phoenix Suns didn't. We'll start in the first quarter of Game 3 where the Clippers are up 6-0. The Phoenix Suns through the first 3 games of the series have not gotten off to a hot start once. Book gets a basket, KD gets a dunk, Booker with a 3. It's a 7-point swing, 7-6 lead for the Suns. Side note, they also flashed on screen this statistic. The Phoenix Suns are 10-1 all-time in series in which they win Game 3. That had me pretty excited. Torrey Craig with another 3, it's 10-6. And at the 7-minute, 33-second mark, the turnovers were 10-6 favoring Phoenix. That would very quickly even out because the Phoenix Suns way too many bad turnovers. And side note, since I forgot to talk about it in the first 2 videos, what is it with KD and stepping out of bounds in this series? Clippers tie it up, Westbrook with a 3, it's 15-14, and Clippers take the lead back. 3-minute, 50-second mark, the Phoenix Suns had gone scoreless for about 3 solid minutes. 7 seconds later, it's 20-14 in favor of the Clippers, and there's a timeout called. The field goal percentage is at that point 73% for the Clippers, only 39% for the Suns. The Phoenix Suns struggle early in this series. Devin Booker with 4 consecutive points, cutting that lead back to a 2-point lead, 20-18. Biyombo finds a Kogi for an and one, 22-21 in favor of the Clippers, but then you have Devin Booker to Kevin Durant, 23-22, Phoenix Suns take the lead, and at that point, they just kind of don't look back. 40 seconds later, Booker regains the lead for the Suns, 25-23, and to end the quarter, it's 27-all. And just to save you time, the Phoenix Suns would outscore the LA Clippers in every single quarter except for the first where they tied and the fourth where they were outscored by about 4 points. 27-24 in the second in favor of the Suns, 40-34 in the third in favor of the Suns, and 39-35 in favor of the Clippers in the fourth quarter. The Phoenix Suns get the win by a final score of 129-124. Big buckets for Book, KD, CP3, even DA, his entire team. When they needed those baskets, they stepped up, and Devin Booker is still playing his best defensive basketball of his entire career in the playoffs. Oh, and Game 3, casual 45 points for Book. This man is the greatest player in Phoenix Suns history. I'm gonna say it right now, I do not care. And for the people that will inevitably cry about the free throw disparity, in Game 3 the LA Clippers played some of the most aggressive defensive basketball I think I've seen since I started watching basketball, and one of the inherent flaws in that style of defense is the amount of fouls you are going to take. This is one of the rare cases where the amount of free throws is actually accurate to the amount of fouls when it's like 10 or 15 more in favor of one team over the other. TLDR, stop fouling. KD, 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. Torrey Craig, another 15 points, averaging right around 15 points a game, has been a very solid starter. DA, 12 points, 11 rebounds, and finally Chris Paul, 11 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists. This entire starting 5 has kind of stepped up when they needed to, despite the fact that Russell Westbrook, I mentioned it in the Game 1 video, played very well defensively. He also had to step up in this game because Kawhi Leonard and Paul George did not play. He dropped 30, Norman Powell dropped 42. Those 2 guys have definitely stepped up for the Clippers, though at this point, it's a 3-1 series hole. I'm not going to waste your time since I didn't get to watch Game 4. I'm not going to pretend like I did. They win by a final score of 112-100. They were outscored in the first quarter yet again, 30-23. They outscore the Clippers 25-17 in the second quarter. That defense just ends up playing pretty good in stretches. They outscore them 35-31 in the fourth and 29-22 in the second for a 112-100 finish, and the Phoenix Suns have a 3-1 series chokehold going into Game 5 tomorrow at the Footprint Center. KD and Book each had 30 points in that Game 4, giving the Phoenix Suns a 3-1 lead, but I do want to talk about something before moving on. We're having a lot of rhetoric that we heard in the 2021 finals run where it's, oh, the Phoenix Suns can only beat teams that are down players. Here's my biggest problem with that argument. You can only play the teams that are in front of you. You don't get to choose the teams you play. You can only play who's in front of you, and on top of that, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, while both being very good players, especially Kawhi Leonard have extensive injury histories and have not been able to consistently maintain health around playoff time, at this point the argument just doesn't really hold water anymore because these are just kind of what these guys are at this point in their career. That doesn't mean that Kawhi and PG aren't good players, but at this point they just cannot consistently play in the playoffs. If you want to count this as an easy series, I guess you can, but Powell is absolutely playing out of his mind with these threes. Westbrook is playing solidly enough, especially at home in LA, and at some point the excuses of our two best players are hurt just doesn't really hold any water because those two guys are always hurt. That being said, Phoenix Suns take a 3-1 series lead going into Game 5 tomorrow, a game that I fully expect the Suns to take care of business and get a couple solid days of rest before the next series starts, so I will hopefully see you tomorrow. GOAT! Devin Booker. That's it. That is all I got. That game should not have been as close as it was, but the Suns still take care of business, and in a 5-game, I do believe that's what a gentleman's sweep is, where the team that wins the series loses Game 1, then wins the next 4. The Phoenix Suns move on to the second round to face off with the Denver Nuggets for the second time in 3 years in the conference semifinals. More about that on another day, but here we're talking about the Phoenix Suns closing out Game 5 against the LA Clippers at home on the same day my Dario Saric jersey showed up. I miss you, man. I got luckily more brief notes today, so let's go ahead and talk about it. One last little side note, I did miss somewhere around the first 7 or so minutes of the third quarter as I was finishing editing a video for the main channel. Anyway, going into it, the Clippers without Kawhi for the third consecutive game, without Paul George for the entire series, and the Phoenix Suns, this statistic is something that needs to be addressed heading into the second round. 90% of their points scored came from the starters. While the starters are playing well enough, you do need that bench to play better going into the second round. Anyway, DA wins the tip-off, Booker gets the opening layup, and within 30 seconds, Phoenix Suns are on the board and up 2-0. At the 8-minute, 26-second mark, a little bit of back and forth, Devin Booker with a corner 3, 8-7 Phoenix, and Phoenix starting off really hot for the first time it feels like all series, but like I said in the last video, I did not get around to watching Game 4, so they could have played decently enough in Game 4, but at the very least of the games I've watched so far this series, Game 5 had their best start. 40 seconds to a minute later, Phoenix with the steal, Booker to KD for a dunk, and a timeout is called. It's 12-9. Skip ahead 3 more minutes, Booker with another basket. The Phoenix Suns at that point were 8 for 12 from the field, and it's 18-14 Phoenix. Another minute later, KD to DA for an and one. It's 21-19. 40 seconds later, DA with the rebound and puts it away. It's 23-21, and DeAndre Ayton, better game overall on the offensive glass today than so far earlier on in the series. In the last 2.5 minutes or so of the first quarter, you had a couple of really solid plays, both involving Bismack Biyombo. First off, 2:55 mark, Booker to Biyombo for a slam. It's 25-24 Phoenix. And with 1:17 remaining, Biyombo over to Okogie for a 3. It is 30-26 in favor of the Suns, and we would end the first quarter 32-30 in favor of Phoenix, meaning yes, the Phoenix Suns scored 30 points in the opening quarter, which looks really good in comparison to Game 1's 18 points in the first quarter. To start off the second, Phoenix's defense is struggling. The Clippers start getting themselves back into the game. It's 40-38 for the Clippers at 9 minutes and 20 seconds. A few minutes later, CP3 finds DA for an and one. The Clippers at this point 7 for 8 for the free throws. Phoenix Suns 8 for 8. And the Phoenix Suns have a 48-47 point lead. 2 minutes later, DeAndre Ayton, a massive slam dunk to end a 7-0 LA Clippers run, and at that point it is 54-50 LA, and LA really had a lot of momentum in that second quarter. 30 seconds later, Booker finds KD for a 3, knocking that lead back within 3, 56-53. And finally, with about 41 seconds to go, the Clippers with a 3, and the offensive rebounds to this point were 10-2 in favor of the Clippers, and they would have a 9-point lead at this point, 70-61. That would remain the score at halftime, and the Phoenix Suns went from controlling this game to being down by almost double digits heading into the second half of the game. Suns come out to a hot start. At the 7-minute mark, it is 79-78 Clippers, and the Phoenix Suns were on a 7-0 run, and spoiler alert, by the end of the third quarter, the Phoenix Suns at one point would have an 18-0 run. Game 5, especially in the second half, really was the Suns' game to lose. A minute later, Chris Paul finds Devin Booker for a dunk. It's pretty much a full court pass. Really nice play by CP. 80-79 Phoenix retakes the lead. About a minute later, Chris Paul hits a 3 after an offensive rebound, 83-82 Phoenix. And then 2 minutes later, Devin Booker hits a massive 3. A timeout it's called. It is 94-86 in favor of the Suns. And Devin Booker with that 3, that is his 17th 30-plus point effort in the playoffs as a member of the Phoenix Suns. He passes Charles Barkley, who had 16. I mean, he's also passed up guys like Amari Stoudemire, who had 13. And if you were around for those playoff runs, Amari could be a damn dominant player in the playoff. About 20 seconds later, Westbrook with a flagrant foul on Biyombo. He's touching his shoulder. It definitely seemed like he was uncomfortable and he was banged up a little bit, but he did end up finishing the game, so that's good. And the Suns also will have a few days of rest, so at the very least, they'll be able to heal up a little bit. Anyway, Biyombo hits one of his 2 free throws. 95-86 Suns. Let's keep going. 30 seconds later, Booker scores. It's 11-0 run for Phoenix, 97-86, and at this point, the Phoenix Suns are running away with this game. 40 seconds after that, KD hits a 3. It's a 14-0 run, 100-86, and that is right. The Phoenix Suns hit 100 points before the end of the third quarter. The score is 119-94 in favor of the Suns heading into the fourth quarter, and we have a couple more notes to talk about. Booker, by the end of the third quarter, had another 40-point game. With this 40-piece, Booker set the franchise record for most 40-point games in the playoffs. Devin Booker is the greatest Phoenix Sun of all time. He is a damn star player, and while he might not be top 5 in the league, top 25 easy. And this playoff run specifically, we're seeing him step up even more. And it's not even just offensively. He's had the best defensive series of his entire career in this playoff series. The Phoenix Suns in that third quarter scored 50 points, which is a franchise record for points scored in a single quarter by the Phoenix Suns in the playoffs. We then head into the fourth quarter where the Phoenix Suns at one point led by about 18, 19, right around 20 points, and to give LA full credit, they dug their way back into it. This team did not give up, and I have full respect to the Clippers team, despite the fact they were down their 2 biggest stars. And guys like Powell and Plumlee had good games. I gotta give them credit. Anyway, at 9:38, the Clippers steal. They get a bucket. They start waking up at this point. Monty calls a timeout to try to calm things down. It's 116-102. 20 seconds later, Okogie saves an offensive possession. He was getting ready to go back the other way. He grabs the ball. He gets the bucket. It's 118-102. Then we skip ahead a few minutes. Chris Paul and the LA Clippers exchange threes at about the 7-minute mark. It's 123-111. Then a minute and a half later, DeAndre Ayton with a massive dunk. The Clippers call a timeout. It's 128-113. Then the Clippers would go on a 9-0 run. With 58 seconds to go in the game, Chris Paul finds Durant, gets a bucket. They call a timeout. It's 134-130. And the Phoenix Suns, they cling to this lead. They hold LA scoreless for the next 50 seconds, and it was actually pretty funny. Westbrook had a free layup, and he missed it, but the Phoenix Suns ended up getting, I think it's 2 more free throws for Kevin Durant. It's a 136-130 final, and the Phoenix Suns, after 5 games, have knocked off the LA Clippers. They did beat LA, and they will move on to the second round to take on the Denver Nuggets, who I do believe was the best team in the Western Conference this year. So I trust DA defensively to be able to handle Jokic. I'm going to assume someone like KD can probably at least make Murray a little less effective, but at the same time, the team's going to have to make a lot of adjustments defensively. But that's for tomorrow, or I think Saturday's game 1. That's for then. This is now, and I'm not going to let the fact that the Phoenix Suns nearly collapsed away a win take away from the fact that this was a historic night. First ever 50-point quarter for the Suns. Devin Booker, a casual 47 points. I really wanted him to get that last bucket. He had 10 assists and 8 rebounds. DeAndre Ayton, he had, I think it was 18 or 19 points at halftime. Unfortunately, he would kind of go missing in the second half in terms of scoring. 21 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists. And Kevin Durant, I'm going to say this, and I do not mean this as a negative in any way, shape, or form. Kevin Durant has not felt like a legitimate threat any of the 4 games that I've watched, and that man is averaging like 30 points. He had 31 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. He's been one of the Suns' best players, and again, he hasn't felt like that threat, kind of showing to me how dangerous this team really can be offensively, because Kevin Durant is still one of the best players in the game, at least top 10 minimum, and if I can say with a straight face, he hasn't felt like that big of a threat in 4 out of the 5 games, and he's still averaging 30 points. That just goes to show you how naturally gifted this man is. Let's see. Chris Paul, 15 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds. Okogie, 11 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds. The bench did get more points in this game. Torrey Craig did not have a very good offensive night. He wouldn't actually score any points at all. And then you had 8 points for Bismack Biyombo, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. Solid night from him overall. Biyombo and Okogie had good games. I liked them coming off of the bench. Cam Payne came in for a couple of minutes, didn't really do much. I'm going to assume we're just kind of trying to get him used to a game time situation. I will assume we're going to see a lot more Cam Payne going into the next series, but again, that is the next series. We'll talk about that when the next series starts. Looking at a couple of team stats, the Phoenix Suns had 4 blocks to LA's 1. The steals 7-4 in favor of the Suns. The defense defense for the Suns is still pretty good. Turnovers 10-7, so LA had more turnovers. Rebounds is actually really close in this game, 46-43 in favor of the Clippers, so at the very least the Suns are kind of closing that gap a little bit. And as I was talking about earlier on in the video, DA actually had some really solid offensive rebounds in the first half. I like seeing more of that because DA can be a dominant big man. Phoenix Suns had 31 assists to LA's 23, and it really came down to this. The Clippers did not want to go down without a fight. The Phoenix Suns took their foot off the gas pedal, and it reminds me, I think it was after Game 5 of the Finals in 2021, I want to say it was Charles Barkley who was talking to saying the Phoenix Suns, I got too happy. They were up 19 points, they're getting ready to knock off the LA Clippers. I think they just got too happy and took their foot off the gas pedal. They did manage to recover, they do knock them off, but I don't want those kind of habits going into the next series, because the Nuggets are a very good team and you don't want to not take them seriously. I know the last time they met in 2021, the Suns swept them, but they didn't have Murray in that series, and they're going to be fully healthy going into this one. And while, yes, the Suns have Kevin Durant, you just don't want to form those bad habits. But anyway, again, we'll talk about that later. The Phoenix Suns, they hold on to this win 136-130, and we will move on to the second round. Devin Booker is the GOAT, and I'm gonna go to bed. The Phoenix Suns are down 2-0 in the Western Conference semifinals against the Denver Nuggets. Let's just keep this one brief. The game on the 29th, I was listening to a little bit on the radio. I think I was also between that and I think the Rattlers game at the time. So I didn't exactly watch that game, but the Phoenix Suns lose by a final score of 125-107, and they only outscored the Nuggets in the first quarter by 1 point, 32-31, and the third quarter, 30-26. The second quarter, they had 19 points in that game. KD had 29 points, Booker had 27 points, really nothing more to say than Denver was the better team in game 1. Then we get into game 2 last night. I only took a couple of casual notes on my phone, kind of wanted to watch it one more as a fan, and I'm more so disappointed than anything else because the Phoenix Suns probably should have had that game. And this is taking into account the Phoenix Suns throughout the entire night were just forcing shots and playing scared. If anything, the closest I can compare this to is that Game 7 against Dallas because they just aren't hitting a lot of those shots they needed to. Good example right here, Kevin Durant was 2 for 12 from the 3-point range. Devin Booker 4 for 8, so he shot 50%, but his field goal totals were 14 for 29. KD 10 for 27. Let's shake it up a little bit. So let's say KD hits 3 more of those 3-pointers, so he's 5 for 12. This is a 1-point game and it's much closer. There was a point in that fourth quarter, what was it, KCP, he hits a 3. It's a 3-point lead for Denver at that point, and it just felt like it was unobtainable. It felt like the Suns were out of it, and it was a 1-point game. So to look at the notes real quick, DeAndre Ayton in the first quarter had like 8 points. They were feeding the beast, they were getting him involved, and right there, the points down low. That's where the Phoenix Suns' strength was to start this game. He did have a couple of threes drop, he had some pretty good mid-range game going on throughout it, but right there near the hoop was when they were getting a lot of easy points, and I know DA started getting a couple of fouls, but it really felt like he was being sat for far too long, and they stopped using him. When you have like 8 points in the first 5 or 6, whatever it was, that's a game you probably should go off for 25-30 points. DeAndre Ayton finished off with 14 points. Moving forward in that game, he would only score about 6 more points or 3 more baskets. At the end of the first quarter, the Phoenix Suns maintained a 3-point lead, 21-18, and all they had to do was keep that momentum up, and to start the second quarter, they just couldn't. The Phoenix Suns were scoreless through the first 5 minutes of that second quarter. That was one of the first times since Monty Williams became the coach that I was sitting there basically shouting at the TV, yelling, call a timeout, slow the game down, what are you doing? And after Monty finally called that timeout and the game started getting slowed down, the Phoenix Suns took control of the game again. At one point in the second quarter, the Phoenix Suns had 7 offensive rebounds versus Denver's 0. They were doing a very good job in the first half of boxing out the paint. They were not allowing offensive rebounds, but they had 7 offensive rebounds and 5 second chance points. Then we hit the end of the first half, it's 42-40 Phoenix. They shot no free throws in the first half, and the only thing about that I thought was at all suspect was a play in the first quarter where I think it was against Josh Okogie. Jokic just straight up did that and pushed him all the way to the ground, goes for an easy bucket, no call. That was really the only egregious foul not called that I remember. At the end of the first half, Booker had 17 points, and it just felt like he was the only guy that showed up. Later on in the third quarter, there was a play where Kevin Durant goes to swipe the ball from Jokic, and he gets all wrist. When they're going away for the commercial break, you can see him just contacting the wrist, and for some reason, Monty wasted the review on that. It was a wasted timeout, wasted review. At the end of the third, it was 73-70 for the Suns, but they were already starting to slip away because about 4 minutes earlier, Chris Paul goes down with an injury. The second he jumps up in the air, you can tell he's injured. He's grabbing his groin, limping down the court. He would not return, and he was updated twice. Initially, it was reported he should miss a week, and now it's being reported that it's day-to-day, and it's not as bad as they thought. He's still probably going to miss Game 3 and probably Game 4. But at the very least, Game 3. Then in the fourth quarter, the Phoenix Suns just couldn't hit anything. They only scored 14 points in the fourth quarter versus Denver's 27. They lose by 10 points, 97-87. Booker had 35 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists. Kevin Durant had like 24 points, DA with 14. This game genuinely felt like the failure came down when they stopped trying to get those higher percentage shots and just kept forcing everything. But then again, throughout the entire night, they were constantly forcing shots. You have to give credit to Denver. They're playing very well. They are playing like a number 1 seed, but the Phoenix Suns need to play like a title contender. And I'm not going to sit there and throw the baby out with the bathwater. I noticed this, and I said it on Twitter today. Ever since that 2021 run, Phoenix Suns fans have taken every single opportunity online to throw the team away. Just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Nope, we're done. It's over with. The Phoenix Suns can have one bad play. DeAndre Ayton can play weak one time and give up a second chance point in an offensive rebound. The Phoenix Suns can be down 8 points at the end of the second quarter. Doesn't matter what it is, if the Phoenix Suns are going through any sort of adversity, so many Suns fans just are like, hey, it's over, it is what it is. I'm not here to say, calm down, they're going to come back from 0-2. I'm not here to say that. But what I am here to say is this. If this Phoenix Suns team truly is a title contender, this is going back to Denver 2-2. They are going to make the adjustments. They are going to step up to the occasion. I'm not going to give up on them right now. It's 2 games into the series. Remember when Milwaukee was down 2-0 and wins the next 4? I know in the Phoenix Suns history in 7-game series, they are 0-13 when down 0-2. Well, you know what? If you are that title team, if you are that title contender, if you are that different team doing great things, you are going to be the one. That's all I got. There are plenty of things to be mad about. There are things that need to get adjusted. There are things that need to be tweaked. There are things that need to be addressed and fixed. If Monty can't handle that, if the Phoenix Suns players go out there and they can't get the job done in Game 3 and Game 4, then changes are going to happen and changes need to happen. If they do what we know they can do and get the job done, we're having a whole different conversation in a couple of days. It's not over yet. That doesn't mean it's going to come easy, alright? I know a lot of people are really mad at Monty right now, but everything actually is on the other side of hard. Coming back from an 0-2 deficit against the number 1 team in the West is going to be hard. But I would be lying to you if I did not think a team consisting of Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and DeAndre Ayton could do it. Alright, I'm ready to have that different conversation I was talking about in the last video. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. And the Phoenix Suns tied it. They did it. We are going back to Denver 2-2 off of the backs of damn great performances by Devin Booker, of course, and Kevin Durant. I watched the second half of Game 3 from my hotel room. I was on a little vacation, and the Phoenix Suns took care of business, but there was one stretch where I even got someone responding to me on Twitter being like, I told you it was over. I told you it was over. Like, bro, okay, the Suns are up by about 7 or 9 points. They then go to book and bench, so it's Devin Booker out there with a bunch of bench guys. You can have, your starters rest. I want to say Denver ties it up. We're in the fourth quarter. You get the starters back in there. The Phoenix Suns take the lead right back. Looking at the quarter splits of Game 3, so Denver 31-29 in the first quarter, 38-21 in favor of Phoenix in the second quarter, 36-23 Denver in the third, and then 31-26 in favor of the Suns in the fourth quarter for a final of 121-114. The Phoenix Suns offense is back when they go home, led by Devin Booker with another casual 47 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 steals. He's doing it all. Devin Booker is seriously doing it all right now. In my opinion, he is right up there with playoff Jimmy Butler. Right now, currently this playoff run. That's how well he's playing. I think he's had 2 games where he scored less than 30 points, and it was like 26 and 27. Then KD, 39 points, 9 rebounds. Just a casual effort for him. Although no other Suns players were in double digits in Game 3, so that definitely was going to be a bit of a problem. But then Game 4, that got solved. So who the hell saw Landry Shamet hitting that many threes? Anyone? Is anyone in the background right now? Did you guys see Landry Shamet hitting those threes? Because here's the thing. I am normally a Landry Shamet defender because he's not a bad player. He hits his threes usually around, 30 to 40% somewhere in there, and he's usually a little more consistent than, let's say, Boss Man. But then in Game 4 last night, he was the third player with double-digit points, and get this, 5 for 8 from 3, 19 points total. Landry Shamet finally had that big game the Phoenix Suns needed him to have, and finally a bench player had 10-plus points. It felt like it took forever. Downsides. Alright, DeAndre Ayton had a very good first half, 8 points, I want to say like 5 or 6 rebounds. Then he kind of disappeared in the second half, and it reminded me of, I think it was Game 2, where he had 8 points in the first 5 minutes, and then just kind of disappeared down the stretch. People's frustration with DA is understandable right now in the playoffs because he's just playing okay at at best. I will maintain this, however, averaging 18-10 in the regular season and throughout the playoffs up until last night, 14-10. Not very many other centers are going to be giving you that level of production. That does not mean that DA is not overpaid. He's a max contract player. I do understand why people want more out of him, but that's just kind of what he is at this point, and it sucks that he's just a good center when he could be a great one. I get it, but you know what? At least we're still getting something, but I do think that he does need to pick it up for games 5 and 6. Oh, let's see. Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, 36 points apiece, a 129-124 finish, going back to Denver tied. And like I said in the last video, I'll say it one more time here. If the Phoenix Suns are that contending team, they are going to go back to Denver tied. And then look at that. Back-to-back wins. They're going back to Denver tied. Obviously, heading back into Denver, you hope that Chris Paul comes back, but he might be out for the rest of the series. At the very least, he was out for 3 and 4. But you got to go into Denver, and you got to get a win. I don't care how you do it. As long as KD and Book are still hitting at least 30-35 points a night, we can get at least 2 players off the bench. Jock Landale at 8 points is playing very quality minutes in Game 4. He's actually playing solid minutes in Game 3 as well. So Jock Landale in, Bismack Biyombo out, and nothing against Biyombo, but I think this probably is a better matchup for this series. Oh, look at that. Adjustments. Monty Williams is making adjustments. I appreciate that, including, I think it was to end the second half of last night's games. I meant to say second quarter. Anyway, continue. So there's about 7 or 5 seconds left. He throws KD back in there. The Suns get the ball, throw it down to him. He hits a buzzer beater, and there you go. I think the Phoenix Suns had a slight lead at half. Let's see, 34-32 Denver in the first quarter, 31-27 Phoenix in the second quarter, 35-31 Phoenix in the third quarter, and 32-31 Denver in the fourth quarter, 129-124 finish. I got nothing else to say. All right, they came home, they got the job done, they're going back to Denver, they just have to win Game 5. I think whoever wins Game 5 probably wins the series, so if the Phoenix Suns can essentially force a home court advantage type situation where they can eliminate Denver at home, you do that. And because I know it's going to come up, I'm going to talk about the Jokic thing right now. That was absolutely stupid, and I have no idea why anyone's defending him. So, ball's out of bounds, Okogie's out of bounds, the ball is in the hands of Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns. The referee has not asked for the ball back. Jokic did not ask for the ball back. No one asked for it. Jokic just randomly, arbitrarily decides to lunge forward for the ball, catching Ishbia off guard to where he kind of like recoils. Some fan behind Ishbia puts his hands on Jokic, which, yeah, no, you shouldn't have done that. Of course, it was a good thing that he got kicked out of the game. But then Jokic just, like, pushes over Ishbia, and everyone's like, oh, see, it was a flop. It was a flop. He shouldn't have got the technical. The coach for Denver was being a crybaby afterwards, being like, oh, I don't see, hey, you know, you're not supposed to be part of the game. Not supposed to, like, dude, this entire situation would have been avoided if Jokic would have just done what an adult does in the situation and walks away, just stays on the court and gets ready for the next play and has the referee go get the ball. And then afterwards in the post-game interview, the dude wants to be like, oh, I thought the NBA was going to protect me. He literally chose of his own volition to go out of bounds and lunge towards the person with the ball, thus putting himself in a position to start a conflict and confrontation with someone, initiating contact with the fan who turned out to be the Suns owner. This is pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic, and he literally just looked like an overgrown toddler throwing a tantrum. So whatever if I get some Nuggets fans crying about how Matt Ishbia is selfish for casually holding on to the ball and waiting for someone to ask for the ball back. Just saying, alright? I know Suns fans don't like Luka, but Joker's also a hoe.